Hello, good evening, everyone. Welcome to NextGen IT courses. So today we are having session related to cloud and cloud security and cloud networking. In this session, we are going to cover Azure 104 the administrative level, plus Azure 700 that is cloud networking, and Azure 500 cloud security level. And let me tell you about us who are new here. We are providing online training worldwide related to network security, cloud security, and cyber security. Trainers are basically working professionals having more than 14, 15 years of experience and taking classes in the evening, Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. onwards, and on the weekend, Saturday, Sunday, morning, 11 a.m. So it would be live interactive classes plus recording for each and every session as well. You are getting in the proper LMS access and 100% practical session we are going to cover here. We are having our trainer as well, Mr. Prem sir. Hi, good evening, sir.
Good evening, sir.
So, Prem sir, you can introduce yourself. You can tell about your expertise, and then you can, start with the guidance, and you can say the fundamental of Azure, why they should choose, what are the prerequisite, and all. So, over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, everyone. Hello, students.
Hello, Chef.
Yeah. So, my name is Prem, and I have over 12 years of experience working as a cloud architect. Right. So, currently, I am dealing a big project. I have deployed a cloud infrastructure for many companies. I have set up a great infrastructure where we have deployed some two-tier, three-tier applications for the organizations. And currently, I am here to guide you. Right. So, can I know your expectations, what you are expecting from this course? So, what currently you are doing, what level of experience do you have? So, yeah, Rajan, Gopi, Rupak, Krishna, anyone, please speak.
So my name is Steven. I have total 15 years of experience into cybersecurity. So I'm looking out this training from the platform engineering perspective, for AWS from security perspective, more focused on the latest syllabus which has been done from AZ-500 to SC-500. So I'm looking out for that from that perspective, security perspective.
Yeah, you have choose a right thing, right? Because you are working in the security domain from several years here, but now you looking to forward to the cloud, right? So yeah, cloud is now days a very demanding technology that you can go and you can get a very much good hike in the cloud technologies. So yeah, for the good high paying jobs, we have our cloud security roles. You can upgrade yourself into the cloud. That's great. Yeah, and someone text me, Rajan. Yes. Fresher having basic knowledge of networking. Yeah. So yeah, this is good for experienced person as well as freshers also. Like if you are a fresher and you are thinking to launch your career in IT. So as we know that there is a boom of AI. Along with the AI, there is another boom that is a cloud boom. Okay. So everyone is moving towards the cloud. Every organization is moving towards the cloud infrastructure. Because if you see the on-premises infrastructure, so there are a lot of difficulties and challenge, and there's a lot of maintenance over here. So to get rid of these things, we have our cloud infrastructure. So cloud is a easy way. And what about some others? Gopi, Himanshu, Nishant.
या हाय निशांत है सॉरी मैं लेट ज्वाइन किया क्या पूछ रहे थे
No
आप
issue. Just we have just started. So can you introduce yourself? Currently, what you are doing and what you are expecting from the course, what you want
या
to learn. Yeah.
I'm Nishant Avasti. I have more than 5 years of experience in network and network security. Currently, I'm
Okay.
working in network security domain for US based company. So actually, I want to switch from network to cloud. So that's why I'm looking for a course like Azure AWS. So I just go through this next gen IT course for Azure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So great. So you are at the right place. So here you will get all the knowledge according to your domains. Like currently you have told you are working in the networking and as well as security and
Right.
on-premises network, right? So here we have our course where we are offering with Azure the administrator role, that is our certification Azure 104. And along with this, we have the cloud networking course, that is Azure 700. And then we have Azure security. So this is a combination of everything. So everything that you need to go further and you need to proceed further, that is over here, right? So everything you can learn from here. So we have the expert faculties and you will get LMS and hands-on lab with us. So you can easily learn all the things while doing the practicals. Because when you are looking to switch your career, right? And you are looking to switch your job. So the hands-on is play a very much important role. Just if you will see the other training sessions that are available online, just a recorded lectures. So they do not provide a lot of hands-on. And even if you look the official syllabus, so inside the official syllabus, they are lacking into the hands-on. So we are here to fill this gap. So we will provide you proper hands-on and as well as theoretical knowledge. So you can boom yourself. So that's great. So let's
Actually, I have a question. For hands-on, are you providing a lab on any portal or is directly from Microsoft Azure?
we will do our lab directly on the Microsoft Azure portal, right? So don't need of any other simulation because cloud is on-demand delivery of resources. You can just access it with the help of internet. So you just need a system and an internet connection and your account in the cloud portal. So just after that, you can just access the portal and utilize all the services. So no need to try with any other simulation. You can just go directly and we can directly practice on the Azure portal. So that will be more beneficial for us, right? Yeah. So we have our Azure portal. Just you required a simple account. So just a minute, I will show which portal you have to use for your practices and everything. Just let me give you a look to the Azure portal.
Sir, sorry for interrupting you. Actually, I joined a little bit later on. I just want to know about you as well. What you think's done? What because I have seen things on different platform, but I need someone who already have lots of experience and have the certification things. That's why I'm asking you.
Yeah, sure. So basically, my name is Prem, as you know, and I'm working as a cloud architect, and I have over 12 years of experience, right? So when you talk about the certifications, I have multiple certifications like Azure 104, that is for the administrator, and Azure 700, that is for networking, and Azure 500, that is for security. And along with the Azure certifications, I have also certifications from others. Like I have a AWS certification, architect level, and I have CCNA, CCNP, and firewalls also. So I have a lot of certification. I'm holding a lot of certifications, and I'm working as a cloud architect. So I will give you all the experience that I have, all the knowledge of certifications and hands-on. Everything you will get from me, right? So my all experience I will share in this course. So basically, I have worked with many companies, multiple companies. I have helped companies to set up their on-premises infrastructure to the cloud infrastructure. So I have tell you about the migrations and everything, my real world experience, the troubleshooting experience, what type of issues you can face during this type of transactions. So I will share everything, right? So
Thank you so
yeah.
much.
Any other query from anyone? No? Oh, that's great. So this is our Azure portal, right? So for managing all the services and all the stuff, just this portal is enough. So from this portal, you can utilize multiple service offered by your Azure. So if you can see, I will show you here. So there are multiple services that are offered by Azure. So when you go in the all services, nowadays cloud is not limited to a individual type of services like a compute service, like a storage service. Nowadays, cloud will offer you multiple range of services. So here you can see there is some different type of categories, and every type of categories nowadays cloud have a service for it. Either you are talking about AI, ML, machine learning, analytics, computing, containerization, databases, DevOps, whatever you required, everything is over here, right? And uh, and when you're talking about Azure, so Azure have the great integration option with the Windows, right? So whenever you are using the Windows products, so other Microsoft products, Windows Server and Windows Client, whatever you are using. So it have great integrity option with our Azure cloud. So for a hybrid compatibility also, where you are using the multi-cloud environment. So that is also good for that purpose also. So here you can see there are a lot of services, but every service is not for us, right? So according to our job role, we have to learn about the specific service that are required to us. So currently, we are focusing on the security, administrator, and networking. For these, the major service that is very much important in every certification, that is your identity, right? So major service that is identity. In identity, we have Microsoft Entra ID. So this is your Microsoft Entra ID. That is a one of most important services in Azure. So all guys are working in the on-premises infrastructure, right? So for the on-premises infrastructure, which identity solution you are using? Anyone can share your experience. So which identity service you are using?
Actually, currently we are not using any Active Directory, but we are
Active
uh,
Directory. Yeah, Nishant, please continue. But
yes, we are using open source currently, like
okay,
Blob.
Uh, Actually, we have Entra ID things in our project, and another team handling all the things. We have only view access on that. So just to check out the groups, because whenever we have the firewall policies, we have some rules defined on basis of the group policies over the Azure, where we add the users on the groups, and after that we will provide the firewall access according to that.
okay,
So some
that's
application accesses also are there because of global protect and all cloud accesses. Yeah.
okay. That's great. Means you are using now cloud is there, right? That's
Yes.
good. So generally, when you're talking about mostly about the on-premises infrastructure, so major service that is responsible for on-premises identity and management services, we have our Active Directory, right? So with the help of Active Directory, we are generally manage our on-premises identity. And whenever we talk about the perspective of security, so there must be a centralized identity management server, right? So the identity should be centralizedly managed. So for better security, so inside some compliance rules and frameworks, you can see that there is a requirement of specific centralized identity management system. So for identity management system, we have the Microsoft Entra ID in our cloud, and that is highly compatible with our on-premises Active Directory. So whenever you want to sync your users from on-premises to your cloud infrastructure, so you can just use the Microsoft Entra Connect tool. So your on-premises user will come on the cloud and you can manage them with the help of cloud infrastructure. So here you can have the Entra ID. From the Entra ID, you can manage all the roles and responsibilities. You can assign some security rules, RBAC rules, and along with this, you have the options for single sign-on. So you can enable the single sign-on, multi-factor authentication. So a lot of features are offered by Microsoft. So you can just simply move towards the cloud and use these features. Because when you were managing the on-premises infrastructure, so there are a lot of things to take care, right? So just let me give you a scenario. uh, you are an engineer and you want to set up a company's infrastructure. So you are the infrastructure engineer, and your company is saying, so sir, you want to set up a on-premises infrastructure. So what things are required for the on-premises infrastructure? What things you will suggest, like what type of setup a company's requirement? The companies have over 1,000 employees. So what you suggest for that company?
Physical servers, networking devices,
Yeah, physical servers, right? Correct. Networking devices, correct. And more
maintenance.
things, maintenance is required, right? Very good, Ravi. So some major things we required, like whenever we are setting a on-premises infrastructure. So most common requirement, that is server. So according to your applications that you want to run. So for that, you need some sort of servers. And whenever you are talking about the servers, either you are setting up a Windows Server 2022, right? So one server is not enough whenever you are setting up infrastructure for an organization, because high availability, redundancy, these factors are important for the organization. So at that time, minimally you will set up two servers. So that is a minimum requirement. You require two servers, right? This will be act as an identity or whatever solution you, if you want to host some website, you will use IS. So whatever you want, so you just need minimum two servers. And for these servers, you require the networking. So whenever we are seeing the on-premises infrastructure, along with the server, the networking is major important part over there. So for networking, you require different type of networking device. So inside a general on-premises infrastructure, what are the major networking device that you can see? Anyone having a networking experience can share?
So routers, switches, and firewalls.
Yeah. So majorly
Yeah,
required access points,
yeah.
routers, firewalls, and switches. So these are some common networking device that you require to set up your on-premises infrastructure. And if you are going with the good products, like you are choosing a vendor like a Cisco, so you can see the pricing of their products. So we required some switches, routers, and for firewalls, we'll choose Fortinet, Palo Alto, whatever, right? So these devices are having a great cost, right? So for this, we required large amount. The capital expenditure we required. Okay. And for maintaining this infrastructure, we required some engineers. So there is an hardware cost, there is a different type of engineers cost. Like for the servers, we required the server administrator. For network, we required the network administrator. And most essential for the security, because in every organization, the security is most important. So either it is a mid-scale organization, large-scale organization, or a startup. So the security is important for every organization. So the security engineers for taking care of all about security posture, right? So multiple engineers are required and multiple different devices are required. So there are a lot of capital expenditure and as well as lot of maintenance is there. So for running your servers, you require a power backup, right? So you will set up a UPS system, a power backup system. And for establishing these devices, you require a cooling system. So we'll properly create a server room. You will arrange your servers, prepare your server racks, and do everything, right? So there are a lot of tension while maintaining our on-premises infrastructure. So now what the companies are now doing? They are shifting towards cloud. So what actually cloud is offering? They will give you different type of offering. Like if you want to move your on-premises infrastructure to cloud, so cloud will have infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, software as a service. They have many type of offerings over there. So according to your requirement, you can choose your service, right? So if you want to move, if you want to migrate from on-premise, so at that time you will mostly prefer the infrastructure as a services, where you do not need to take care about the infrastructure. So all the infrastructure is managed by your cloud provider. So this is our Azure. And whenever you are deploying any application, any sort of server, and anything. So you can just quickly deploy over the cloud environment. So as we have discussed, for setting up the infrastructure, there is a lot of hardware requirements. Now cloud will solve this problem. So if we are in on-premises infrastructure, so we require to do lot of research over the hardwares. So according to our requirement, we will first verify which hardware is needed for us, which applications we want to deploy. So these type of things we have to decide first. Then we will proceed to the purchasing. We will go in the different sites, we will compare the prices, we will contact with the different vendors, and then decide a product, then finalize that product, and then order them. And after ordering, it will take some time to arrive to us, right? So there are a lot of hustle. So the cloud will solve it easily. Let's suppose we want to create a server and deploy a Windows server. Let's suppose I want to deploy a Windows Server 2025. And in that, I need to host a simple website. So if you are on-premises infrastructure, so will take a lot of time. But in cloud, what I can do, I can just simply go to a service that is virtual machine in Azure. So I'm going in the virtual machines, and within the few minutes, I can deploy my server. So just let me quickly show how I can quickly deploy a virtual server over here. So just creating a new virtual machine. So here you can see we are in the virtual machine creation. And here our subscription is selected. So whenever you create the account, so you will get your subscription. So if you are new to Azure, so first for 1 month, it will give you 200 credits for your practice purpose. So during the class, you can practice your all the labs within that duration and use that credit happily. So while doing all the things practically, you can learn because Azure is providing you $200 credit whenever you are creating your account for first time. And after this, you will say what after 1 month. So after 1 month, if you are learning the things and you are practicing the things, so it will hardly cost you approx 500 rupees for everything if you are practice a lot, right? So just remember, after practicing, you have to delete your resources. That is the important point. If you will forget to delete your resources, then you will get charged, right? So first, in Azure, what is the good thing that I prefer? That we have the resource groups. Like whenever we are deploying some services, so whenever we are launching a virtual machine, so some more services are associated with that, like our private IP, public IPs, our NSGs means network security groups. So other things are also related, like our storages. So in Azure, it creates a resource group. Inside that resource group, it will deploy all the resources. So the management will become very easy. So you can, if you want to delete all the resources, you can just simply delete that resource group. So your all the resources will get deleted. So it is like no tension. So we'll just delete the resource group rather than doing it one by one, one by one. So you can just simply delete your resource group. So whenever you are creating any type of resource, you're required to choose a resource group. So currently I'm going to create a new resource group. So let's take NZRG1. So this is just a simple name for a resource group. And here we are giving a name for our virtual server, virtual machine. Yes, section.
Sir, I want to know, sir, basically in AWS, we need to delete each and every resources separately. So, sir, in Azure, it is not like that.
Yeah, it is not like that. It is very much simple. You will just delete that resource group. So all the resource related to that resource group will automatically get deleted.
So,
So
sir,
it
is there
is
any
good for
way so that,
management.
so in
Yeah.
AWS, sir, is there any way so that we can delete the resources at once? Sir, except Terraform.
If you want to delete all the resources at once, so there is no
Yes, sir.
other way in AWS, right? So you can use the automation tool Terraform. So with the help of your scripts, your YAML files, you can write the scripts, and with the help of that script, you can just delete it with the one click. But
Okay, sir.
if you are doing it with the GUI, so that is not possible in AWS.
Okay, sir.
Okay. So I have given a name to my virtual machine. And here I have selected a region that is Central India. I'm okay with it. And when I talk about availability options, so currently I do not want any type of availability. We are just creating this machine for the demonstration. So no type of redundancy is required for me. But whenever you are deploying a servers, a crucial server, so you can choose different type of availability options, like how many availability you want. So they have their service level agreements. So according to that, they will offer you the proper service, right? So like security type, trusted, not required. So we will go with the standard. And here we are using our Windows Server 2025 Data Center Edition. Okay. And this is about the configuration. So according to our requirement, we can choose a size of our VM. So there are a lot of size according to our requirements. So according to your requirement, you can choose any size, right? So if your requirement is less, so you can use this machines like B series machines. And whenever you have the higher requirement, like you need a memory, so here we have this E series machines. So here you can say you can get higher memories, higher CPU's requirement. So everything is there. So these are some general purpose machines. So every type of machine you will get here, right? So according to a requirement, you can choose a suitable machine and you can use it. So currently I'm going with the this one. So this is general purpose machine with having 8 GB RAM. This is sufficient for our meeting, right? So just I will select it. After selecting it, just giving a username. So Azure user is okay. And setting up a password for it. I have set it the password, and this is about the energy rules, the inbound rules. So we are not disturbing it. This is about the disk, how many disks is required. If you want to add additional disk, you can add additional disk. And for saving the money, you can also change the disk type. So by default, it is offering you the premium SSD. But this is for the lab purpose or just for the testing purpose. So we can go with the standard hard disk or standard SSDs. So just let me choose the standard SSD. Just there is a difference between the speed, the throughput of these devices, right? After this, we have the networking tab. We can manage our networking. Like in on-premises, we are managing our networks, right? So here also we can manage our networks, different type of things over here. So currently we have not created any type of additional network. So we are going with the new VNet and with the default subnet, right? Some basic thing, the NIC having attaching a network security group and it having public IP, the port is allowed RDP. Through RDP, we will take the access of this machine, right? So everything is there. So there are a lot of tabs. So when we start our course, we will understand each and every tab in detail. So currently what I'm quickly going to do, I'm just going in the review plus create. So it will review some basic settings. You have filled the basic information or not. After the validation, it will say, now you can good to go and you can create your resource. So just wait for this check. So up to this, anyone have any type of query, any type of doubt, so you can ask freely, right? So yeah,
Okay.
yes, someone saying something. Yes,
Yeah.
Ravi.
In virtual, in our resources, so can I able to delete virtual machine or virtual storage account like that? Like individual, can I able to delete
Please can you repeat? Your voice is a
inside
little bit
the
stuck.
resources?
Please can you repeat your question? Hello?
Now audible?
Yes, please repeat.
I think network issue. Now audible? No, I'm asking. So inside the resources, can I able to delete any virtual machines or network or else that storage account? Individual part inside the resources.
Yeah, inside a resource group, if you want to delete the individual resource, so you can do it. No issue. You can just delete the individual resource that is not usable. Let's suppose if you are using the public IP and if you want, I do not want to use the public IP, so you can just simply remove that public IP. And if there is an NSG, so you do not want to use that NSG, you can just simply delete that NSG and create a new NSG for you. So according to a requirement, you can do the changes, no issue.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
So currently our machine is deploying. Just I have created on the click and you can see the time over here. So just hardly it will take 2 minutes, 3 minutes for the deployment. Within the few minutes, your virtual server is getting ready. So let's see. So after the creation, we will access our machine with the help of RDP. So everyone, I think, know about the RDP remote desktop protocol, right? So for Windows, we can use this for accessing them. So you can see within the 1 minute, our machine is ready for us. So we can just simply go to that resource and now we can able to access it. So just let me connect it. There's a button, connect. So here you can get the information for checking the NSG, that RDP port is allowed or not. You can just click on check access. And from here, you can download the RDP file. And with the help of that RDP file, you are able to connect with your machine. So the file is downloaded, NSG is all good. So just click on that file that you have downloaded, click on connect. And here you require the password that you have set up. So I'm entering my password over here. So yes, now I got the access of my server. So within the minutes, you can deploy a virtual machine in our cloud infrastructure. So no need to wait a lot. So within the few simple steps, a beginner can also deploy a cloud servers, a cloud instance. So just what you need, you just need to click and click. Just a simple GUI interface you have. You can manage your portal very easily with the help of great GUI experience. And when I talk about Azure, so it have a very simple GUI experience. Whenever you are comparing with the other cloud providers, so it have the very simple interface. And along with this, and when it are in the position of cloud architect and other senior roles, you mostly think about the cost optimization, right? So whenever you are thinking about the cost optimization and you require to plan the cost and all the plannings. So at that time when I'm working in that particular project for an organization, so where I required to compare the prices of the services with the Azure services. So there are a good interface of Azure calculator. So where you can get an approximately idea about all the services that you want to run. So all the supporting tools are also very good inside the Azure environment. And especially I have a personal experience with the Azure support. So the support team of Azure is very delight and they offer you a very good support as compared to other cloud providers. So I have tested the support of all providers approximately. I have also used the Indian cloud providers like Otto, like so in this and every cloud provider I have tested. So I got there is a something gap between the servers and services, right? So whenever I feel I, I'm stuck with this problem and I want to support with the contract, right? So support team, the Azure support team is very good. So they will give you a proper resolution. They will help you properly. So here our service is ready. And according to your requirement, you can just configure your services, whatever you want. So you have all the infrastructure and this infrastructure is managed by your cloud provider. So you do not need to take care about it. So this is the beauty of our cloud, right? So just in few steps, in few easy things, you can do, and you will get your server. And with the help of your server, you can easily deploy your services. So any question up to this? No? Okay, silence means no. I'm assuming it no. Okay.
Yes, guys, you can ask if you are having doubts till now, because session is going very informative. That is, from basic to advanced. And to be very honest, cloud is having, too much demand in the market. And on behalf of cloud and cloud security, candidates are taking more than 20-25 LP in the market. You can just, simply search on the naukri.com as well and on the LinkedIn as well. Depends on your current skills that you have, experience you have, and the location that you are preferring. And even you can, expect, a remote job as well, work from home job as well on behalf of clouds. Am I right, sir? Prem sir?
Yes, sir. Of
Yes.
course. So
Yes.
there are a lot of good opportunities for work from home. So what you require? You require just your laptop and a good internet connection, and you can manage the services for your organization. It is just simple. Right. So after deleting this resource, we will discuss about the syllabus, what actually we are going to cover in this course, and how this will beneficial for you. Right. So just I am talking about the resources. Whenever you have completed your practice, you're required to delete that resource. Right. Unless you will get charged. So here is our resource group. Inside that resource group, you can see we have these multiple resources. Rather than deleting it one by one, I can just delete simply this resource group, and all the resources will get terminated. So here is an option, delete resource group. So just click on it, copy the resource group name and paste it here and click on delete. And again, confirm it, delete. So now this resource will get deleted. So for now, I'm closing this portal. And now here we have the official syllabus, official discussion of our course, right? So as we know, we have the combination of three technologies, three courses, right? So first we have our Microsoft Certified Azure Administrator Associate. So first we are going to start with this certification. And when you're talking about the certification, what we are going to cover in the certification, and the things are actually valuable for us. So right, so you can see here. So this is an official syllabus from the Microsoft site, and as well as I am sharing this link to you. So you can also refer this link. Yes. So we have total these modules, right? So let's discuss the modules one by one. So when you are talking about the first module, so it isn't just a prerequisite, it's a basic about. So in this, you will discuss about the cloud shell. So for managing our infrastructure as well as with the GUI, we have the cloud shell also. So with the help of cloud shell, you can also manage. And then we will learn about some basic automations, how you can use ARM templates. What is the use of ARM templates? How we can automate some things. Let's suppose in the cloud, you want to deploy some n number of applications, like a similar applications, similar servers. So for that, you can create your ARM template. With the help of that template, you can quickly deploy them. So for automation, you can use, this is the first module. Then we have the second module that is very much important. In here, we'll learn about the Microsoft Enter ID and other related things to the Enter ID like RBAC roles, and everything will be going to cover in this module. So here we will understand about the identity management. So for identity, we have the Microsoft Enter ID. Previously, it is known as an Azure Active Directory, right? So now name is changed. It is known as an Enter ID, but previously it is known as an Azure Active Directory. So here we will understand about what is Azure Active Directory, what is Microsoft Enter ID, right? And what are the different type of licenses, what is tenant, what is the structure of it, how you can create different type of users, how you can configure them, how you can apply different type of policies, what is the architecture of it, what are the different policies, what are the different RBAC roles, and the single sign-on, self-service password reset. All these things will cover in the this module. So this is about the identity module, right? Next, we have implementing managing storage, right? So then we will move towards the storage part. So how you can manage the storage solutions, how you can manage the storage services. So Azure's offer you the different type of storage services like the blob services, right? So we have the blob services, we have the Azure file services, and how you can securely maintain the access between them, and which type of requirement will good for which type of services. So everything regarding to the storage will be covered over here, right? And after learning about the storage, we will move towards the computing resource. So here it is about the computing resources, right? So how you can create the virtual machines, how you can enable the scalability in this, how you can make your machines highly available. So configuring the availability and configuring the app services, configuring the managing the containers. So everything is there inside the administrator. So you will get all the basic information that is required as an administrator level. So all things are covered here with the help of practicals and theory. Then after this, we have the network management part. Here we will learn about the networking part, how we can manage our virtual networks. So whenever we are accessing some resource, whenever we are accessing our server. So the core is the networking. So networking is required everywhere. All right. So here also the essential part networking is also covered. So how you can create the networks, how you can configure the network, how you can create the network security groups, how you can host your DNS, what is the pairing, how the different VNets will communicate with each other. So everything will be covered here, right? So we have also the load balancer, applications gateway, network watcher, because monitoring everything is important. So after deploying, how you can monitor the things. So monitoring plays an important role. For that, we have our Azure Network Monitor. So Azure Network Watcher we have. So like that, multiple networking related service will covered here in this module. And after this, we will finally move towards the backup. So here we will discuss about the backupping service, how we can take the backups, how the backup works. So everything about Azure backups and Azure monitoring. So how you can monitor your different type of resources, how they are working, all about the performance. So everything you can monitor. So this is about the course content of our AZ-104. So this is the first certification that we are going to cover. And now, if you have the laptops or your mobile phones, right? So with the help of that phones, you can just open up your browser and you can check out the roles related to that. You can search for the cloud administrator, Azure administrator, Azure admin. And if you will see the description of jobs, you will find just these services only. So if you will read all the job descriptions, majorly you will find these services. It is your identity service, that is inter ID, your networking service, your computing resource. So these are the major services that are covered inside our administrator role, right? After this, we have our next certification, right? So first we have discussed about 104. Then we will start with our network engineer associate. So in that, our administrator certification, we have covered each and everything. This is like a general discussion of each and everything. And after this, we are required to move towards certain set of specialization. Because when you add a specialization with your resume, so your resume will get more valuable to you, right? So just having a common certification is an ordinary thing. Whenever you want to stand out yourself, so you require some specific set of specialty. So for that, we are also giving you these two certification. So first, those who are working in the networking domain, currently working as a network engineer, network support engineer, those can prefer this and boost your resume. All right. So here we are specifically talking about the networking technology that is present inside our Azure environment. So those who are looking to shift their career towards cloud networking, so that is the best step that you can take. So here you can see we have this one model, and this one model will cover everything about the Azure networking. So in the administrator, we have seen that there are some basic components, and most of the components have the theory part, right? So, but I will also give you the practical also, the several practicals upon this technology. But the most of the portion is consisting of the theory. But now when you come specifically to the networking, right? Our network associate certification. So here you can see the practical implementations of everything. So here you will practically implement everything, right? So just starting with that formal introduction with our VNets virtual network, how you can create the virtual networks, so creation, everything. Then you will go a little bit one by one step advancement. How you can connect the hybrid connectivity from on-prem to your cloud infrastructure. What are the ways to connect them? So you'll understand site-to-site VPN, point-to-point VPN, how you can connect it, right? You will know about the express route and how you can balance the load. The different load are coming. So HTTP based load and non-HTTP based load. All things will get covered. How you can implement the secure network. How you can associate with your servers. A proper private networking, proper public networking, a default routes, user-defined routes, network monitoring. So everything related to the network is there in this certification, right? So those who are working on the network profile. So hardly which type of services you are using. You are using just routing, switching, like these type of things you are doing. So here also you have to manage your network. You have to configure IP addresses. You have to design the structure of your network. What will be your gateway? What are the services coming in? You will define the different type of rules over there. So which rule you have to use, like inbound rule, outbound rules. So everything is there related to the networking, right? So this is our Azure 700 Networking Engineer Associate. Okay. So when you complete this certification, you will get specialization about the networking domain. And after this, we have our security certification. So we have covered the one very much essential part, that is networking. And after networking, there is one more very much essential thing, that is security. That is must for every organization, right? So along with networking, when you will add the certification for the security, so this will give you the extra push. Like there are a lot of graduates over there, right? So after graduation, everyone not gets the job. Why? Because what actual demand of company is different rather than the syllabus of the universities, right? So we have some modern university syllabus, but they are not meeting the standardizations. Not the standards are meeting according to the organization. So here we have this certification that actually meets the organization needs. So what actualization actually the organization needs, that is there inside the certification. Like if you can have the time, so in free time you can just simply go in the any website, job searching website, and you can search related to this roles, like Azure security roles, Azure networking role, Azure administrator. So whatever you want to search, you will just search and you can just find these things only. So whenever you are reading the job description, you will not find any other thing. You will just corely find these services are required by the organizations. So majorly when we are an organization, so securing our identity is important. So here in this first module, we are discussing about the identity protection, how you can protect your identity environment. So how you can protect your inter ID, right? This is a containing about the inter ID. So you will know about all the frameworks that are related to this. What are the good practices, what you should have to follow, what things you have to monitor. So everything will be covered in this module related to the identity. And after securing the identity, the network security is also important. Like in our on-premises infrastructure, for network security, we are using our firewalls, right? So like that, in cloud infrastructure, you also required some firewalls. And we know the configuration of firewalls. That is important. So here, the networking related things will be covered. So how you can secure your network. So things related to the network security, configuration of firewalls, all the networking things will be covered in the second module. And after this, we have so also required to maintain the secure servers, secure storages, and databases. So for that, generally we deploy the multi-tier architectures, like in our organizations. So here you will learn how you can protect your storage services, compute services, and database services in the third module. And after this, You have the special security tools that is developed for the security purposes. Like you have the Microsoft Defender, Microsoft Sentinel, right? So these tools are specifically used for the security purposes, for security monitoring, for applying policies, compliances. So you can use these tools. So whenever you see the security roles, like Azure Security Engineers, so mostly you will find the Microsoft Sentinel, Defender, and Identity Servers. So these three are majorly required in every job description. So whenever you are looking at any job description related to this profile, you will definitely get these skills. So these are the high demanding skills. And after doing all these things, you are able to sit in any interview. You can just start applying. You can apply one by one. And whenever you will get a call, so you will definitely stand out with these skills. Because certification is not all everything, right? The knowledge is the key of success. So like in somewhere organization, you will see some organization required a compulsory certification. But most of the organizations do not have the compulsory, right? So certifications are not compulsory. This is mandatory to have a knowledge of that certification. So the knowledge is the key of success. So when you get that much of knowledge, so you will definitely get placed in the good organization, and you will definitely get a good great salary. Like whenever if you are a fresher, you want to start your career, if you start with your cloud, so you can easily get 5 to 8 lps as a fresher whenever you are just introducing yourself to the cloud. And after having a 5 years of experience, you can easily expect 25, 30, 40 lps. Okay, so these are the realistic goals that you can target for. So after getting all these things, you can good to go, right? So, guys, anyone have any type of query regarding these syllabus and the things?
Sir, how long will you take to prepare us for these three certifications?
Approximately, you will think about it will approximately take 50 to 60 hours to complete all these certifications. So here you can see there are some timing is given with the course, right? So there are some timings like 7 hours for this module, 3 hours for this, 4 hours for this. So generally we take more than this. So just we can exceed the limit to 3 to 4 hours more for every module. So approximately it will take 50 to 60 hours to complete these three certifications. Yeah. Next. No doubts? Okay,
And
that's great.
what is the cost price of the each certification of global?
Yeah, for the global certification, they both have their different pricing. But you can approximately think here you can get the charges also. So just when you
Mm,
move down. So this is for the United States. And when I will convert it to India,
It will be approx like 5,000.
5,000 rupees will be there. So every certification will cost you approximately like that. All right.
mm,
So these are updating. So these certifications also have some validity, right? So here you can see
mm,
the renewable frequencies for 12 months.
mm.
So after 12 months, you're required to renew it. So you have to again sit for the examination. So because they are maintaining the industry standards and industries are upgrading day by day, right? So that's why it have the renewable fuel.
Uh, One more question from my side, like how can we go through these models? Like we will complete the theory part first, and after that go through on the practical side, or we can parallelly go with the practical and the theory part.
So yeah, so great question. So what we are actually doing. So first we will understand the theory aspect. So what the thing is actually. So some basic theory we will cover first. And after that basic theory, we will go with the hands-on lab. And while doing the hands-on lab, we will also understand the theoretical aspects of that thing. So while seeing the practical, so we will cover the theoretical aspects also. And whenever I have shown any demonstration, after that demonstration, I will give you time for doing the hands-on. So along with me, you can practice your hands-on also. So I will properly guide you for hands-on, how you can do the things. You can parallelly do the things with me and learn parallelly. So there is a two-way interaction, right? So I am teaching is not enough. So you have to do it and practice the things and understand and respond to me. That is important. So the two-way communication is important, right? So I will try to maintain the two-way communication. I want your efforts and my efforts. Then it leads to your success, right? Yes.
Sir, basically for getting into cloud related tools, sir, could you suggest some good projects like that we can make after completion of this course?
Yeah, I will also guide you through the projects, and our team will also guide you about the resume preparation, how you can go for the interviews, what are the mock interviews, how you can take the mock interviews. So I will also take your mock interviews, right? So during the course, you can free to ask anything, right? Related to the your preparation, the everything. And along with this, we will take some specific sessions, like some mock interviews. Inside that mock interviews, you will do some practices. And along with this, I will give you the project idea that you can make. You can deploy the two-tier application, three-tier application. And along with the course, we are doing a lot of labs, right? So a lot of projects we are doing. So you can combine these lab, you can mention these in your resume, and you can post it on the LinkedIn, GitHub account, right? So you have to update the everything, right? Yes. Any other query from your side, guys? No? Okay, that's great. So now let's discuss a little bit more, and then that's good for today. Just as we have used some services from our cloud provider, like we have used some services with our Azure, right? So just a minute. So here I have used the Azure portal, right? So with the help of Azure portal, I have used some services. So there are a lot of services and I have used these services. And we have also the portal from AWS. So we have also used some services from AWS portal. So we can use the services from AWS portal, right? And we have also some other providers, right? So like we have the Auto, we have the GCP, we have different type of providers. So we are choosing the Azure, and Azure have the ultimate story, right? So like when you can think, what is the oldest cloud provider?
Sir, AWS.
AWS, right? And why we are with Azure? So what is special insights the Azure?
Sir, I think there is higher demand of this Azure because of the especially of the intraday it offers.
Yeah. So if you will see the market trend today, so market trend is moving towards the Azure. Why? Because nowadays Azure is offering a good price range. First thing that is important, they are giving a good price. They are giving the quality of services. So the high quality services are provided. And when you talk about the availability zones, right? So you can get multiple data centers over the India. And when you talk about the high number of data centers, so Azure have the highest number of data centers in India, right? So in Azure, you will get a smooth functioning. So just you can deploy your application quickly. You can just quickly reach out all the services. And whenever they are setting up a geographical location like an availability zone over here. So for the redundancy, Azure is starting with the three data centers. It's creating the three availability zone with it. But before Azure, AWS creating the multiple data zones for residencing. So like that, they have invested a lot of cost, right? To like they are sometimes deploying the four availability, like five availability unnecessarily. But Azure solved that problem and identify that three availability zones are enough. So for this strategy, with the help of this strategy, they have expanded themselves, right? So nowadays, Azure is the very much demanding. And for the hybrid compatibilities, it is offering a good service like Azure Arc, right? So whenever you are using the multi-cloud environment, so at that time also, Azure is beneficial for you. So it will give you the great compatibility option. And you also know the good compatible the Microsoft products. So it is the make the things very easier to do. So that's why we are learning about Azure. And Azure have the good role-based certifications. With the help of this certification, you can validate your knowledge easily. And nowadays, demand is shifting towards the tools that are provided by your Azure. So that's why we are preferring our Azure cloud, right? So as we know, we have used some services with the help of portal and we have used the GUI experience. Along with this, we have the CLI experience also. So we can configure the services with the help of CLI also, with the help of APIs, application programming interface. So there are multiple ways to configure services. When we go inside the more details, we will see every option that is available to manage this, right? And here we have used pay as you go model. So like for that much time we are using the services, for that much time only we are required to pay, right? So we do not require to pay for all the time. Like whenever you are using the on-premises infrastructure, if you have purchased a server, so there is a capital expenditure. You have to pay all the expense that is capital expenditure at a one time at the purchase time. So there is no such type of expenditure. So there is no capital expenditure over it. So what actually cloud is doing, what actually cloud computing is, right? So cloud is an on-demand delivery of compute, storage, identity, security, and platform services over a managed infrastructure accessed via API, portals, CLI, and built using pay as you consume model. You can say pay as you consume or pay as you go model, right? So just with the help of a laptop, you can open the web browser. With the web browser, you will log into the portal. And with the help of portal, you are able to manage your networking solution, identity solution, security solution, and computing solution. So everything you are able to manage with the help of just portal and just you need a good internet connection and your laptop. And then you can customize all the things, you can use all the things. Right. So this is just a small introduction. You cannot say even the small introduction about cloud, right? So this is just a basic and how the cloud is actually working. What is the technology that is working behind? So that is your virtualization. So right, we have different type of virtualization available and in Azure environment and every environment, whenever you're talking about the cloud service provider, they are using the virtualization technology and specifically in virtualization, they are using the type 1 hypervisors. So every organization have their own choice. Either they are working on the mixed type and the hybrid type. So they are using multiple type 1 hypervisors, or even if they are stuck with the particular hypervisor. So specifically in Azure, we are stuck with the Hyper-V, right? So that is also a type 1 hypervisor. So that we will detailedly cover in next lecture. Okay. So I think that much information is enough. And if you have any type of query for today's session, so you can raise your query. The queries are happily invited. So today we have just done a basic introduction to our course and just a technology. So just we have deployed a quick virtual machine just for a demonstration. And everything, each and everything will be cleared in detail with the practicals and hands-on in our course in upcoming sessions. So from basic we will start. And additionally, one thing you will more get that is AZ-900. So we are covering this certification. These are associate level certification. And along with the certification, I will also give you the beginner level certification preparation. So you can also easily qualify that one after clearing this. So I will also give you the fundamental knowledge. So if you are fresher or if you are working professional, so our course is designed for everyone. So anyone can join the course and complete it without any hesitation. So that's all from my side. So now you can ask your queries.
Yes, guys, you can ask your final question.
Use the cloud service, how you can do the all the stuff like creating the virtual machine, how you can use different type of resources, why we are preferring Azure over AWS, and what technology we are covering. Okay, so just give me a minute, I will share my screen, then we will discuss it. So yeah, here I am in my Azure portal. So yesterday we have discussed about this portal, the components of this portal, the what are the services available on this portal. So there are many type of services related to the AI/ML, related to the computing, networking, storage, databases. So for every type of solution, Azure have a service. So here you can explore your all the services of Azure. So there are multiple of services. So for every kind of task, we have a related service to this. Like today eras, the AI/ML is the popular thing, right? So for AI/ML also we have some features for our training the models for recognizing your face, like for OpenCV, NLTK. For everything we have some specific functions and services for us. Azure offering a wide range of services to you. And when I talk about the portal, the easiness of portal is very good. Like you can see everything is well placed, and especially when you're talking about the Azure, so the support that gives by Azure, that is awesome, right? So I have compared the support of many vendors, and I mostly prefer the support is offered by Azure is more better, right? And here we have discussed about some syllabus, actually what we are going to cover and why we are covering it, right? So here you can say first we are starting with the administrator, right? So in administrator role, we will understand about all the basic components, what are the basic services and what are their roles. So this will help you to create the foundation. Means if you are a beginner, so this is a good entry point where you can start. Like if you want to switch from on-premises to cloud infrastructure, that must be a best entry point for you, right? So here we have the certification. Inside the certification, we have these modules, and inside these module, we have multiple services. Like in the first module, we will cover about the Cloud Shell, ARM templates. Then we will move towards our second module that is about the intra ID, managing identity. For on-premises identity, we have the popular service that is ADDS, right? And whenever we want to integrate it with the cloud, so Microsoft Intra ID will provide you the best integration ever, right? So with the help of Microsoft Intra ID, you can connect your on-premises infrastructure also, and you can manage these identity on your cloud portal. So the hybrid compatibilities are very good inside our Azure environment because both are the products of Microsoft whenever you are using your Windows server or either you are using the Azure, right? So these are products of Microsoft. So they have the good compatibility option. And after that, we will discuss about the networking, how actually we can configure the network over the cloud infrastructure. So whenever we are talking about any type of infrastructure, so networking and security, these two parts are the base. So these are the more core part of every network, every organization. So here we will understand how we can create the virtual networks, how we can create subnets, how we can secure them, what are the load balancer, firewalls. So every network related services we will cover here. After that, we will move towards the storage. What are the different storage options we have? Like we have the blob storage, we have the file storage. So every type of storage we will cover in the storage module. So how we can utilize, what are the scenarios, in which scenario we will use the which type of storage. So based on the scenario, I will explain each and everything with the practicals, right? After this, we have about the computing services, computing resources, how you can deploy the containers, what are the difference between containers and virtual machine, how you can deploy the virtual machines, what are the app services that going to cover in the compute part. And after that, we will move towards backup and monitoring. So whenever you have deployed all the things, right? So backup and monitoring, both are the important things. So you have to monitor your infrastructure, what things are going on, how the things are behaving. So monitoring and protecting the things for the results. So desert recovery and monitoring will be covered on the last part. So this is about the first certification that we are going to cover, that is AZ-104. After that, we will move towards the next certification, that is Azure 700, right? So Azure Network Associate. So here you can see, here we are deeply focusing on the network technologies. So we are going to cover all the network technologies that are present inside our Azure infrastructure. So for that, we have this module. Inside that module, so every networking technology is covered along with the practicals and hands-on, everything will be there, right? So first we will start with the basics with the virtual networks. After knowing about the virtual network, we will move towards how we can hybridly do the things, how we can sync on-prem network with our cloud network, how the both the networks will communicate together. So that we will understand what is the connectivity option, how you can connect your on-premises network to our cloud network. So the hybrid compatibilities we will understand. Then we will understand about the express route, and we will define about user defined routes, different type of custom routes. We will learn about the load balancing, how we can load balance the traffic, different type of traffic, either it is a HTTP based traffic or non HTTP based traffic. So we will deeply understand about that. We will discuss about the security things, how we can make our network secure, how we can understand different type of vulnerabilities in it, what are the best practices that we will cover inside the security part, how you can properly deploy your private access to our Azure services and different type of services. And at last, we have the monitoring part. So this thing will be covered on our AZ-700. Right. After that, we will move towards our next part. That is about the security. So first, we have understood it about the entire things, actually how the things will take place, right? So first we have our foundation certification that will give you the basic idea about all the services, right? Then after that, we start working towards the major core parts of our any network. So either it is your on-premises network, on-premises infrastructure, or a cloud infrastructure. So network and security, these are the core component. And that's why here in cloud also, we are focusing on these core component. So after doing the basics, first we have covered our 700, then we move towards the 500. And inside the 500, this is for the security engineer associate. So whenever you are looking to transform your career, looking like you are working on the on-premises infrastructure and you want to switch towards the cloud. So this is the best combination, right? So you are in the right place. Here you can see we have started with basics, and along with basics, we are doing some sort of specialization. So how it helps to you, right? Exactly why we are doing all these things. So whenever you see any type of opening, either it is related to the network or cloud or security. So whatever opening you are seeing, like if you are a software engineer, you are a front-end developer, back-end developer, whatever you are doing. So nowadays you can see one thing, they are demanding for the cloud technologies. And everywhere, the networking is must. So either you are doing any role. So networking plays an essential role into it. So networking and security. When you do all things together, so whenever you get any opportunity, so you can definitely crack it. Because these are the core technology the recruiters are demanding for, right? So then we will cover the security part. In security part, we will start with our identity services, how you can protect your inter ID. And here we also know about the hybrid compatibilities, like how you can hybridly manage your identity, either it is on-premises identities or cloud-based identities. Then we will learn about the security posture, security positions of our network infrastructure, how you can protect your network infrastructure. So we will understand about different type of frameworks, patterns, and all these things. And then after that, we will cover our third module, that is about how we can secure our compute services, storage services, and databases. Then after that, we will move towards the main tools, that is our Microsoft Defender and Central. So here, these are the most demanding whenever you are seeing any role related to the security. So definitely you will find these keywords. So main first thing that you find, that is about identity services, that is Intra ID. Second thing, your Microsoft Defender and Sentinel. So these are must required technologies for every security role based on the cloud, right? So whenever you will see any profile of your Azure administrator, Azure security administrator, so you can find these services in the job descriptions. So if you are preparing for these certifications, so you are preparing yourself according to the industry standards. So we are preparing yourself according to the industry standards and industry demands. So that we have discussed about basic about our certification. And this portal, we have also deployed some virtual machine into it. So we have created one virtual machine. We have to how we can create the virtual machine, how easy it is. So within the few clicks, within the few minutes, we can deploy the virtual machine. So that is about some little bit part of our yesterday, right? So that is a small recap. And after that, we have discussed about next thing, some basic, right? So we have just discussed actually what is cloud, like what is cloud computing. So we have discussed that it is an on-demand delivery of resources, just like a computer resource, storage, networking, identity, services over a managed infrastructure. And you can access it via API, portal, CLI, like, so you can access these services with the different ways. And these services work on the pay as you consume model. So just we have taken a review, just a basic about that. Now, after that, today we will continue with our proper detailed discussion with our cloud computing. So any doubt up to this, those who have joined newly?
I have one query
Yeah.
regarding the security contents. So I heard recently the Microsoft has added the new things in the Azure security certification, like AI things, which names SC500. So are we going to cover this also? SC500 certification was the relevant to the AI with security.
Yeah, we have, when we are talking about the security, so we have multiple options for the security, right? So you have the SC300, SC500, as well as AZ500. So we have these multiple certification. And when you compare these multiple certifications, so you can find the syllabus is just almost similar. Just there are some few differences between these syllabus. So whenever you compare now, so we'll find that if you are starting your career and you want to progress in your career, so most preferred certification that is preferred everywhere, that is AZ500. So that's why we have picked our AZ500. And inside that AZ500, we will cover in the entire syllabus of 500. And
Mm,
along with this, if you want some small things related to that certification also, like some
mm,
things you want
mm.
to understand, so I will also cover that, no issue.
Yeah, because AZ500 going to expire, I think, in August something. So
Yeah.
I would need help on that also. Okay,
Yes, Maruti.
thanks.
Yes, Maruti. I want to tell you something that it will going to expire on 31st of August 2026 only,
Yeah,
but the content will be same. They are going to rename this maybe most probably SC500 only, and they are going to add few topics only. The content will be same AZ500, but they are going to add one or two, more topics in the same content only. So we are going to cover that one also. No problem in that.
okay, thanks. We can continue.
Yeah.
Welcome.
So in chat, I'm finding that English is asking about this is for fresher or experience. So no matter you are a fresher or a experience, you can do it and you can accelerate yourself. So if you are a fresher, so it is a good starting point, because along with AZ-104, we are also covering the AZ-900. That is the about all about the fundamentals, right? So for the fresher and for the experience purpose, so everything is covered here. So basic to advanced we will move. So yes, it is for the fresher, and yes, it is for the experienced person. Yes,
Sir,
Bharat?
yeah, Bharat and someone also have some query. Yeah, Bharat, you can ask your query.
Yeah, this is Bharat here. So, just want to understand, like, are we going to have labs which exactly illustrates the integration of these services, like not just creating, so like also like how it works when it is integrated all together.
Yes, we will see how we can integrate the services and how actually they are working. So just we will
Mm-hmm.
start with very basic, and along with the basics, we will cover all the advanced point, why we are actually doing this thing. What is the actual requirement of doing such thing? So that we also cover. So this will
Okay.
things will be done with the hands-on also. So once I will show
Mm-hmm.
you the demonstration, after the demonstration, I will give you the scenario. I will give you time to practice this thing and deploy these things. And parallelly, I will check all the things. You are properly doing the things. If you are stuck in somewhere, so I will help you to resolve your query.
Okay.
Okay.
So just want to understand, like, we are going to have a lab setup which is like production ready in terms of security and networking, right? So I
Yeah,
just
we
don't
will
want to like
simulate
have
all the
like dev
labs.
environment kind of setup wherein
Yeah.
anybody can access anything. That sort of uh, lab won't help is what I'm asking.
Yeah, for the labs, our use our directly Azure portal. Inside our portal, we will simulate the production environment, try to simulate the services. Right.
Okay.
So we will simulate
Okay.
all the things we have worked and all the things we will create different our enter ID users. And we can also try to log in with them. We will perform multiple types of thing. You can see how the actually RBACs are working, how they are assigning the roles, what is the
Great.
difference. So with the practical aspects, we will cover all the things.
Great.
Right. So
Great.
no
Yeah.
issue.
Got
Yeah.
it.
Hello.
Yeah, we are covering more than that.
Okay. Sir,
Teja,
good evening.
good evening.
Sir, and in the part of the lab environment, everything we are working in only in Azure portal. I'm right.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So you'll be creating a personalized login. From there, you will be creating an virtual machines and networking. Everything, resource group. Everything we are working only in the portal. I'm right.
Yes, yes.
Okay. 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 Okay, sir. Okay.
So because all the services are Azure can be managed by the Azure portal,
Azure
right?
portal. Okay. Okay.
So
Okay.
thus Azure portal is sufficient. And
Okay.
along with this Azure portal, we will also work with the different options, how we can control our services with the different options. Like we have also integrated the PowerShell, CLI. So from
Okay.
these services also covered inside this.
Okay. See, suppose it is, you say it is a combined course of AZ 104 and AZ 900. When we after completing this course, if we take the certification, we have to take it separately. I'm right. AZ 900 and AZ 104.
Yeah,
Um,
you have to give
take
examination separately.
separately. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
We will cover one by one every syllabus. And
Okay.
after covering that, you have to give examination for that certification that you want.
Okay, separately. Okay,
Yeah.
okay, okay. See, AZ 900 is the fundamentals of Azure, like cloud computing, how it works, storage, everything, how it is. Thing. And AZ 104 is more related to networking, storage, and managing virtual machines, backup. Everything will come under AZ 104. I'm right, sir?
Yes, when you see about the fundamentals 900, so it just have the theoretical aspects,
Okay,
right?
okay,
When you are covering the practical, so
okay.
actually practicals are inside 104.
104. Okay, okay,
Yeah.
okay, 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 sir. Thanks. Thank you.
Yeah, Sejam?
Sir, good evening. I just want to ask, am I audible, sir?
Yes, yes, you are audible.
Yeah, yeah. Just I want to confirm, sir, whether in this course we are covering only the deployment of this instance or droplet or more than that. Means my concern is only about the creating an instance or creating a machine or something over the instance.
Actually, we are not just deploying the things, we have creating the proper working of the things, like exactly how the production is going to work, like the production simulation we will work on it. We are just not creating the things, we are not doing the separately. Like if you have created the virtual machine, inside the virtual machines how you can integrate other things, like there are some associate things that are working with your virtual machines. There are some your routes, different type of routes you have, different type of subnets you have, all the things like in network security like NSG. So everything will be taken care by ourselves. So we will see about the connectivity, about the integration of all the things together. So at last, we have also some projects also in this course. So not only the course content, but the course content, the official syllabus, we have added some projects and interview preparations also. So that will help you. That will be an extra edge point for you. Yes, sir.
Uh,
Yeah.
One question. So, uh, are we going to deploy any application to any of compute services in this lab? If
Yeah.
so, which language we are going to use?
Whenever you are focusing on this certification, you do not need to so much focus on the particular language. So what we will do for deploying some application, we will just go on the Google, and from there we will download the free templates that are available on the internet, and we will just simply deploy that.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. So no need to learn about the coding languages, not HTML, CSS, and all. Right. So you can just freely focus on the cloud services, because nowadays, if you will see, some basic codes are already deployed by your AI, right? So AI is doing the basic coding for you. So just we will take the help of AI. We will use the AI in this course also, right? So AI is very helpful nowadays. So whenever we are doing something, we are learning something, you can take help of your AI. You can use your Chat GPT, Gemini, whatever it, right? So it will help us. So like that, we are want to automate the things, like when you cover about the DevOps, whenever you want to write some scripts for the automations. So at that time also you will use the AI for some basic scripts. Just with the help of your knowledge, you're required to fine and tune the things. And the rest easier, the junior task will be done by your AI. So yeah, we will also cover some advantages of AI, and we will use our AI also in this course. So any other query from anyone?
So what about the global certification?
Yeah, for the global certification, there are a full preparation, right? So we are going to cover all the syllabus, all the content of your global certification. And after the completion of certification, we will have the mock interviews, mock preparations, and within the course, like after a few classes, I will take some mock. So you will prepare for that mock and give answers to me. That will help you to prepare yourself. And the main thing, I will give you the homeworks, right? So whatever I am explaining to you, I am telling to you, I will tell you, please refer the official documentations. So I will provide you the official documentations as an homework, and I will give you task to read the all official documentation. Because whenever you are preparing for the global certification, the exact examination. So if you will see from the exam, so most of the questions are asked from that official resources. So we will also going to cover the official resources along with the PDFs that I have. So we will cover these PDFs. I have multiple PDFs for that. And along with this PDF, we will also prefer the official resources. So both will be covered. And this is the certification oriented and job oriented program. So along with the certification, you are preparing yourself for jobs also. And we are not limited to that particular thing. If you have any person, if you want any type of mentorship, so we are here to help you. So whatever you are planning, so whatever your aim is, so we are help you. So either you are looking for the job preparations, so we have the mock interviews and everything. And whenever you're preparing for the certification, so we will guide you how you can appear for the certification, what are the steps, how you want to prepare yourself. So everything we will cover, right? Yeah. And one question is, how long does it course take, right? How does time it will take? So approximately when you talk about the course, the entire certifications, so it will take 60 hour minimumly. So it is just a minimum idea. Okay. So we'll take the 60 hours for this courses, because we are covering all the things in the detail. Like if you will see the official resources, so duration is very less. So just a minute, for example, if I will show here, when you go towards the AZ-700 and moving one step back, so here you can see the model duration is just 6 to 7 hours. But we required some more hours than that. Okay. So we are going to cover it with the proper hands-on, proper projects, lab scenarios, mock interviews. So everything is included. So that's why, according to the official time, we take some more time. And just we are not bounded with the fixed duration, right? So that depends on the flow of the class. If you need more time, so yeah, definitely we will give you the more attention, So more preparation is required. So we will prepare for that. So there is no issue of time. No, coding is not compulsory here. So whenever you're talking about this technology, like in the yesterday's class, what I have done, I have just deployed a virtual machine, right? So in that virtual machine, I have used any type of coding. So, right? No, so coding is not required here. We just have the short of some sort of commands that we will understand if once when you get the commands. That's all. So you do not require any type of coding in this. You just need to understand about the services and the deployment and the integration of these services. All right. So coding is not compulsory for this. If you are just a fresher and you are thinking, no, I'm not good in the coding, I do not want to go in the coding fields, right? So that time you can prefer happily the cloud technologies. So that is the best option for you. So you can proceed to clouds and DevOps. Yeah, you will also get the copy of your syllabus. So I am sharing just a minute. I will share the official resources, right? So just a minute. So here you can see this is for our first certification, so that I will share. So in this link, so we will get all the study resource related to that certification. So first I have shared, let me share the second one. And now third one. So I have shared the official links into the chat box. So from chat box, you can check it out. And these are the official documentations and syllabus from Microsoft, right? And we are covering this. And along with this, I have some PDFs. So during the course, whenever we are proceeding further, right? So after completing that topic, I will send that PDF inside the chat box, or you will also get this PDF inside your LMS portal also. So in the LMS with the videos, you will get the attachment, and from that attachment, you can download these PDFs. So we are just discussing about the basic things. You have not missed any topic, right? If you have joined now, so no issue. Just we have not started properly. So it is just like an introduction. We are discussing about all the general things we are talking generally, right? So any query, any type of issue more? So we are very happy when someone asks question to us, right? Any placement opportunity? Yeah, there are a
Yeah,
lot
hi
of
Praveen.
placement opportunities. So when you talk
Hello.
about the placement, yeah, hello.
Are we using your Docker and Kubernetes in Azure Admin? Is there any role on that?
No. And this part that is not covered. If you want some
Okay.
small deployments, I will show you, demonstrate you. Otherwise, not, it is properly not covered in this course, right? So
Okay
because it
then.
is focusing on the administrator role. If you want to proceed with that, so you can go for the DevOps certification. So in that will cover in the more detail.
Okay.
Yeah, Ravi, because that is the part of DevOps only, not the Azure administrator.
Yeah. That I got a confusion about that. That's why I asked. Yeah. So now I got it.
Okay, that's great. Baswaraj, sir, can you share about the placement opportunities, how students can get chance to about placement?
Yes, sure. So, guys, you will be getting the job placement assistance from our end. That will be, complimentary thing from our end. You will be getting the community link where you can, get the details of the openings, and you can directly apply from there, and you can crack the interview from your end only, because we can help you with the mock interviews only.
Yeah, I think now all doubts are clear to everyone, right? And I'm saying someone asked me about my LinkedIn profile. So
Madhusudan,
that
right
is
now,
not
sir is
possible.
a working professional. So, sir, you can answer.
No, currently I can't share my LinkedIn profile directly to you. But during the course, I will give you some little bit details about myself. By the course, you will learn about myself also.
Because Madhusudan sir is a working professional, so I hope you can understand. If he is
Yes,
a
yes.
trainer or corporate trainer, we can definitely share the profile. But right now, he's a
Okay.
working professional.
Okay, okay.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
no
Abhishek.
issues.
Abhishek, you have the raise hand.
Yes, sir. Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, good evening.
Yeah, good evening. So, sir, you mentioned that we are doing. I just now joined the session. I saw that we were talking about AZ-104, which is the foundation, and AZ-700, like basically the architecture, and the hardest layer that we know is the AZ-500. So, just wanted to know after all these courses, what would be the job roles that we will be applying for? Is it like solution architect, or what will be the job role? Just wanted to know.
Yeah, that's a good question. Like when you have complete these certifications, so you have multiple opportunities, not only the single opportunity. We are preparing for the multiple roles. Like if you will see the demand of today's era, like everyone is looking for a dynamic person. Like whenever I am hiring for my organization, so I look a dynamic person who have knowledge about almost everything. I look like that. So we are preparing for an administrator, we are preparing for the network, we are preparing for the security. So we are focusing all the roles. So whenever you are thinking about the roles, so you can apply for the administrator role, system admin, cloud admin, Azure admin. So you can focus for the administrator roles as well as for our network. We have Azure network, right? So Azure network associate, you can prepare for it. Cloud network engineer. So for networking roles, you are eligible for administrator role, you are eligible, and you are also eligible for the security roles. So there are n number of roles for these profiles. If you will simply go on the naukri.com and search for the Azure security engineers, you can get more than 1,000 profiles are available and vacant, right? So when you complete all these stuff, so you become very dynamic person. And a dynamic person can easily get a job anywhere, right? You can survive in any type of environment because you have the knowledge about the networking, you have the knowledge about security, you have knowledge about administration. So whenever opportunity is coming, you can just simply head to that opportunity. No barrier is there for you. Like whenever you just done some certain things, like let's suppose we do not providing the combo, we have just provided you the AZ-104. So in that scenario, you will just prepare for the administrator role. But what we are offering to you, we are offering all these certifications. So when you cover all these certifications, you are eligible for n number of roles. Some popular roles are your Azure network engineer, Azure security engineer, Azure administrator. So these are some popular roles, and there are a number of related roles, right? So you can apply for them.
Got you, sir. Thank you. One more doubt, like if I talk about my, I just wanted to have a guidance from you. I am working as a network security engineer in Palo Alto Networks with I have experience of 2.5 years, and currently I'm working on Prisma Access product. So currently, like you can say, I'm working on cloud. So just wanted to know, like, what would be the better path? Was it Will it be like Azure? Network engineer or Azure cloud engineer, like the roles you mentioned, right? What would be the perfect role for me, or what should I step into it?
Yeah, sure. So as you told, you're working as a network security engineer, right? So if you can think, like there is one thing that we are depending on, or there are a lot of things when we are setting up the infrastructure so that are required. So what is required? One thing or everything is important in their own place.
Basically, everything we need to deploy, right? It depends upon what we are doing in Azure, like the resources that we do and the resources group we do. It depends what are we deploying everything.
Yeah. So in an organization, there are multiple requirements. And whenever you're focusing on a individual job role, so that is not a good thing. Like if you are looking to switch your career, so I think your main aim should be your proper salary, right? So I am
Correct.
very salary specific purpose. So
Correct.
whenever you are looking towards the career switch, so what you look majorly, you look the salary graph. So how many percentage of hike you are getting. So in market, there are multiple opportunities. And if we are talking about the particular time, if some company organization is offering you higher salary, then the security engineer, like in the administrator role. So what you will do? You will choose that administrator role, right? So why? Because the salary matters the most. So if you
Mhm.
are prepared for everything, so if any opportunity comes that is giving you the better payout, so that you can prefer. So there is no foundation because you are a dynamic person, right? So whatever opportunity is paying you well, so you can just simply go for that opportunity. So there is no need to be specific with some technology. So that's why we are this dynamic combo, right?
Okay. And what about the labs, sir? In the Microsoft Azure, we will have our own labs. Is it like, are you gonna give some, basically this is the screen that we are seeing is your Azure portal,
Yeah.
the portal of Azure. So it will have some limitations to it. Like we need to, if I am going to create a lab, it will have me 6 months of, time limit something. So once we deploy, then we have to delete and we have to be precaution we have to be precaution of your charges that we are going to apply. So just wanted to know how this lab is. It like we need to create our own lab, or you gonna give us something like, just wanted to know.
Yeah, just I will explain to you. So
Okay.
here you can see this is my Azure portal, right?
Correct.
So here I will show you my labs on everything's in this portal. And after I will complete my lab, I will give you time for your hands-on. And during that hands-on, you will open your own portal, your account. In that account, you will practice all the things that I have told. And after practicing it, you will delete your resources. And whenever you are new user to Azure, so Azure will give you 200 USD credits for 1 month.
Correct.
And that is sufficient for all the labs, right? So you can
Okay.
happily perform all the labs inside that credit limit. And
Okay.
whenever that credit limit will goes expire, after that, so sir, what about that? So when the free limit was expired, you can just use the services with your pay as you go account, and you will hardly charge. Maximally, you will go to 500, not more than that, for all the labs. Because we are just creating it for a learning purpose. We'll learn all the things, understand the concept, and after understanding, we will just terminate the resource. So we are just creating the simulation of your enterprises, right? So for the simulation, we can use the low configuration machines because we do not have that much workload in our servers.
Got
So
you,
we will
sir.
use the less configuration machine, so it will not charge you a lot.
Yeah, got you. So I already have, prepared some of the labs and I've wrote some blogs. So just wanted to know, like, yeah, I have already have a pay-as-you-go model, as you mentioned. I have that, and yeah, it will be minimum 500 or more than. It's okay. It's fine. We when we are creating a labs. I got it, sir. Thank you so much for your guidance.
So what's next? Yeah, guys, if you are stuck in the same company, so that's indicating that you are lacking somewhere in your skills, right? So for that, for filling that gap, we are here, right? So we have the expert team, we have the working professionals to guide you. So and whenever point you are stuck in, so we'll just simply help you out. So how you can deal with the things, how you can crack with the interviews, how you have to answer the questions, how you have to explain yourself. So everything will going to cover here. So if you are tense about your current position, your current company, so don't worry. After completing this role, we have our like placement support. So from the community, you will get different type of opportunities. So from there, you can apply for n number of opportunities because you are prepared for n number of roles. So that will be extra edge for you. So I think, hope so. All the doubts are clear, right? Is there is any doubt that is remaining from anyone?
See, what is the duration of the course? Probably how many weeks it will go?
How many weeks? I can share you about the hours. Like
Okay,
minimally, it will cover the 60 hours
60 hours. Okay.
minimum.
So,
Okay. So according to our batch flow, it can be increased.
20, 30.
So I
It will be
just suggested the
okay.
minimum time
Probably it
because
will go for 6 weeks.
yeah. So in some batch, there are some working professionals over 10 years of experience. So they will get the things easily. Okay.
Okay.
And whenever sometimes we have some freshers and some 5 years, 3 years experienced person. So according to our batch, we will decide the flow because we are for each and everyone, right?
Yes, yes, yes.
So that's
Okay, sir.
so no issue about the timings. If you are thinking that the duration will increase, so you will get charged more. So that is not like that.
Okay.
So basically, classes are start our timings from 9 to 10, right? So if someone confused about timing, so timing is 9 to 10. Yeah, you can share it. No issue, Rajan. So if you are working for the similar job for many years, and after completing this course, yes, you can show the fake experience also. But this is a your own risk, okay? Just I will make you confident that you can express that much of knowledge to your interview. So no issue, you can also show it. So that's unethical, but you can do it. So price of course. Which course you are asking about the certification? Or if you are asking about the course price, so you can contact with the management team, they will help you. And when you are talking about the certification, so here you can see certifications have dynamic prices. So currently in previous sessions, we have checked that it is approximately 5,000, right?
Okay.
So from the official link, you can also check out the pricing. So you can switch it according to India and you can check the prices out, right? So I
Okay.
have already shared the links. From that links, you can get all the information about that. Yeah, that's great. So let's discuss some technical things. Yes, Abhishek.
So one last doubt. I'm sorry if I'm asking a lot of
No, no.
questions. So just correct me if I'm wrong. Like we are going we are following this Microsoft certificate, the official documentation, the three document that you mentioned. So we are gonna follow everything that has the syllabus in it, and after that you're gonna provide us the PDF, and after that PDF we will have some hands-on on that. We will practice that, and then we're gonna apply it to our labs, and then we as a practice, and then we are good to give the certifications, right? Is the my understanding correct?
So just let me just a little bit more describe it. So
Okay.
what actually we are doing. So first we will take first module, right? Let's suppose this is an identity module. So first we will understand all the things into the layman terms in very easy language. Okay. So first we will understand all the things with the help of PDF. So in the PDFs, we will see the PDFs and read the PDFs. So in the PDFs, we have used this normal terms that is very beginner friendly. After completing that PDF, I will use that PDF first. And with the help of PDF, I will explain the things. And along with the PDF, I will use my own diagrams and the scenario I will show you on my portal and everything I will show. After that, I will give you time for the hands-on. You will prepare the hands-on at the time and prepare for that lab about that topic. And after that, when the class will get end, I will tell you about the specific module that you have to study from that official resource. So you just have to study that resource as an homework. And after when you come on the next class, so first 5 to 10 minutes, I will ask you about that topic that you have understood, what you have done. So what are you about your progress? I will ask about that things. We will clear your all the doubts. Then we will proceed for the new topic. And after 1 week, 5 days, 6 days, like that, we have some tests, we have some mock interviews, some preparations. Like these things will be going to take place.
Okay, sir. Got it. That's great. Thank you.
Welcome. So your doubts are always welcome. So you are free to ask anytime. So n number of doubts I can resolve. I am very happy person when you are someone asking doubts to me. So just a minute. Let's now discuss about little bit technical terms. Like just we have little bit understand about how actually we are accessing the cloud services, right? So how this service provider are providing us that service to us. So that's a little bit a question in my mind. So for that, we need to understand about the virtualization, right? So actually, with the help of virtualization, all the things are taking place. So our all the cloud providers are creating their own data centers, and inside that data center, they are setting up all the infrastructure for us, right? And just we are utilizing that infrastructure with the help of their portal, and we are paying some charges for that services, right? So how actually the cloud providers are managing all the things, how they are giving you the different type of virtual machine, how you are getting the access. So for that, we have our virtualization technology. So the virtualization technology is the base, right? This is the base of your cloud computing. So for that, just it is a small introduction resource about the virtual machine, right? So as we know, whenever we want to test something, we have to test some application, we have to test some software. So at that time, during the testing, we can use our own machine, or either we can use some simulation, right? So if I want to test different type of operating system, I have developed an operating system, right? That is, let's suppose, a new operating system. And in that new operating system, I want to test how it is booting, how it is behaving, it is working properly or not. So for that purpose, I can use the virtual machine. Instead of doing all the things in my practically in the computer, what I can do, I can just simply create a virtual resource. With the help of that virtual resource, I can deploy my services, applications, and program into that virtual resource and do the practice. Like, so it is just a simulation of your big physical machine. So instead of running all the things on the physical machine, you can just create a small simulation of it. So whenever you are talking about the virtualization technology, so here we have our hypervisor that is used to split the hardware, right? So let's suppose if you have one server, and let me take a diagram. So just a minute. So here we are. So let's take a box that is our server, right? So this is our server, and inside that server, we have some operating system, we have some services. Like we are in organization and it is just a startup. Our budget is low, and we want to deploy a different sort of applications. And some applications are only compatible with the Linux environment. So assuming that in the base machine, we are using our Windows Server 2022, right? And now we have some requirement that we have some application that can be only deployed on the Linux machine. So for that, we are the engineer. We're required to save the cost, right? So the major responsibility of engineer is also one thing, that is the cost optimization. So when you come on the senior roles, so your main objective is to optimize the cost without compromising with the services, right? So at that time, instead of purchasing a new server, what you can do, if the server have a good configuration, you can logically divide this. So what we can do, we can create a logical separation into this server. We have created the another isolated environment inside that server. That will be a version separation. And here you can use your Linux environment, right? So here you can use your Linux operating system and deploy your applications. So how we are splitting this hardware? What splitting this hardware? We have our hypervisors. So actually the hypervisor are responsible for creating these things, right? So we have our hypervisor that helps you to split your hardware. So what? We have the hypervisor technology that is responsible for creating these virtual machines, virtual software. So all these things are created with the help of your hypervisor technology. So inside the data centers, the cloud providers are actually working on the hypervisor technology. So we have also some hypervisors that we are using, and the data centers, the cloud providers have there's some own hypervisor that they are using, right? So we have different type of hypervisors. So here you can see we have type 1 and type 2 hypervisors. So here I have mentioned hypervisor is responsible for creating your virtual machine, splitting your hardware, giving you the virtual separation isolated environment. For that purpose, your hypervisor is required. So with the help of that software, with the help of your hypervisor, you can split your hardware. And we have two types of hardware. So first we will understand with the diagram, with the easy terms, then we will read out the theory part, right? So first, when I am talking about whenever I want to split my hardware, right? So taking one example, starting with the type 2, here we have the hardware. Let's suppose I have my own system. Like, so for example, I am taking my system. I have a laptop like present with me. So in this laptop, there is some hardware configurations, right? So if I want to check the hardware configuration, I want to know about my hardware. So how I can check? I want to know about my hardware and my operating system. So I can just simply write msinfo32, the shortcut command, and run prompt. And from there, I will get my system information. So from your system information, you can see I'm using a laptop. This is by the Lenovo brand, right? And it have a i3 processor, 11 Gen i3. It has some sort of RAM. So it is about my physical hardware. So this is my hardware. And inside that hardware, I'm working on the operating system, that is Windows 10 Pro, right? So here we have the hardware. For the hardware, I have 8 GB of RAM, 512 GB of storage. I have i3 processor. So this is my hardware. On the top of that hardware, I'm working with the operating system, because whenever you're talking about the computer hardware, so they only understand the binary language, right? So if I want to send some instructions to my hardware, so I directly can't send the instruction to my hardware. So I will take the help of my operating system. Like the real world example, if you'll take, so we have two persons, right? A person one and person two. They both are belonging from the different regions. They both know the different languages. So let's suppose the first person only knows the English language. So just this is coming from the US, right? It's only know the English. And the second person is from India. It's only know the Hindi language. So whenever these two different people wants to communicate with together, so they can communicate or not without knowing their each other's language. Yes or no?
Type 1 is in VMware. I'm right?
No. I'm just simply asking if we
Okay.
have two persons and
Okay.
they are belonging from the different regions, they have the different languages. One person only knows the Hindi language and one is only knowing the English language. Can they
Okay.
are able to communicate with each other?
No.
No. The simple question answer is no. Why? Because they are not knowing the language of each other. So how they can communicate, right? So like that, in the similar way, whenever we want to communicate with our hardware, so we do not know the language of hardware. We do not know about the binary.
Okay.
We can't give instructions in the binary language.
Okay.
So in the real life scenario, what we need? We need a translator
Translator.
who know both the languages.
Okay.
So they can forward their message.
Okay.
They can act as an intermediary, right?
Okay.
So like that, whenever we want to operate our hardware, we have our operating system. So
Okay.
what actually you know about the operating system, the type of system software that is work as an intermediary between
Interacting with the
user and
hardware and
computer
software.
hardware, right?
Yes.
So yeah, we have the operating system. So currently I'm using this operating system that is Windows 10, right? And inside that operating system, I have some applications like I'm showing it in the Edge browser. If you have different type of applications, Zoom meeting, right? Brave browser, Chrome browser, File
Office
Explorer.
applications.
So different type of application there. So on the my operating system, host operating system, there are some application. And whenever I want to create the virtual machine, so at that time, I will also install one more application that is our hypervisor application.
Yes.
So with the help of hypervisor, I can create a virtual machine. I can simulate a mini computer inside my computer. So for the when you're talking about the type 2 hypervisor, we have our VMware Workstation Pro, we have Oracle VirtualBox, we have Parallel Desktop. So
Hyper-V.
these are some hypervisors.
Hyper-V is
Hyper
one. Hyper-V also.
Hyper-V is a type 1 hypervisor.
Type 1, eh?
Yes.
Hyper-V. Hyper-V.
Yes, Hyper-V.
Okay, it's a type 1. Okay,
It's
okay,
type 1.
okay. See, it's
So for
working on the top of the OS. I'm right? Hyper-V.
yeah, actually it is working on the top of the OS when you are doing the installation. You are installing it on the top of the hardware in the
Okay,
operating system.
okay,
Once it will get installed, after
okay,
getting installed, it will
okay.
take the control directly to the hardware.
Hardware. Okay,
So
okay, okay.
that's why it is comes under the type 1
Type 1.
category.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. See, for type 1 example is a VMware Pro Max or comes in the type 1
No,
thing.
no, not Pro Max.
Um,
Uh, just all things are written also. So just I will take you the reference from there. So whenever you're talking about the examples of type 2 hypervisor, we have the VMware Workstation, VMware Workstation Pro, VMware Player. Like these we can use.
we
We
can
have
use
Oracle VirtualBox.
VMware EXE.
We
Okay,
have Parallel Desktop, right?
okay.
And when we are talking about the type 1, so we have the VMware ESXi, we
EXE.
have
Hyper Microsoft
Citrix,
Citrix.
Proxmox, Hyper-V. So these are example of type 1 hypervisor.
Type 1. Okay, okay.
Yeah.
So that directly sits on the physical hardware.
Yeah. So that's directly contract with the hardware, deal with the hardware.
Hardware. Okay, okay.
So here in the first scenario, what along with the OS, with the along other applications, we will install the hypervisor software. So if I want to use the type 2 hypervisor, what I will just simply do, I will go in my browser. This is browser, right? I will open a new tab over here and search for any type 2 hypervisor. Let's suppose VirtualBox. So VirtualBox. So I will just go to the simply on the website, and from there I will download that. And after installing, I can create our virtual machine inside that hypervisor software. So here in example also, here you can in diagram you can see you are creating your virtual machine inside that hypervisor. So all the virtual machine will take place inside the hypervisor, right? So this is about the type 2. Next we have our type 1 hypervisors. So when we are talking about the type 1 hypervisor, so that is actually used in the data centers. So like your cloud providers are providing those services. So they are in their data centers. They are using the type 1 hypervisors. So that is used for the enterprise levels. So whenever you are creating the scenarios for the enterprises, at the time of enterprise applications, you will use the type 1 hypervisors. So what is the difference, right? So in type 1, we have our hardware. So we have our server chassis, our server machine. Inside the server machine, rather than installing any other host operating system, you will directly install your hypervisor. Now, with the help of hypervisor, you are able to create their virtual machines. So that is the big difference. So here we have to use the host operating system, but there is no requirement of host operating system. Why? Because if we are having using some host operating system, so that will also optimize some resources. If you will freshly start your computer, and you will see the utilization while opening a task manager, like you can see the performance. So here we will find some of your performance is taking place, some resources are occupied by your operating system by default, right? So when we are talking about some operating system, so it is occupying some resources. So if our main motive is to create the virtual machines, we have to create the virtual simulations. So why reserve our resources for that host operating system? So that's why in organizations and enterprises, we prefer our type 1 hypervisors. Now, so these diagrams are clear to everyone. You can just say yes, or either you can react with the thumbs up button.
Yes.
Yes, good. So now just read it once. So you will get all the picture clear. Just read this one. Okay. So Abhishek asked me a simple question. So, sir, what is the actual purpose of virtualization? So, why we are doing this such things? So, for saving our cost, if I will say you the main objective, that is cost saving. So, the major thing that is the cost saving. Why? Because here in this example, instead of buying multiple servers, right, what we can do, we have just deployed one server. Inside that one server, we have deployed multiple applications,
Multiple servers.
right? So we are saving the cost. That is the most biggest example and advantage of your virtualization, right? And with the virtualization, you will give separate isolated environment. So it will provide you the proper isolation of the resources. So here you can see in this PDF, so just does it start? So here you can see they have the multiple virtual machines, and these virtual machines have their own separate environment. They are not interacting with your host and even each other. So they have their own isolated environment with them. So for giving us the isolation, for deploying multiple services, and for the better management, like your goal is to deploy a storage server. For storage server, you need a separate machine, right? And we want to deploy the application server. So you need a proper machine for that. So rather than using the separate machines, you can just manage all the machines while sitting in the one machine. Just you can manage entire resources with the help of a centralized server. So it will give you the centralized arrangement. And whenever you are using the type 1 hypervisors, right? So it will give you the high availability options. It will supports the clustering. So you can use multiple servers and you can together combine a cluster. And with the help of cluster, you can manage your virtual machines. So whenever you're talking about Proxmox, Citrix, XXI, so all these have these functionalities. So with the help of these functionalities, you can easily do the things. So that is the main purpose of using your virtualization, right? And for using the virtualization, the hypervisor technology is must, because with the help of hypervisor, we are doing the things, right?
Okay. So one more thing, like when we are moving, like when we move infrastructure to the Azure, is it like the virtualization is like shifting the businesses from, we have a term capex and the opex, buying hardware upfront model to an opex, from capex to opex? Is it like that?
Yeah, like whenever you are shifting from on-premises to cloud, so it is depends, which type of shift you are taking. Like if you are shifting your entire on-premises infrastructure to the cloud, or you are partially shifting, you are using the hybrid. You are using your existing old servers, and along with that, you are started using some services of your cloud. So there are two options, right? And whenever you are proceeding with any option, so you will just use the integration services. So you can just, like if you want, your requirement is to use the identity service. So you will just integrate your services with the Enter ID with the interconnect tool, right? Whenever you want to deploy some applications, so you can use the app services as our functions you can use. There are different type of services that you can use. So same infrastructure you can move with your cloud with the help of compatibility integration tools. So we have Azure Arc, Azure AD Connect, like different type of tools we have. With the help of that different tools, you can easily integrate the environments.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. Next, what about the cost of this feature? Which feature? Naeem Khan, please, can you describe a question a little bit more? VMware. It depends on you if which you are using. So from the VMware, you have the Workstation Pro that is for the Type 2, and you have ESXi that is for type 1. So which solution you are using, it depends on that solution. And we have also the open source one. Like for the open source, you can use the Proxmox for type 1, that is mostly used as an open source solution. And when you talk about the type 2, we have our Oracle VirtualBox that you can use, that are free to use softwares. So you can just simply use them. And whenever you're looking towards the cost, so you can just go to the .com website, and from there you can see the different type of licenses are available for different type of services. So from there you can analyze about the charges, right? So we have the free tools as well as the paid tools for our hypervisors. And for VMware itself, we have the multiple products from the VMware, and according to that product, there are different type of licensing. Okay. So hope so everything is clear up to this.
Yes, okay.
Okay, that's good. So let's wind up the session for today from here, and from the next session we will continue.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
So hello everyone, good evening.
Hey, good evening.
So let's start with our main agenda. Like yesterday we have discussing about some virtualization. So let's taking a small recap. So yesterday we have talked about the virtualization. Can anyone explain me about the virtualization and what are the types and what is hypervisor?
And there are two types, type 1 and type 2. So type 1 is basically virtualization on top of hardware, and type 2 is on top of the host.
Okay, that's good, Bharat. Thank you. So for that, that I have told, our flow will be, I will also provide you the official documentation as for the homework, right? So for that, just a minute, let me sharing one link to you, and you have to also go through that link, right? So this is from the official documentation from the Microsoft. So you can read it for more better overview. And that's in your chat box. So hope so anyone do not have any type of doubt regarding our previous things and previous sessions. And now I am discussing about our cloud technology. So properly today we are going to begin our course, right? So just a minute, let me share my screen. So yes. So as in previous classes, we have discussed about some things like how we are accessing that service. We have our Azure portal. With the help of that portal, we are accessing our all the services, right? So that is in GUI method. And we have seen that we have the different type of services like compute service, storage service, network service, identity service. So there are n number of services. So basically there are multiple cloud providers, and the concept is same. What they are doing, they are setting up their data center. Inside the data center, they are using the type 1 hypervisor. With the help of that, they are providing you resources, virtual resources. So just with the help of cloud computing, we are accessing the virtual resources that are present physically inside the data centers. But we are accessing them with the help of API, portal, or any type of accessibility, right? And when talking about the payment structure, so it follows pay as you consume, or you can say pay as you go model. So how actually it works? So let's suppose, have you ever seen a gaming parlors where you will pay some small rent amount for them for hourly basis, right? So you will just pay some fees at my time, that is 5 rupees for hour, right? So whenever I tried, that is 5 rupees for hour, or even less than that. So they will just allow you for an hour or 2 hours for playing the games, right? So we'll just simply go to that gaming palace, and where you will play games and enjoy the applications, PS and everything, right? And just you will pay for the hours. You are not purchasing the hardware, so do not incur any type of capital expenditure. So like that, in cloud also, you are not putting any type of capital expenditure. You are just using the services. So for the services, they will just charge you. So they are charging you for the hours, but they will also charge for the according to the minute. If you have used the service for 1 minute, so you are just charged for the 1 minute, right? So there are key technical points like resources are virtualized. As we have discussed, they are setting up the virtual environment, their data centers, and with the help of virtualization technology, they are providing you that virtualized resource. So when you talk about specifically Azure, so Azure is using Hyper-V. That is your one of the type 1 hypervisor, right? And everything is provisioned using software-defined infrastructure. So that infrastructure you are getting, your infrastructure, whatever, either it is storage, your virtual machine, how you are getting. So these are based on the software-defined infrastructure. So basically, that is created with the help of your softwares because your hypervisor is the one of the software or application, right? Access control using identity and access management, like how we can manage all the things. So for management, our identity and access, we have our IAM roles, and here we have the intra ID for managing this thing. Yes, Bharat?
Yeah, so just wanted clarification on the previous point, software-defined infrastructure. Does that mean infrastructure as code, IAC tools, or
No,
any language that we can use to provision? That
just
means like,
with the software defined infrastructure, there are many. Just you are
yeah,
using the software for deploying that environment, right? For the infrastructure. So either it is a virtualization software or any type of software. So it is just in common term for referring that we are using the virtualization over there.
okay.
Yeah. And it is fully API driven. So with the help of API application program interface, you can performing all these activities. So for performing such activities, what is behind working? So that is your API. So the all the technologies API driven. So here you can use ARM, REST API, Cloud Shell, CLI. So there are multiple options that we will cover in detail, right? So this is about the basic about the cloud technology. And now discussing about the features. So why we are considering this technology, why we are taking this, right? So for that, you can find multiple features of your cloud computing, multiple benefits of using your cloud computing. So here I want to first talk about the scalability, right? So anyone, what do you understand by scalability?
Scaling resources, like based on the requirement, like increase or decrease the amount of resources used for any application.
Yes,
Scaling means based on the storage requirement.
based on the storage requirement. Okay, that's good. So what actually we are doing, scaling up and scaling down, right? So let's suppose taking an example. Currently, we have started a company, and that organization currently our user base is about 100 users or 500 users. So minimum requests per day are 100 and the maximum are 500. So according to that, we have decided and set up a infrastructure for that. So we are setting up the on-premises infrastructure. So where according to our future requirement, so we'll take approximately like current requirement is 500. So for that, according to the future, we will assume that maximally 100 through it will goes to 1000, right? So the 1000 requests will come per day. So according to that, we will purchase our
Can
hardware,
you able to hear,
plan the hardware. Yes,
sir, can you able to hear me, sir?
yes, yes.
Yes, sir. See, actually, scalability is like whenever the infrastructure goes, we can expand it. Whenever there is a decrease, we can scale it down. So that is scalability. Am I right?
Please repeat. Your audio is not properly clear. Please, can you repeat?
One minute, I'll come back to this.
Yeah.
See, scalability is whenever the infrastructure requirement is there, we can increase the number of systems whenever there is a decrease in the infrastructure requirements, we can come down to the cloud.
Yeah, that is scalability, right? You are right. We are just discussing that one. So just I'm explaining it with the help of example, like real world things. So we are
Okay.
able to relate that, right? So our previous requirement is just about the 500 request. So we have the 500 request, and now it is increased. Maybe it will increase more 500 as usual, right? So total we will face 1,000 requests per day. So for that, we will set up our infrastructure and purchase an any hardware and deploy our all the services, right? So that we will do in on-premise infrastructure. Let's suppose we are a e-commerce company. So e-commerce company. So we have launched a sale. Like nowadays, you can observe that there is goat sale and different type of sales available, like Amazon and Flipkart have their sales, right? So during the time of sales, what happening? The number of users are increasing suddenly. So let's suppose if you will talk about ourselves. So generally we are not using the e-commerce sites, not visiting there, right? But whenever there is sale, so for just taking a look, what are the items are available on the sale, we are just open that website and browse there, right? That we do. So like that, the traffic will suddenly get increased during the time of sales. But we have the limited servers if there is no scalability. So all the servers will get crashed, right? So this is the problem with the on-premises infrastructure. And now it is resolved with our cloud. So in the cloud, within the minutes, you can get your new infrastructure. And there is also option for auto upgradation. So like we have the virtual machine skill sets. According to the requirement, according to the set parameters, they will automatically handle the n number of requests. So that is scalability. So according to the demand, it can increase the number of instances or the capacity of increase instances, right? So let's suppose if I have one server, so that is my one server, just a minute. So here this box represent my one server and it have some configurations. For example, I am taking it have RAM that is 16 GB. It is just for example, not actual servers have that much less amount of RAM.
512
And
GB.
yeah, 512 GB of storage and some sort of CPU it have. CPU, let's suppose i3, we have i3 13th gen. Like, like this configurations we have in this machine. So what happens when the demand increase, the server will get down, right? In on-premises infrastructure. But in cloud, what we can do, according to our requirement for that particular time, we can scale up the resources. It's just like that. We have the spare parts available inside our on-premises infrastructure when we are planning to launch some sale. So we have added some additional SSD to there, right? So right there we have added one more SSD. So like where we have added 2 TB of SSD. And additionally we have increased the RAM. So we have added 32 GB of RAM. So like that we can perform. So what we are adding some additional resource to that individual server. So that is our vertical scaling, right? So here you can see one term, vertical. So whenever you're talking about the scalability, so you have vertical and horizontal scaling, right? So whenever you have the existing infrastructure and you are upgrading that existing server, means increasing VM size. VM size means its configuration, that is CPU, RAM, storage. If you are upgrading these things, so that is known as vertical scaling, right? So our all extra resources are now used. So now if we have added one more server over there, the big server with the big configurations. So that is known as your horizontal scaling. So here we can add a new instance, a new server. So whenever you are adding a new server, that is your horizontal scaling. So we have these two type of scaling. So according to requirement, we can increase or decrease the size of infrastructure of resources, right? So that is scaling. And inside the scaling, we have these two types. So whenever we are upgrading on the similar machine, not adding an additional machine, so that is vertical scaling. And whenever we are adding additional machine, that is horizontal scaling.
Also scaling.
Yeah. So any doubt in the scalability?
No, sir.
Okay. So for the quick reactions, you can just use the thumbs up button. That is also good option. So we have the reactions button in the meeting. So you can also react with that reaction button, or you can simply say yes or no. That's good. Yeah. So first we have covered about scalability. So this is the first feature. After that, we have the high availability. So like whenever we are setting up the infrastructure for any organization. So it is when talking about on-premises. So yeah, we have set up the one server, but that is not enough for the enterprises, for the organizations. We required the high availability. And for high availability, we required number of servers for making it for the physical failures. So there can be a many type of failures, right? So let's suppose in the our scalability scenario, our servers have a number of requests. So that's why it will goes down, it will hang up. All right. That can be a first case where we need a high availability. So for this type of scenario, we what we do, we purchase some multiple servers and make a cluster of them. So with the help of clustering, we are giving high availability. So for that, we require to purchase number of servers and maintain them. And we also require the physical security of them, the physical maintenance. Let's suppose there is any natural disaster in that area. So what happened? All the things will get down. There is power cut off. So there are a lot of problem while meaning the maintaining the availability. So for high availability, our cloud is doing a number of things, right? So what it is doing? So basically, it have their own different type of availability zone. So inside a region, as your region, you will get three availability zone, and the availability zone have their different number of data centers into it. And this about the availability zones, right? So we have availability zone in approx 100 miles. And along with this, inside a data centers, they are also maintaining the high availability. So they have their fault domains. Means this set up the separate racks. So the racks are known as a fault domains. And we have the update domains. And the systems are connected within the row. So whenever they are doing some type of upgradation, so what they do, they update their domain. So they use update domain and update the resources within the row. So that's provides you the high availability. So that we will explain further in detail. So here we have diagrams also. So with the help of that, we will understand about entire infrastructure. So these are some things like fault domains and update domains. So just fault domains, you can say the columns, your racks, and inside the racks, when you're talking about the update domain, so that is an individual row. So when you're talking about this row, like that, so it's called as update row. So like that, we have the things with the help of that things that are maintaining our high availability. So minimum downtime, that means, so it provides us a minimum downtime. For that, it have the different type of service level agreements. So they will guarantee you that your resource will highly available. So according to different type of service level agreements, they will offer you different type of availability. And next thing, elasticity. So automatic scaling based on the CPU memory and all the parameters that you have set it, right? So based on these parameters, they will scale up and scale down your infrastructure, your environment, right? So for example, just a minute, I am having a call, just a minute, guys. Yeah. So we are talking about the scalability. So let's suppose we have set up a server, and inside that server we have defined some policies. So I have the server that have some utilizations. So when you're talking about the utilizations, like whenever we are running some services, so our resources will get utilized, like our CPU, memory, storage. The utilization of resources will increase. So like currently when I am taking this meeting, so my system have some load. Due to that load, the resources optimization is increased. So if I will check my task manager over here, so here you can see my memory utilization is about 77, like 75%, approximately like that. So according to that resources utilization, I can set some parameters, and based on that parameters, my machine will automatically scale up. So here I can define that rule. Whenever the utilization of my memory goes up to 75%, so automatically increase the memory by 16 GB more. So like that, we can set up some policy. Based on that policy, your resource will be get automatically increased. And there isn't some small limit, means start limit and end limit. So within that limit, the utilization will increase, not beyond that limit. Why? Because let's suppose there are some attacker, uh, they are trying to DOS attack or DDoS attack. At that time, what they will do? So can someone tell me about DOS and DDoS? Any basic idea about that?
Denial of service attack.
Yeah, denial of service attack and distributed denial of service attack. So inside that attack, what attackers are doing, they are sending multiple requests to your server to get it down, right? So whenever someone tries to attack us, so whatever machine will behave, so it will just increase the resources, and it will, let's suppose it increase the resources from 50 GB to 1000 GB. So what happened? So we incurred the extra charge for that time. So for preventing us from that extra money, for extra charges, what we are doing, we are setting up the maximum limit. So we have the minimum limit and maximum limit for this policy. Whenever we are crossing that policy, we are creating that policy. So at that time, we will define that limit. So we have one feature, that is elasticity. So with the help of elasticity, based on our requirement, there are automatic scaling. So we can set up the parameters for different values. I've just taken the example of your memory. That's great. That's clear? Yeah. Yeah, Bharat?
Yeah, what's the actual difference between vertical scaling and elasticity? Because in both the cases, so we are increasing the resources or decreasing the resources based on the application requirement.
Yeah. So whenever you're talking about the elasticity, so it is automatic scaling based on your policy. And this is the manual thing. So here you are doing the things manually. And here, based on the policy, they are automatically doing that thing. So that is just a
Okay.
difference. Yeah.
LS is a software defined policies.
Yeah.
Elasticity is kind of a software defined policy.
Yeah. So you can define different type of policies. According to that software defined policies, it will like behave. Okay.
So we can't scale it automatically, is it? Automatically vertical scaling and horizontal scaling.
Yeah, whenever you're doing it manually, so it comes under the scalability, and you can say it is vertical and horizontal scaling. And we have, when you have set up some policies and you are just relaxing at your workspace, and that will automatically happening. So that is
Okay.
elasticity.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good. So here, what we have next, the fault tolerance means there may be some fault of hardware, right? Let's suppose your disk will get failed, your host will fail, your entire rack will fail due to some reasons, right? So there are some service shortage. So the fault tolerance provided by the cloud will help you to overcome these things. So whenever you are setting up your physical infrastructure. So you are required to maintain these things. So let's suppose when we are setting up the server, so in that server, we are not just setting up the one disk. So for redundancy, inside that server, we also set up the multiple disk, or either we can use NAS or SAN for the storages. So why we are doing this? We are doing this for the fault tolerance. Means unexpected fault will come. So how we can handle it? So for that, we have set up our multiple disk clusters inside the particular machine, or we will use SAN or NAS in our infrastructure. So that provides you the fault tolerance. So like that in on-premise infrastructure, you're required to set up that. But here, the cloud will take care of it. So for this type of failures, they are here and safeguard you. And next is disaster recovery. So let's suppose there is some natural disasters, like you have the flood, typhoon, whatever, like unexpected fire. So these are some natural disaster. So that can be happen in the on-premise infrastructure. And if we are a small organization, we have just one data center in our organization. So our all the data will get lost, right? So we have no option for the disaster recovery. Just we have the options that are present inside that data center. But inside the cloud, we have region level failures. Like if one region will get fail, so that is synchronized with another region, right? So we have the geographical replications. So all the things are replicating within the your regions within the availability centers. So everything is replicating. So cloud will prepare and backup copy for you. They have their backup vaults. So whatever you are using for that, they are maintaining the backups for you, even not in the same data center, along with the same data centers to the different regions, different availability zones. Right. So according to a service level agreement, they are preparing a proper disaster recovery for you. So these are some few features of your cloud company. Yes, Bharat?
So this disaster recovery feature is optional, right? So if we want, we can enable it.
Yeah, they are giving some sort of disaster recovery. Okay. But whenever you want to utilize all the features, the advanced feature of disaster recovery, at that time you have to enable choose the availability options. So there is an option for choosing it. So according to a requirement, you can choose it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. So what is the default disaster recovery they provide for any application deployed?
Yeah. Let's suppose you have deployed the virtual machine, and that virtual machine will deploy on the particular server, right? That is
Mhm.
here. So inside the data center, for your backup for disaster recovery, what they are doing, they are having this setup. They're setting a fault domain and update domain. And with the help of that, they are providing you the backup, right? So there is one technology that is working behind that will explain in further detail when it comes to it, right?
Okay.
So just you can just say by default we have the fault domains and update domains that are working by default, right? And whenever you want some availability like regional availability, so your application between the regions, so that you need to enable it. Yeah, Mohan Babu, do you want to ask something?
No, sir. I have some doubt with the update domain and fault domain. Like update domain is regarding the maintenance during the maintenance period. The other from other data center or application network. Am I right, sir?
Just within the few minutes that doubt will cover up. But for just small example, just
Okay.
whenever I'm talking about the fault domain, right? So I'm talking about a column. So
Okay.
whenever you prepare a table, there are rows and columns, right?
Okay.
So your columns are your fault domains, and that rows that are present, the servers within the row that are present, that is known as update domain. So
Update
when we
domain.
come at that point, I will explain how they are giving you redundancy, how they are working, right? I will explain the proper working of that. So I think the features are clear to everyone. So if anyone have any type of doubt, so please don't hesitate. You can openly ask. Either it is a silly question or whatever it is, you can just simply ask. So now moving towards the next thing, that is types of cloud, the deployment models what we have. So whenever you're talking about the cloud technologies, so we have types of our cloud. So we have our private cloud, public cloud, hybrid cloud. So these are some types of cloud. So based on their features, they are divided into these categories. They are divided into these deployment models. So let's discuss it one by one. So first we have our public cloud, private cloud, and hybrid clouds. And we have multi-clouds. So these are some common cloud model, cloud types. And from that, I would like to start with the private one, right? So first I am discussing about the private cloud. So whenever we are in organization, right? So for an organization, there may be a data before we are talking about the before cloud, right? So whenever we are setting up a data centers for our organization, like we have opened a organization that is contraso.com, right? And we are planning the data center for our organization itself, right? So that have the dedicated infrastructure. When this infrastructure is only used by me, right? So that is your private cloud. Whenever you are dedicatedly setting up the infrastructure for your organization, having the full control over the all infrastructure, and where you are using the virtualization as a base for the virtualization, you have the choice. Either you want to use the VMware ESXi, the Hyper-V, the Proxmox, whatever virtualization you want to use, you can happily use, right? So all the control you have just, right? So for this type of scenario, so we are known as private cloud, where all controls we have, all the things are setting up by ourselves. That is for dedicatedly used for the organization, for our organization, for let's suppose contraso.com. So that is your private cloud, right?
The infrastructure is not exposed to public, am I right? Private cloud.
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Yes, Bharat?
Yeah, private cloud is also nothing but data centers, the individual data centers
Yeah,
of
individual
the
data centers that you
organizations.
have set up. Yeah, correct.
Okay.
So basically, when you are using that service for yourself, that is your private cloud.
Okay. So
And
it is not
next,
like something Azure or AWS. They'll
yeah,
deploy some applications of their own services in data centers of organizations. So it is
yes,
entirely managed by the organization themselves. There is nothing, no relationship between. Uh,
Azure and AWS.
yeah.
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
So just you can take our organization where the security is mostly preferred, and they have the strict security rules. Like previously, I have worked with that organization, one organization, where they have their own data center. Why? Because due to the policies, right? So their policies are not allowing them to store their data inside the public cloud. So that's why they have set up their own cloud infrastructure. So where we have managed all the infrastructure by their self and storing the data of their customer, right? So that is your private cloud. When you are managing it from your individual use, for your individual organization is using for the data center, and that individual organization is responsible for all the maintenance of your data center. That is just a private cloud, right? And next we have our public cloud. So now Azure that we are using, that is our public cloud, right? So in public cloud, what we have, say our physical infrastructure. So whenever we are talking about the private cloud, so the infrastructure is dedicated for us. So whenever we required, we will use that resources. And whenever we are not required, we will not use that resource, right? So all resources is for ourselves. But whenever we are talking about the public cloud, so resources are shared. So between different organizations. So the different organizations are using the services from our public cloud. So that's why the shared physical infrastructure we have. So they have set up the data centers, means your cloud provider will set up the data center for you. So our AWS, Azure, GCP, Otto, IBM cloud. So these are the cloud service providers. The data center that is managed by your cloud service provider and giving us to public or organization for using. That is your public cloud, where you will get share physical infrastructure and you will also get the logical isolation. Means if you are using the shared infrastructure, that does not mean there is no isolation. There have a proper isolations like your virtual machine. Like whenever you are creating the virtual machine, that are totally separated, totally isolated with your physical machine, right? So like that, like your virtual machine, this environment that you are getting, that is logically isolated. So there is a logical isolation. Like here it is mentioned via tenant. So I will explain what is it when we cover the identity part. So you can just take a separate namespace you have that is giving you the proper isolation, representing your isolation space. And Azure uses multi-tenant architecture, right, for better security, better management. They give you the multi-tenant architecture, right? So you can create the multiple tenants, and within that tenants, you can maintain the multiple resources. So when we will cover about the scope of the services, at that time that thing will more clear to you.
One question. So you mentioned Azure Stack. So
Yeah.
Azure equivalent, is this part of public private cloud?
Whenever like we are setting up the your infrastructure, right? So that is dedicated for us. So like that in Azure also, they're offering a service that is reserved for you. You are the only owner. So that number of servers will be get reserved for you.
Okay, that is dedicated
Yeah.
infra within Azure data center
Yes.
for an
So
organization.
yes, let's suppose here is the data center, right? And some people are using the resources, sharing that servers. But you do not want that someone share with your server. You need a
Okay, okay,
dedicated
okay.
server. So at that time, they will physically divide their data centers for you and they will provide you that dedicated space to you. That is the
Mm,
Azure stack, right? Now
okay.
it is okay. Yeah, good. So that's good thing you are raising a doubt. That's very good. Appreciating. So like that, like Bharat, and even have any kind of doubt, you can just simply raise the query. So next thing, we have our hybrid cloud, right? So we have discussed about public cloud and private cloud. And now we are moved towards the hybrid cloud. Whenever we are combining our on-premises centers, on-premises infrastructure, and along with that, we are using the cloud provider. Let's suppose Azure. So whenever we are combining two things, on-premises and cloud infrastructure, that is your hybrid cloud, right? So let's suppose who belongs to the farming fields, that there we have a hybrid seeds, right? And we have the hybrid plants nowadays in modern farming and agriculture. So what we have the hybrid plants and hybrid seed. There are multiple new ways to do the things. So in hybrid seeds, they are mixture like of two seeds. So they will provide you the benefits of both the things, the hybrid compatibilities you have. So like that, whenever you are using some services from your on-premises infrastructure, on-premises data center, and along with that, for some services, you are dependent on the cloud infrastructure. So that is known as a hybrid cloud. So nowadays, most of the organization are using the hybrid cloud environment because not every organization is properly moved towards the cloud, right? So they have just started moving towards the cloud. So they have some infrastructure present inside their data centers, and some services, new services are deployed on the cloud service providers. So like that, when you are using the combination of your own infrastructure and cloud provided infrastructure, that is your hybrid cloud. And you can integrate it with the help of these tools. Like you can integrate your on-premise infrastructure and your cloud infrastructure with the help of VPN, Express Route, or Azure Arc. So these are some tools. That tools will also cover in our course. So don't worry about that.
See, using the tools like VPN, ExpressRoute, and Azure, we can able to connect the Azure data center. I'm right? Hybrid cloud.
Yes, you are right.
Okay.
So just for more clarity, this is one data center, this is one data center, and let me label it. Here we have our on-prem, and here we have our Azure. So like whenever we want to communicate with on-prem infrastructure, so due to some policies, due to some restriction, we can directly can't access them. So for that, we required some tools. So these tools are these tools, VPN, ExpressRoute, Azure Arc. With the help of these services, we can connect them. And let's suppose we are talking about the VPN. So inside the VPN also there are different options. Like you want to connect site to site, you want to connect point to site. So there are different type of connectivity option. So we will establish the connectivity option. Let's suppose here we have used the VPN. So now we are able to connect with our both the infrastructure. And this setup, when we have connected with on-prem and cloud infrastructure, known as the hybrid cloud. That's all. So we have discussed about the hybrid cloud environment. And next, in multi-cloud environment, what we are using? We are using multiple cloud vendors. So not only the one cloud vendor, when we are using the multiple cloud service providers, like we have the multiple cloud service providers. So when we are utilizing services from that providers, that is your multi-cloud environment, right? So can you tell me the 5 names of cloud providers?
Azure,
Azure,
AWS, IBM,
AWS,
AWS,
Azure, IBM,
VPN. Three.
Dropbox,
Okay.
Google,
Google is covered. Four.
Ali,
One more, guys.
Alibaba, Oracle,
Alibaba,
Oracle.
Oracle. Oracle is that IBM, right? So
Yeah.
yeah, completed. So these are some popular cloud providers. And anyone know the Indian cloud provider? Any Indian cloud provider?
Zoho.
Zoho. Zoho Cloud. Yeah, good. And I have also used that is Utho Cloud.
Okay.
Utho is one of the Indian cloud provider. So whenever we are utilizing the services from that multiple cloud providers, so that is known as the multi-cloud environment, right? So these we have our types of cloud, right? So you can also say that deployment models of cloud. So any doubt up to these four? All good? Okay. That's great. And for that, I will also show the reference from the official resource. Just give me a minute. So I will open it, the official resource from there, just for the relation. So inside the chat box, I have shared one more link that is for your homework. So this is about that today we are covering, like describing the cloud computing. So that you have to complete. That is the part from your AZ-900. So first we have started with the basics. That basics are into the part of AZ-900, right? So that I have documentation that I have shared. That is from the learning resources of AZ-900. So that you have to read. This is the official documentation. And with the help of official documentation, why I am suggesting you the official documentation. So you will get the technical jargons, right? So whenever you will appear for the examination, your global certification, so that will help you to understanding their languages, right? So sometimes they will use the technical jargons, and for handling that technical jargons, you must have to aware with that. So that's why I'm suggesting you to read out all the official documentation. And after explaining in the easy words, I will suggest them you can read the official documentations, and then you should able to relate the things, right? So I am giving you the main concept, and if once you had the concept, with the help of that concept, you can also understand that documentations easily. So that's good. Now let's discuss about the cloud service models. So previous that four models that we have discussed, that is cloud deployment models. Now we have come into the cloud service model. So how they are offering the services. So that is defined by your cloud service models. All right. So we have the IaaS, PaaS, SaaS. So these are our cloud service models. So let's discussing them one by one and getting the clear about the idea about that. So first we have infrastructure as a service. That is IaaS. Right. So here it is defining the cloud service models are defining what services you will get, what you need to manage, and what is managed by your Azure and what is managed by yourself. So it is clearly stating what things you are required to manage and what things Azure is required to manage for you. Because as we know, whenever we are using the cloud service, they're responsible for managing the data centers, the physical connectivity, right? So along with the traditional way, they are managing all the things, data center for you. Along with that, nowadays they are also maintaining the softwares, the services for you. You can just use the services and pay for the services, right? So that like we have these different type of service models. So first model is the simple, the classic one. That is infrastructure as a service. And here, what you will get? So what actually you will get from the Azure side, right? So you will get your virtual machine, your virtual disk, and virtual networks that you will get, right? What you manage? So you will manage OS patching, firewalls inside that VM, and applications, data, antiviruses. All these things inside that virtual machine, you are responsible to manage. They have just provided you the virtual machine. Now you have the virtual machine. You are the owner of that virtual machine. You can configure the virtual machine as you want. So like that, it is. So there are some example services like Azure Virtual Machines, Azure VNet, Azure Load Balancer. So let's suppose you have owned your own infrastructure, and that infrastructure you have launched the machine. So just you are responsible for managing that virtual machine. No one will come here to configure that virtual machine, do the configuration, not check your virtual machines. So like that, you are responsible to maintaining your virtual machines, your virtual networks, and virtual disk. So you will get these things. You are just maintaining these things. So whenever you go into Azure portal, so just a minute, let me go to the Azure portal.
Sir,
Yes.
yes, as per my understanding, you will get a dedicated machine in Azure Cloud. Inside that machine, OS installation, OS patch updates, firewall configuration, application installation, antivirus, endpoints, everything via disk management, network, everything we have to take care.
Yes. So they will
Suppose
give you dedicated virtual machine and you are responsible to manage that virtual machine. They will
virtual
not
machine.
interfere you inside that virtual machine.
From OS to endpoint and the firewall, application installation, everything we have to take care.
Yeah.
Only
So
for
that
that
is the,
hours which we use, they will charge us.
yeah.
Okay.
So they will charge for virtual machine. And once you get the virtual machine, you are responsible for configuring that virtual machine.
Okay.
Yes. Yes, Bharat?
Yeah, Azure, don't they have managed VMs?
They have virtual machine skill sets, like for scalability.
Scalability is fine. So in terms of patching, adding the firewalls and some other maintenances, right? So Azure, don't they take care of these things?
If you have used infrastructure as a service, so they will not take care. And when you have used like platform as a services, software as a service, at that time
No, no,
Azure
no.
will take
I'm
care.
talking in terms of only VMs. So
Yeah.
VM, I know like if I create a VM, I need to take care of everything because Azure will not come inside the VM and do anything, right?
Yes.
So all the
Correct.
patching, everything I have to take care. But my question is, don't Azure have managed VMs where they manage these things?
No.
No,
No.
it is. So VMs are part of infrastructure as a service only.
Yes.
Okay.
So you are responsible to manage that virtual machines. Azure will not manage them. So because just they are part of the infrastructure as a service. So they are just providing you the infrastructure and you have to manage that infrastructure. So like that. So we have this virtual machine services. So just they will give you the virtual machine. You are able to create the virtual machine. And with that virtual machine, inside that virtual machine, you're required to configure everything. So like that in the first day we have seen, you have created that virtual machine. And when I have accessed that virtual machine, there are no previous configurations. You will just get your operating system. Inside that operating system, you're required to configure everything. So that is about infrastructure as a service.
We need to set up the operating system.
Yeah, we just choose the operating system that we want, and they will
Okay.
provide that operating system.
Operating system. Okay.
Yeah. So management is yours. So you have to manage that operating system. But according to your requirement, they will just provide you the operating system that you want.
Okay.
Next, we have our platform as a services. So here, what Azure manages. So Azure will manage your OS, runtime, scalability, load balancing, patching. All these things are taken care by Azure. You just need to put your code, applications code, your data, and identity access. You are not responsible for managing your operating system, runtime environment, setting up the variables, installing that applications that you required. So this pre-configure package and the platform as a service. So let's suppose we required to launch a database server, right? For that, we required some applications. We required some proper patched OS, right? So like the pre-configurations that we will do, the initial configurations after running the actual services on the servers. So that initial configurations are taken in by your Azure and platform as a service. So they will give you the application like database application, whatever you want. So we'll choose the database VM. Inside that, they will give you the database application, the some programming application packages you want. So they will give you all the things. You just require to run your code. So you will just type your code. You can start working. Everything is environment is prepared by your Microsoft Azure. So like that, we have our app services. In app services, you are not required to manage these things. The app services will take care of that. So that is just like a managed VM, like you are talking about, Bharat. So, but that is a separate thing that is known as Azure App Service. And like that, we have the Azure SQL databases. So their application is already installed. You're just using that application. You are using the database. You are just feeding your entries in it, right? And Azure functions you have, Azure function is just similar like to your Azure services. When we cover it, I will explain it in more detail. So that is about the platform as a services. And these are some platform as a services. Next, we have our software as a service. So in here, we are not required to manage your application and everything. All things are managed by your Azure. You are just user. You are using that services. You are not maintaining any type of infrastructure code. You are just accessing the data, accessing the services. You are just user there, right? So Azure manages everything. So infrastructure is managed by your Azure. Platform is managed by your Azure. Applications, security patch, everything is managed by your Azure. So you are not responsible to manage anything. Everything is taken care by your Azure. So what do you got? What you manage? You will just manage your users, right? So you Azure manage yourself and you will access the data that is provided by the Azure. So like that, we have our Microsoft 365 and that you are not creating that Excel Office applications, right? We have the Office suite. So we are not creating that Office suite. We are not managing the Office suite. We are just utilizing that. So like for talking about Excel, like let's suppose Excel. So what I am doing, I'm managing Excel. No, not at all. I'm responsible for the deployment of Excel. No, not at all. So just I'm using it with the help of my account. I can just use that service. So I can use that Excel application, right? So it is like that. So we have, for example, our Microsoft 365, Azure DevOps, and Outlook. Outlook is also managed by your Azure, right? The Microsoft is responsible for managing. So like that kind of services, where just you are using them, you are not responsible to manage anything. That is software as a service. They will just provide you software, the full ready-made solution. Just you are required to use that ready-made solution. And when it compared to the costing, so usually the cheapest one you will get that is infrastructure, right? So infrastructure as a service you will get as a cheapest price because everything is not managed by Azure. So Azure is just responsible for the few things and rest things are handled by yourself. So that's why they are charging you less. So out of these three services, when you will say about the expensive one, that is your software as a service. And the cheapest one, that is your infrastructure as a service. Right. And here in this image, that is more clearly defining the responsibilities. So here you can see this light yellow color is representing the responsibility of Microsoft, and this dark color is representing the responsibility of customer. So we have the light blue and dark blue. And here we have the combination of light blue and dark blue that is showing the shared responsibility. Means both are responsible for that task, right? So here you can say different type of responsibilities and where you are responsible to manage, whom is responsible to manage that, that is defined there. So like when you are talking about the information and data, so in every type of services, the customer is handling that. The customer is taking care of that. And when you talk about devices, mobiles, and PCs, so that is also taken care by your customer. We are deciding like we have to access these services from our laptop, from our mobile phone. So that is defined by us, right? Accounts and identities. So the creation of accounts that is managed by ourselves. We are responsible to manage our accounts, right? So identity is managed by ourselves. And identity and directory infrastructure. So when you are talking about the software as a service, right? So that is a shared responsibility. So both are responsible for managing. And when you talk about the PaaS, platform as a service, so here also that is a shared responsibility. But inside that infrastructure and on-premises, that is totally our responsibility, the customer's responsibility. And when you talk about the application, so in software as a service, application is taken care by your Microsoft Azure, and here it is shared, that is shared responsibility. And in infrastructure, that is totally customer's responsibility and on-premises also. So like that, there is some points. On the basis of points, the responsibilities are explained here. Just read out all these and compare that parameters and then tell me it is clear or not. So it's just so simple things.
One question.
Yes.
So for network controls on SaaS, so it is entirely on cloud provider. So there's nothing on client side or the
Yeah,
customer side. So that
correct.
means, say for example, if I have to access an Excel sheet or an Outlook, so the
Yes.
network part we don't have to maintain anything, and it's just that directly we can access for web.
Yeah, you are responsible to manage your network, not the for application, right?
Yeah.
So the application network control will be from the Azure side. You are just responsible to manage your end user side. So means if you have the nets, then you can access the resources from the internet, right? So you have to manage your own side and the application side where the software is deployed. At that side, the networking is
Oh,
controlled by your Microsoft.
got it.
Okay. So what does Azure do? So now we will discuss further on the next session. Okay, up to this is clear to everyone?
Yes.
Okay, that's great. So I have also shared you the official documentations. So in the next class, I will ask you about the documentations. Okay. So please read the documentations carefully. And if you have raised any doubt, so in the first when we come, so in the first 5 to 10 minutes, we will discuss about the documentations and the recap. Then we will move towards the further topics. Right. So everyone got the link from the chat box?
No, except now.
Yes.
So one which I shared previously.
The Microsoft document, right?
Yeah, the Microsoft
Yeah.
documentations that I have
Yes.
shared on the chat box.
Yes.
Yeah, so you can just save that links because after ending the class, you will not get that links. Just save that links inside, bookmark them, and you have to read them. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, guys, that's from my side. Thank you.
Yes.
Now your questions are invited. If you want to ask anything, so you can ask.
I don't have the chat. Right,
Uh,
I'm lost. I don't see it anything in the chat section.
like in chat section, you don't have anything.
I
So
have dropped the message
Okay,
again.
okay. Now I got it. Yeah, there's
yeah.
only
Okay.
one link that you have shared, right? Yeah, got it.
Yes.
Now Maruti have sent you a
Yes.
compute link and one more that is about virtualization. Please also reshare that.
Oh, virtualization, I don't have them.
No, so just let me again reshare it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. No, that's great.
So one question. Should we create the Azure account on the portal? Just sign
No,
up?
it is not required now. I will tell you whenever it is required. So currently I will not doing any type of practical and there is no requirement of hands-on. We are just covering the basic. We are just covering the AZ-900, right? So here do not need to create that account. If whenever it is required, so I will explain you how you can create and I will guide you all through this process.
Okay.
Mohan?
Thank you, sir.
So now today let's continue with the new topics. So just I'm giving a quick idea. what we have covered in the previous session, right? So just we have discussed about the basic things, having some basic idea about the technology. So we have discussed about the cloud computing, actually what is cloud computing, right? After that, we have understood about the different type of features of cloud computing, like high availability, scalability, elasticity, disaster recovery, fault tolerance. These are some features of your cloud, right? After that, we have discussed about the types of cloud that are our deployment models. So here we have discussed about the private cloud, public cloud, hybrid cloud, and multi-cloud. After that, we have discussed about the service models offered by our cloud. So first, we have covered about infrastructure as a service. Then we have covered about platform as a service. Then next, software as a service. So these things we have discussed in the previous session, and hope so you do not have any type of doubt regarding the previous sessions. And those who are joined new in today's session, so you can just simply ask if you have any type of confusion related to some particular topic, right? So you can feel free to ask anything, whatever you want. So today we have to continue from here. So everyone is ready? So just you can answer with your thumbs up reaction button. Or you can simply say yes or no. So try to make the session interactive. So that's good for our learning process. Okay, that's good. So here you can see, here it is describing about what is actually Microsoft Azure. We have discussed about the general term that is the cloud computing. What is cloud computing? So that similar sort of cloud computing, there our Azure is a cloud provider, right? So they are also providing you the on-demand delivery of resources. They are giving you the resources like your computing resources, networking resources, storage resources. So different type of services are offered by your Azure, and the model they are offering on-demand cloud services, right? So whenever you demand for any service, they can simply give you that service. So let's suppose we have demanded for a virtual machine, virtual server. So they can just simply give you the virtual server, and you just need to pay for that much time that you are using that resource. So meaning you pay only for that you use. Okay. So you do not need to pay unnecessarily. You do not need to pay for the capital expenditure. You are just paying for the time that you are using the resource, and it also provides you the scalability. So resource are scalable. As we have discussed previously, scalable means you can increase and decrease the capacity of your instance or a number of instances, right? So it help you to host your virtual machines, means your virtual servers. So for your different type of requirements, you can host your different type of virtual servers, and you can store your data securely into it. So whatever type of data, either it is a structured data or unstructured data, so you can store it inside the Azure environment. For storage, it gives you the multiple storage options like blob service, file service. So multiple storage options we have. It runs your applications and website. Like if you want to host your own website with your own IaaS service, so you can do it with the help of virtual machine. You can host your website, or otherwise you want to host your website on the serverless computing, right? So you can use Azure functions, like these type of services you can use. And you can also build your AI ML projects like data analyst projects. So everything you can create here. So it offers the wide range of services that we have seen practically. There are a lot of categories of services. Inside that categories, it have multiple services with that, right? And it's manage your networks, security, and identity. So all the networking part is managed by Azure. Security is managed by Azure, and also identity. Just we require to do some configurations according to ourselves. So we can patch the services. We are not corely responsible for managing that service. So that is about our Azure, right? So inside the Azure, we have global infrastructure, right? So first we are discussing about the global infrastructure of your Azure. So as you know, the cloud is properly set up with the help of virtualization technology. So the cloud providers, what they are doing, they are setting up their data centers into some particular regions in the geography, right? With the help of the data centers, we are just accessing the services. So every cloud provider, what they do, they will set up their data centers. And within the data centers, they are responsible for managing the availability, managing the infrastructure, power supply, cooling system, everything is taken care by your cloud provider. So when we are talking about the different cloud providers have their different physical infrastructure is set up in the different way, right? And now we are talking about specifically how Azure have set up all the infrastructure. So what is the actual mapping or actual layout of Azure physical infrastructure? So that we are going to cover, right? So here, first we have the geographical area. Like here you can see in this map, this is our geographical area. And here Azure have deployed their regions. So region is just a part where they have created their data centers. So inside the geographical area, you can find some regions. So these are your Azure regions where they have deployed their availability zones and data centers, right? So here in this map, you can see there are multiple Azure regions that you can use for deploying your services. And how you can choose your this that whenever you want to choose which region. So for that, you will see where is your user base. So let's suppose we are a India-based company. Our all the users are located inside India. So what we will choose, we will always choose our nearest region, right? So in this case, if I am belonging to Central India, right? So I will choose that data center that are available inside the Central India, the region that is available for me. So inside, when you talk about the India, in India we have Central India, West India, South India. So these are some regions that are available inside India where Azure have set up their data centers. So physically, Azure data centers are present inside that locations, right? So let's suppose if we are a India-based company, right? And I have choose the region that is Central US. So what happened here in this situation? If my clients will access the services when we are accessing the service, so it will get high latency, right? Because the distance is far. So because our data is accessing from the Central US, so it may take time to access the data, right? But when I choose my nearest region, so that is beneficial for me. It will gives me the low latency. So that's why whenever we are deploying some services, so all the services are deployed within the region. So whenever we are selecting a region, so at that time, we will select our nearest region. So where we are operating, so according to that, we will choose our region. So you can see where you can get full circle. So these are the availability zone currently available. Means your regions are currently available here whenever you are seeing the full circle. And whenever you are seeing the dotted circle, means they are not currently there, but they will be soon there. Okay. So currently they are under progress. So they are announced that we will create a region there, but it is not properly created yet. So here you can refer this. A region is a geographical area on the planet that contains at least one data center. Like here, if you are talking about the region, so it have at least one data center into it or one availability zone into it, right? So whenever you are talking about the region, so it have three availability zones. What about double circle, triple, and triple circle? So whenever you will see these triple circles and more circles, means these are more active regions. Okay. So where the most services are there. So it is highlighting the most demanding regions with the multiple circles. So here you can see here in this side, the central US, East US 2. These regions are highly demanding regions. So with the help of double circle, triple circles, they are defining these are the high demanding regions. Okay. So you can just read it. What I have explained that is mentioned here. So you can just refer it. Any other query regarding reasons? Yeah, Mohan, do you want to ask something? You have a raised hand. Mohan Babu.
See, it has been raised by mistake. Sorry for the inconvenience.
Okay. So after when you got your reason, so inside the reasons, you have your availability zones. So they are not just selecting a reason and inside that reason they have normally deployed their data centers. No. So they have selected a reason. Inside the reason, they will select the three availability zones. So inside that availability zones, you have your data centers, right? So what you can think? So in geography, you will get your reasons. And when you again zoom the reasons, so inside that reason, so this is an Azure region. Inside your Azure region, you will get availability zones. So these are the physically separated data center within the Azure region. Each availability zone have equipped independently, like it have their independent power solution, cooling solution, networking solutions. So every availability zone have their own power, cooling, and networking solution. So these are isolated from each and other, right? And they are also connected together with the high speed fiber optic network. So these are also privately connected with each other. So these, this is the availability zone 1, 2, 3. And these symbols, just DB representing your database servers. And these yellow symbols means, sorry, blue symbols are representing your servers. And here, this is the symbol for the power, this is for the cooling, and this is for the networking, right? So you can find all these components in every availability zone. And this yellow arrows are represented that they are connected together with each other with the help of fiber optic cable. Like if you have seen the fiber optic cable, so inside fiber optic cable, you will, if observe, so it is in the blue color generally, right? So that's why the arrows are in the yellow colors. So fiber optic cables are generally in the yellow colors. So inside a particular availability zone, when you go more deeper, so you will get your data center. So just inside that particular availability zone, when you enters, so you will get your data center. So here we have the proper physical data center. So you can just, it will look like that. So this is a view of data center. So inside a one availability zone, there can be one or more data centers. So that is not fixed. If they have one data center, two data center, so there it can have multiple data centers into a single availability zone. Right. So just your data center looks like that physical building. So what is a data center? a physical building containing your computer racks, storage clusters, networking equipments, right? Not directly visible to customers. So these your physical infrastructure is not directly visible to the customers. So, and when you talk about inside the data center, so what reside inside the data centers? So
Sir, one
inside, yeah,
see, for example, Azure region. For in India, they have a region in Bombay, Delhi, and Chennai. And Chennai is one availability, one region. Bombay is other region, and Delhi is other region. In one region, we have three availability zones. Am I right?
yes.
Okay. And each on all in the availability zone, in a single region, it will have in three different places. Am I right, sir? As my understanding.
So like here you can refer this diagram.
You can see,
Like
for
this is
example,
a,
Azure region, one in Bombay, Delhi, and Chennai. In Chennai, it will have a multiple redundancy, or it will depend upon the other two regions.
yes, you are getting right. So it's like that.
So
So
in Chennai,
inside,
we have a redundancy
yeah, we have redundancy with them. So
with them.
regions are also paired and availability zones are also paired.
Okay. So
So
the one setup which is one environment in Chennai which goes down, it will look for the nearest environment in Chennai to make the system up and running application.
yeah,
Okay.
so we are just exploring each layer one by one. So we have started with the top layer, that is our geographical view, right? And inside that geographical view, I will find multiple regions. So one by one, we are exploring the layers. So then we come to the region. So when you explore the regions, so inside the region, you will get availability zones. So these are the availability zones. So let's suppose it is in the central India. So in central India region, you have three availability zones, and between these availability zones there is a distance of 100 miles. Okay, so they are not in close, so they are in the different cities, so they have the distance of 100 miles, right? Because they're sharing their own power connections, own cooling solution, own networking solution. So one availability zone is using the electricity supply from another state, and one is taking the electricity supply from another state. So like that it will work. So between the availability zone, it have distance of 100 miles and they are synced with each other, right? So inside our availability zone, we have data centers. So this we have data centers, and inside our data centers for redundancy, what extra Azure is doing. So they have availability set. So with the help of availability set, what we are maintaining high availability within a single data center. So inside a data center, we are managing the high availability, right? So for that, we are using component like our fault domains and update domains. So with the help of these two components, inside a data center, we are managing the high availability. For the high availability, we have set up our infrastructure like that. Like, so we have our server racks, right? So one proper column of our server rack, one rack, is known as your fault domain. So this is the fault domain 0. We have the second rack, that is fault domain 1, and third rack fault domain 2. So like multiple in the columns way, like particular rack is arranged. Inside that rack, you have the update domains. So if I am talking about that row, so that is your update domain. So update domain will proceed like that, like in this way. And this is your fault domain. So how, with the help of that, they are maintaining the high availability. So whenever there was a failure, right? So what happen if one racks will get filled? If all the virtual machines are deployed on the same rack, so the machine will get filled. So what actually Azure is doing? So whenever you have created first virtual machine, so that is my VM1. So first machine will be go on this rack, right? Call domain 0 and update domain 1. My first machine will come up here. And when I create a second machine, it will goes here in the second rack, in the first position. So this is my second machine. So like that, whenever one fault domain will be crash, right? So there is some update work or maintenance work of the fault domain. So my all the machines will not get down because we are just working on the fault domain 0. So my machine that is present inside the fault domain 1 that is currently active, right? So with the help of that, it is providing us the high availability. So that is rare case where they are updating all the fault domains together. So that is not the correct way. So if there is any maintenance or upgradation, so they will update one rack at a time. So if they are updating their rack, so you will not face the downtime because they are giving you the availability options where all the resource will not get down at that particular time. So with the help of fault domain and update domain, they are maintaining these things. So your fault domain will protect against rack failures. So if the rack fails, so here all the machines will not get down. And update domain, whenever they are updating something, there is planned maintenance. So at that time, that will help us. So with the help of update domain, they will simply update it with the different update domains. So at the one time, they will not update that single update domain. So first it is working on that update domain. After that, it will move towards the next one. So one by one, it will maintain all the things inside the Azure data centers. And you can also see there is a regional pairing also. So like we have studied that we have the multiple regions inside the India, right? So inside India, we have multiple regions and these regions are also paired with each other. So let's suppose here you can see in this example, region pairings. So these are two different regions and they are paired together. So that is also taken care by your Azure. So Azure is maintaining the high availability redundancy for you. Just you have seen that it have the robust physical infrastructure. So here you can read it. So they are paired together with each other in the same geography. Minimum 300 mile separations. So these regions are 300 miles separated from each other minimum. And it also do the sequential updates, automatic replication. And there is an example like West Europe to North Europe, East US to West US. So like that, they have pairings within the regions. So like that, they are maintaining the physical infrastructure. And before moving towards the next topic, what I show you, I will just give you a tour, right? So we have one website. With the help of that website, we can tour the infrastructure, all the physical data centers virtually. Yes, Bharat?
What's the actual meaning of pairing here? Region pair means, is it like giving fiber optic connectivity between two data centers?
Yeah, for the redundancy, they have connected together and they are replicating themselves, right? So whenever if there is a big natural disaster in particular region, so from the other region, you can just quickly start your services. So for that purpose, they are connected to the high-speed network. That is the meaning of pairing here.
We can achieve the same high availability between the availability zones as well, right?
Yes.
But why do we need across regions?
If there is some big natural disaster, right?
If
So
if
what
it
happen?
impacts all availability zones in that region, then we can go to the next region. What is that?
Yeah. So
Okay.
when there is some big natural disaster, so it rarely happens, but they are planned for that also.
Okay.
So
So it
here
is
in the
mainly designed for natural disaster for regional planning.
yeah, this recent pairings are for the natural disaster if there is any natural disaster. So
Okay.
they can handle properly it.
Properly. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
For example, the Chennai region is completely down. Any applications which are hosted or coming from Chennai region, it can be give redundancy from Bombay or other region in India.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
So here I'm sharing a link into the chat box. So with the help of that link, you can just view the data centers of Azure. So just here I am in the website. So here we can just explore the data centers. So just start exploring. So now you can see the different type of views. So it is on lobby. When you click on start explore, so it will give you the view of that lobby. So you can, with the help of mouse, you can just move between the views, rotate the views, and after that you can visit the different type of rooms available inside that availability zones and data centers. So you can just take a look of all the things from here. So again, I am going to the operational room. So like that, with the help of simulation, you can explore the data centers and learn about more the data centers. Let's move to the mechanical area. Just let me show you the server room. Just a minute. The next we have the server. So here actually our servers are placed. Just a minute. It will get load properly. Yeah. Click on explore server room. So it will give you the proper view. So here you can see this is the view of server room. So there are a lot of servers are arranged and through the rack, right? And they are connected together each other, right? So they have the connections, connectivity. So these are the network cables. The network cables are flowing here. And these are the servers that are maintained by your Azure. So properly they are managing all the servers for you. So I have shared the link. So with the link, you can explore it on the free time,
Sir,
right?
one small doubt. In Chennai, Chennai is one region. In that region, we have multiple availability zones. The availability zones are within a single data center or a different data center.
Availability zones are different. Inside that availability zone, you have data center.
So, please come again, sir.
Just a minute. I will explain it. Auto draw. Just I will draw a diagram. Sorry. So I am not good in the drawing. So just I'm trying to draw something for it. So this is a big box, right? So I'm also taking the reference of that map. So I will not draw that entire map. So here we are. So as you know, this is the entire geographical location. Inside that location, you have some regions, right? We have the South India, Central India, West India. These are your regions. And when I more go deeper into the region, when I zoom it more, so now I will enter on the particular region. So when I enter on the particular region, so it will looks like that. So let's suppose we are in the central India. So we are in the CI. And inside the CI, when you view the top level view, right? So you will get three availability zones. So inside that region, we have three availability zone. So this is your region. Inside that region, these are your availability zone. These circles means they are your availability zone. And these availability zones have data centers into it. So here inside that availability zones, you have data centers. And when you talk about the distance, right? These availability zones are away from 100 meters. So the distance between the availability zones are 100 meters. So they are not very close to each other. They have distance of 100 miles, right? And every availability zone is containing some data centers. So availability zone, whenever I am referring, so you can just think about that. It is an proper area where we have a proper separate cooling solution, power solution, and networking solution, right? So all the availability zones have their own cooling, power, and networking solution. And when you go more deeper inside a availability zone, so when you more zoom into the availability zone, so what you will find? You will find different data centers. So when it is, you can think this is a zoom view of your availability zone 1. So let's suppose this is the availability zone 1, right? So this entire boundary is your availability zone 1. And in this availability zone 1, it have their own power supply, cooling solution, and networking solution. And here it have two data center. So this is the first one and this is the second one, right? So one availability zone can have one and more data centers into it. And
That means availability zone is a collection of data centers.
yeah, availability zone means collection of data center, you can refer it. So here we have data centers. So these data centers are sharing the same power supply, cooling solution, and networking solution, right? Because they are into a one availability zone. And every availability zone have their own these three things, right? And inside that data center, so when you get more deeper into one particular data center, so you will get the server racks and all that are visible here in that tour, virtual tour, right? So like that, you will get racks. So here they are defining the racks within the data center. So inside the data centers, you have these racks, and racks are known as your fault domain, and the rows or particular row of server that is known as update domain. So here, if I will move it, so here you can get number of servers are placed here, and when I will take pen, so this particular row is known as your update domain, like that. This is the multiple updates domain they create. So it like work like that. Now I think the picture is clear of physical infrastructure. All good? So after that, we have our management infrastructure. So we have understanding about the global infrastructure. how the things are physically arranged, how the things are physically managed. Now, this is about the logical structure. So how the logically they are managing the things. So we have covered the physical view, the physical layout of the things, and now we are discussing about the logical layout. So whenever you're talking about the logical layout, so it is divided on the hierarchy. So it follows a proper hierarchy. So here you can see, on the top of hierarchy, we have our management groups. Inside that management group, you will find your subscriptions. So you will get one management group. Inside that management group, you can create multiple subscriptions. And within the subscription, you will create your resource group. You can create multiple resource group. And inside that resource group, you can create different type of resources. So if we, this we can also see from our portal. Right. So just let me show you from the portal. Like after understanding the physical arrangement, how the things are logically managed inside Azure environment. So that tells you about your management group subscriptions. This follows a proper hierarchy. This is the management infrastructure. So whenever you will take a look on the management infrastructure, so it maintains a hierarchy. Means the things will start from the top and goes to the bottom, right? So in the top of hierarchy, you will get your management groups. So here I have that management group, that is tenant root group, right? Inside that, we have our subscription. So here I have Azure subscription. And when I open the subscription, so inside that subscription, I can create different resource groups, right? So inside this subscription, what I have these resource group. So here I can create the multiple resource group. And inside that resource group, I can deploy the resources. So if I open the particular resource group, so it has some resources. So like that it will work. And you can have multiple subscriptions, multiple resource group, multiple resources as it is shown here, right? So you have your single management group. With the help of management group, you have your associated subscriptions, right? And you can have multiple subscriptions. It is not necessary to you can have one subscription. So like that, whenever you will create a new account, so you will get your free tier account, right? And after a free tier account, you will move towards the new subscriptions. So you can happily change your subscriptions. And at a particular time, you can also have the multiple subscriptions within your Azure environment. And inside that subscription, we have this resource groups. Yes, Mohan.
See, where the tenant will come under resource group?
What? Please repeat.
Tenant.
Yeah. So tenant is this.
Oh, the management group is tenant. Okay.
Yeah. That is your tenant. Inside tenant, you have the subscription
Subscription.
and resource group and resources. Yes. So we
We
have
can
seen.
also have a multi-tenant, right? So how
Yeah,
does that?
you can create multiple tenants. So like whenever we will discuss about the identities. Here you will find your tenant name, and here you have option manage tenants. So I have the default one. Okay. It's a default directory. And here is the create button. So with that, you can create another tenant. So like that, you can
Okay, so
manage multiple
basically,
tenants.
tenant is nothing but an active directory, is it?
Yeah, you can say like that. So it is just providing you the separate environment. Tenant is a management group. So inside that management group, inside that namespace, you are just deploying the other services. So it's
Okay,
just a
so
logical separation.
any services created in one tenant cannot be accessed by services on another tenant, is it? Or how?
Yeah, for that we require a proper connectivity. Like the services are not by default synced also inside a VNet, right? So for that we have to verify the configurations. Our configurations are dependent on that scenario. Yeah.
Do we have
By
any
default it
such
is not
labs of
enabled. Yes.
do we have any lab that we are
Yeah.
going to do
When we cover about the inter ID, so that there we will work on the tenants.
with multiple tenants, how we access services across?
I will give you the overview how you can do it, because whenever you are using the free account, right? So you are not supposed to create the multiple tenants.
Okay.
So I will tell you how you can connect. So just when we go into more detail, so we'll get the idea how the things are actually interconnecting with each other. Right. So this is the view of your infrastructure. This is the logical infrastructure, and here it is described in more detail how the logical infrastructure is working. Right. So whenever you're talking about the management group, it is the topmost level. It is on the top of the hierarchy and used for applying policy and managing multiple subscription. And it supports inheritance. So any idea about inheritance? What is inheritance?
See, inheritance is one such thing that when you apply to the top level, it will go through from the bottom of them.
Yeah, correct. So whenever anything is applied, it will automatically flows to the top level. Yes. And after our management group, we have our what? Subscriptions. So subscriptions will create a separate billing boundary. So whenever you have to pay your bill, so with that, you have your subscriptions. According to your subscriptions, you will pay your bills. Yes, Bharat.
Yeah, question on the management group. So creating management group, is that an option or how it is?
Whenever you create your account, like, so by default you will get one, and after that you can
Okay.
further it manage. So that we will discuss when we actually go into the portal. So that we will detail discussion we
Okay.
have. So we
Got
can
it.
alter it. Yeah. So what is a subscription? That gives you the billing boundary, access control boundary, right? So these are the key facts about your subscription. The account can have multiple subscription, limited apply per subscription. So every subscription has some limited. Like whenever we have to work with the multiple talents, like so this subscription, free subscription will not allow to us. So that will also gives you the limitation. They have the different quotas according to the subscription. So inside that enterprise subscription, we do not have such type of more restrictions, right? So used to separate your environments, teams, and projects. So for multiple teams, you can create the multiple subscriptions. Like for the production team, you have the separate subscriptions, and for other teams, the separate subscription. So you can also do it. You can purchase a separate subscription. So from there, you can maintain the billing from these separate subscriptions. And after that, we have the resource group. So this is the best thing about Azure. So we have the resource group. So we can just apply our all the services into that particular resource group. So it will group our all the resources. So it is very easier to manage with the help of resource group. Yes, Bharat.
Sorry, I did not lower my hand for the last question.
No. So this is about resource group. Yes, Mohan.
See, using a single account, we can create multiple resource group and I'm right.
Yeah. Within the
Okay.
subscription, you can create multiple resource group.
Okay.
And inside that multiple resource group, you can deploy multiple resources as well as.
Okay.
So just example, when we do the practical things now, so it will get more clear to you one by one. Just we are discussing about the basic, and when we do the practical, all the things, so all the things will get more clear to everyone. So just for the sake of reference, if you want to show, so I will just show. Let's suppose here I have one resource group, right? So network voucher RG. So inside that resource group, I can deploy new resources, right? And as well as I can create new resource groups. So let's suppose it is once, and I will create one more resource group here. So RG 13, like that. You can create your new resource group. So that resource group will be created on the subscription, right? So I have the subscription. And inside that subscription, this is created. Yeah, it is here. And currently, if you will see the resources, it do not have any type of resources. So after that, after creating a resource group, you can create resources into the resource group. So it is just for the better management. So you can easily deploy your things. So inside the resource group, you can deploy the multiple services like here, if I will show this newly created resource group, what I will go on the virtual network. Just when you go on the creating virtual network, so it is asking you for the resource group. And now I will select that resource group that we have recently created. And after that, we will give a name. VNet from 1. Just I'm creating for the demonstration. That's why I'm not explaining each and every component. But when we cover the separate topic, we have these separate topics. Then I will cover in more detail everything. Just wait for the deployment. And when the deployment will get completed successfully, and we will open again our resource group. And inside that resource group, we will find that resource. Just resource group. And inside that resource group, when we open it, you will get this resource. So it's work like that. Okay. Now it is clear, Mohan? Anyone have any kind of doubt?
Yeah,
What's
hi.
the standard way of, sorry, go ahead.
No worries.
Yeah,
Please go
Bharat.
ahead. I'll ask later.
So this is Bharat here. Question is,
Yes,
what is the standard way of grouping the resources? Is it like same kind of resources grouped into one resource group, or we group one project, all the resources into one single group?
it depends on you. But what we generally do, according for the requirement, like currently we have some project. So for some project, we can define a resource group like project one. Inside that project one, we can deploy all the resources related to that project. So it's up to you. You can divide it according to yourself. And you can also divide it on the basis of functionalities. Like we have the databases, we have the application servers, we have the web servers. So like that. So it totally depends on you. Whatever group you want to create, you can create according to yourself. Like in your WhatsApp, you will create your family group, friends group, office group. So like that, according to different requirement. So you can create like that here also. So there is no type of limitations like you are bonded to bound something particular items into the particular block. Okay. Yes, next, Satish, I think you are asking something.
Yeah, so as you said, we have the subscriptions, and the subscriptions help us segregate the environments. Let's say dev test and or UI, right? So if we have the multiple subscriptions, so what are the industry recommendations? We should divide it in that manner. Let's say we should use one subscription for dev environment and another subscription for prod and another for UI. I mean, this is a standard, or we use one subscription and under that subscription we use multiple environments like dev test UI.
Yeah, it's depend on the scenario. When you are talking about the mid-size organization and the big organizations, right? So they prefer to have multiple subscriptions. Why? Because it is easier for management, right? And whenever you're talking about the small scale to mid scale, like starting organizations, they are not run properly. They can also use one subscription, and inside that one subscription, with the help of resource group, they can manage the environments. So it depends on your organization size. But the big organizations, what they prefer, they create multiple subscriptions for better management. Because when you create the multiple subscriptions, so you will get the separate billing for that, right? So that is also a good thing when you create multiple subscription.
Okay, so let's say we have the 2, 3 projects or multiple projects. Then, instead of creating the uh, multiple subscriptions, we can use the multiple tenants, right? Let's say we have the clients, different clients, and then at that time we may be using that tenants first, and under that tenants we are using the subscription. Is that the
Yes.
scenario? Okay.
Yes.
And under the subscriptions, we are using the different environments like Pro, Test, or UI, right?
Yeah, with the help of resource group. Yeah.
Okay.
So I think that's good for today. Okay.
See, the hierarchy comes like that. It is resource group, management subscription, resource group, and subscriptions and resource. Am I right?
Yeah, first we have the management groups, then we have
Management group,
subscriptions, then we
subscriptions,
have resource group, then we have
resource group, and
resources.
resources. Okay.
Yeah, here it is in the diagram. This one. Okay, that's great. So someone have some. Yes, so that's good. Anyone have any type of more doubt related to this?
Sir, I have doubt about backup policies. Backup policy, they are maintaining 3 to 1, right, one original data and two copy data, right?
Yeah. So you have your infrastructure in the different stages, they have their different backup policies.
Yeah.
Right. So if you want to some basic idea, so you can just say for one availability zone, it have the backups to the another availability zone. Right. So like that, it is synchronizing each other data with sharing data with each other.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah. Now I'm giving an example. We have multiple organizations, like multiple locations. So the data backup policies, who will handle that?
We can also have our own custom policies, right? So we can also define some backups, how we want to take the backups. This is the availability options from the Azure side. We can also define it when we cover the backup part. Then we will discuss about that, how you can take the backups properly, how where we can want to store our backup, like everything.
Yeah, that also is covered, right?
Yeah.
Right. For
That will be
backup
covered.
policy. Yeah.
That will
Okay.
cover. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, for notes, just a minute. I will sharing the notes on the chat box, so you can get the notes from there. And these notes will be also available with the LMS. So inside that LMS, you will get attachments, and inside that attachments, you will get these notes. So just for quickly taking the review, I will send it into the chat box. Good evening, guys.
Good evening, sir.
All of you have the Azure account, or you are planning to create your Azure account?
I don't have, sir. I need to create, sir.
Okay. What about Bharat, Vinay, Mohan Babu? Do you have your Azure accounts? You can also use the chat box if you are not comfortable to speak. So let's start the session with the recap. So today we have to complete this, right? So just few topics are remaining, like how you can create your Azure account and how you can use the Azure services. So for that, when you talk about the Azure accounts, so basically your account will provide you the security boundary, how you can use the services. For using any type of services in Azure, you require a account. With the help of that account, you will get the subscription. Inside that subscription, the subscriptions will create a billing boundary for you. Right. So I think let's start with that point. And at the ending of class, we will take the recap of whole PDF. Right. And if anyone have any type of query related to the previous topics, so you can ask it. Mohan, you can also turn off your camera. It is not required. So here we are discussing about the accounts. With the help of accounts, you can use the services of your Azure, right? So like whenever we are accessing some system, how we are authenticating ourselves with our user account. So we use our user account to authenticate ourselves. So like that in Azure, how you will create your different security boundaries. So for that, we have users account in Azure. So for using any kind of Azure services, you require an account. With that account, you will get subscription. And inside the subscription, you can create a resource group and multiple resources. So like that, it will work. For creating the account, there is an official link. You can go through this link and create your account. And whenever you look to create your account, so we have the multiple options for creating our account. Right. So let's discuss about these options. So you can go with the free account. So whenever you are a new user to Azure, so you can create a free account, and in that free account, you will get 200 credits for 30 days. So you can use this credits, utilize this credits, and use all the services of Azure. Right. And after 30 days, you're required to switch to pay-as-you-go account, right? So initially, you can start with the free account, and after this period will get over, so you can create your pay-as-you-go account. And there is one great thing about that. If let's suppose you have deployed some services, so I have deployed virtual machines and some containers inside my Azure subscription. And this is the 28th day of my subscription. And my subscription is going to be expire on the next day. So how Azure will deal it? So Azure, what it will do? It will stop your all the services when your duration is over. It will not unnecessarily charge you. So it will not leave your services running. So what it will do? It will just simply stop your services. And when you want to again start the services, so you can switch your account to pay as you go model. So first you will create your free account. After that, for next option, we have the free account for the students. So what is the big difference here? Whenever you are creating account for the student, so here you do not require any type of credit card or debit card, right? And you will just freely get your 100 credits, and these 100 credits are valid for 1 year, means 12 months. So within the duration of 12 months, you can simply use these credits. And for that, you need a valid university ID or school ID for creating this type of account. So these are special accounts for the student. And next we have our general account. That is our pay as you go account. So where you're required to pay for the services that you will use, right? So now let's see how you can create the account. What are the prerequisites before creating the account? So just a minute. So what I have done here, I've just searched Azure free account, right? So whenever I search Azure free account, here in the top, you will get two links from Microsoft. So just I'm opening the first link in another tab and second link in another tab. So here you will get option for creating your free account and pay as you go account, right? And first link. So I will share the first link to everyone in the chat box. Right. So this is your first link. From there, you can create your pay as you go account and as well as a free account. In this free account, you will get these benefits. Benefits are mentioned here, right? So that benefits that I have told, 12. So these are listed here. So this is your pay as you go account and this is your free account. Inside free account, here is your 200 credits that are valid for 30 days period. So whenever you are new, so you can create your free account. And after that, another option that you have, the popular option, that is an student account. So you can also take a help of any student, right? So just you need their IDs. So you need their student ID, university IDs, and school IDs. So with the help of that, you can create this student account. Inside that student account, you will get 100 credits, right? So you can learn about here. You will get 100 credits for 12 months duration. So you can either go for this. So currently, as we know, most of the are the working professionals. So for working professionals, what you can go for it, you can go for the free account. So normally you will come in this page and here you will get option try Azure for free. So you will click on here. So here, first you're required to enter your Microsoft account. So whatever you have, you can go for it. All right. After logging in with your Microsoft account, you will redirect to the basic information page where you will fill the basic informations, right? Like your name and everything. After that, we'll prompt to the next page. Here you will enter the payment informations. So payment information for the payment, you require your credit card or debit card, right? You can use any card. And with that, you have to make sure that online payments are enabled, means POS is enabled in your that card, and international payments. So these two things you have to verify for creating your free account or either pay as you go account. And your card must be from the Visa company or the MasterCard company. The Rupee cards are not accepted in Azure, right? So how many people have their cards in your hands and your IDs and wants to create their account? So here, anyone we have who wants to create their account. So I will guide you through the process and you can easily set up your free account. So rest can also see how what is the process, how they can create the account. Anyone from the group? No one wants to try to create the account. Yes or no, guys? Please speak up. Can anyone create their account in this session? Or you will create your account by your own after the class? No
I can
responses.
create
Why?
it.
Vinay,
Hello?
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You have the account?
No, sir. I need to create.
Are you able to create now? Means you have your card information.
Yeah, I have.
So if you can, so you can just share a screen. I will guide you through the process and all so others can see how we can create the account.
Okay. 1 second.
And guys,
Sure.
please be in the interactive mode. Okay. So if you will sit quietly, so you will not learn everything. So be interactive in the class. And there will be a small test on Monday. Okay. So everyone is required to prepare for that test. And I will need that everyone answer my questions. Yeah. So first thing, your services are enabled when like international payment and POS in your card.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So just you can go with the creation. Try Azure for the free.
Azure free account, right?
Yeah.
200 credits.
Just enter your Microsoft account that you want to proceed with. You require a Microsoft account that is associated with that mail ID. So maybe you do not have the Microsoft account. So first you require to create a Microsoft account.
I have, but I can define.
Yeah, you have. So yeah, it is getting the information. Here you just need to accept these terms and conditions, right? So first one and second. And second one is compulsory if you want announcement on offers. So you can accept or either you can skip also. Yeah, you can go for it. No issue. Next. So these are some information. It is due to browser, right? Due to some security concern, because you are using the unsecure way. So that's fine. So just you can try with the another browser.
I only have Edge.
So you can just try again, and if it will not allow, so you're required to try with the another browser, because some security restrictions will stop you to create that. You can just try it again, and let's see what happens.
Oh, it's not allowing me in this browser maybe.
Okay, this is about Vinaya. And what about other? Sujay, Bharat, Krishna.
Sir, I have one doubt.
Yes.
Hello? Sir, can I use our organization mail address? Because I have admin access. If I use that as mail address, I get more future, right?
It's depend on the subscription that you are having, not that account.
Subscription.
Yeah, it's depend on the subscription. And if you will use your organization account and you just using the free subscription, so it is like equal to the normal account.
Okay, but actually, I'm an admin here, so I have admin rights. If benefit that for me.
You have admin rights in Azure portal. You have your Entra ID account.
Azure, because so some of the future they will give, right, for I have global administration this thing.
Yeah, if you have already that account, so you can use that. No issue.
Okay,
So
but
if you
I
have
don't have.
global
I need to
administrator,
create that. Yes, sir. I don't have, sir, right now. So
so
I
you
need to
can
check
create
it.
with your organization credentials. That is valid also.
Okay.
So here you can see,
Okay.
here you have to enter the card number and your expiry date and CVV and address, and you will proceed to the next step. So for filling your information, you can just stop the sharing. No issue. and fill these information. And after filling the information, that will verify the payment. It will just deduct 1 rupees from your that account. Okay. After returning 1 rupees, it will verify your account. And after that, you will get access to your account. Right. If the verification was successful. So for making a successful account creation, you must have to verify that POS and international transactions are enabled. So that's like that. After doing all these steps, you will get your account. Right.
Okay, I'm putting the details.
I have a question. So with this free account, can you hear me?
Yeah.
So with this free account, can we create multiple tenants and manage the tenants?
No, you can't create multiple tenants.
So how usually enterprise organizations they'll actually get these accounts?
They're required to purchase of certain features. Like when you specifically talk about the intra ID, right? So here it have also their licenses. So if I will show you from the documentation, just a minute. It have P1 and P2 accounts with it.
Completing payment also.
Here you can see we have these different plans, P1 and P2 plan for our enter ID. So according to the plan, we can do the things. So here you can also read the benefit. I will explain it in the more easier way. So no, don't worry. I will tell you how you can exactly do. All the doubts I will clear. So if you are talking about current scenario, so currently you are not able to do with your free account. Okay. And when we start our enter ID, there I will tell you how you can create it. What are the possibilities? Yeah.
I think account has created. Can I show my screen? Okay.
Yeah, sure. So here you have your new account. And here you can see here it is showing your credits. Right. So you successfully got your credits. And now
Credits are where you can see credits.
Yeah, just a minute. I will explain the interface to you. So here you can see in top of the center, you will get a search button, right? So whenever you want to access the multiple services, so from there, you can search about the services and access that service. And whenever you want to look about your subscription, so you can just go to subscriptions, right? So here you will get your all the subscription and just click on Azure subscription one. So here you will get information about your subscription. So all the utilization whenever you utilize the things. So all the things you will get here and in the top right hand side, you will get your account name, right? So it is your default directory means tenant, right? So also here you can get the question mark, help button, the setting button, the notification button, the cloud shell icon. So these are different type of icons that are available, right? So majorly first, you have to take a look on the notification. So here you will get notifications about your all the services what you are deploying. It is successfully deployed or not, right? So from there, you can check your services. You will get notified about all the things. And whenever you want to take the help, so you will use that question mark button. So here you have that question mark button, right? So please move closer to the question mark. So here you can take the help from Azure. So whenever you want to raise the ticket and you want some AI related suggestions, so from here you can use it. And you also have the Cloud Shell window. It is the first icon, right? So here you can configure your resources with the help of CLI. So here you have two options for using the Cloud Shell. Either you can use the Bash and you can use the PowerShell. So most of the window admin will prefer the PowerShell option, right? So you can go with the PowerShell. And whenever you are using the Cloud Shell for the first time, you require a storage account, right? So yeah, no storage account, just select the subscription. This is Azure subscription 1. Yes, apply.
Use an external पर
Yeah,
click.
if existing, so you can use, or otherwise it will create a new one. So here just you can see the resource group. So currently we have choose that use the existing one, right? And existing is not there and no resources there. So first you will go to the networking part. You can search for VNet and where you can create your VNet. Yeah, virtual networks. Okay. You can just close these windows that are extra. You can also close it for now. Close it. No issue. Here just click on create. Just wait. And yeah, here you need to create your resource group. Subscription is okay. So just click on create. So there is an option for creating your resource group. Just move your mouse, create new. Yeah. Here you can give any name to your resource group. Let's suppose RG1, whatever you want. So you can just simply assign a name to this resource group. And okay. So here, when you deploy your VNet, so resource group will also get created. And here you have to assign the name for your virtual net, like VNet 1 or VNet for specific purpose. So like you can name as VNet web, VNet database like that. So here you can also go with the VNet 1. It is also okay. Yeah. And here you have to select the reasons. Like we have discussed that we have multiple reasons available here, right? So you can go with the nearest one. So as we are from India, so if we want lowest latency, so we can choose the regions that are available from the India. You can use the Central India, West India, East India like that. Yeah, we can go with the South Indian much. And go in the next tab. So it is about the security. If you want to enable the encryption and you have to use the Bastion service, like with the help of Bastion service, you can access your machine without allowing it for the public IP. So with the help of web, you can use that machine. So currently we are not going to enable these services, right? So currently you can just leave it on the default. So you can also uncheck the encryption. Yeah. So when we cover VNet in detail, then we will enable these services and more deeply understand about these services, how they are actually working, what is their behavior, right? So I am just giving you an overview currently. So just we have the Azure firewall, like we will enable the firewall for our VNet. So currently we are leaving it, right? And we have also the DDoS protection. We can protect automatically with the threats. And next, you can go for the next tab. So here we are just currently doing some modification, right? So here it is telling you about the network space that you have. So currently it is giving you the 10.0.0, right? And it is subnetted with /16. So here what we can change if you want. So what you can do, you can put a class B IP here. So you can put class B private IP. So where the 10.0.0 is mentioned, here you can just put the B class private IP. Any private IP from B class you can use. From B class. That is 172.16.0.0. You can use this space. 172.16.0.0. Right. So we are going to use this space. And this will be the entire ID for our VNet, right? And here you can get the default subnet. So we have the big address size, and with that, we have our small subnets of it. So this is a small part of your network. So I think everyone is aware about networking, right? So in networking, we have the concept of subnetting. With the help of that subnetting concept, we are dividing large into smaller parts. So that here it is, Azure is doing for us. So it have created us a default VNet and default subnet we have. So this is the range of your default subnet. And if you want to customize it, you can also customize it, right? And with your default subnet, here it is also creating one more subnet that is for the bastion service, because previously we have just ticked on the bastion service, and but currently we are not using the bastion service. So you can just remove this one also. So just click on this delete button. Yeah. So we are going with the one subnet and one VNet. Okay, now you can go to the next tab. Yeah, we are just using the IPv4 address, so we're not required to use IPv6. So just we are leaving these things default. Yeah, next. And here, if you want to add the text, so you can add the text, right? So like key value pair you are entering here. So currently we do not require any type of tab. So just we are creating it. So you can just proceed with the next. That is your review plus create. And here it will just do the verification check. If you have left any important things, it will tell you that you have missed that important thing. You have to fill that information. Just wait for the validation. And now the validation is passed successful. So you can just click on create. So let's start deploying. Just wait for a few minutes to complete the creation process. That is initializing, just you need to wait.
So actually, this subscription will be there for 30 days. And after 30 days, we can use those 200 credits, right?
No. Within this 30 days of period, you're required to use the 200 credits. Means it is just available for the 30 days.
Yeah.
It is a first come first serve basis. I'm right.
No, you cannot say first come first serve. So everyone will get that credits.
Okay.
So just when you get that credits, so it is just valid for 30 days. So within the period of 30 days, you have to utilize that offer. Right? It is
Yeah,
just like a limited time offer.
yeah, within 30 days, if we use the credits, no, it will extend.
No, you can't extend that. It will get expired after 30 days.
So after that,
Okay, okay.
it will be treated as a pay as go. Am I right?
Yeah, after that period, you're required to switch your account to the pay as you go.
Yeah, this is created, no?
Yeah,
VNet.
this is completed. Yeah, just close it.
So now you have created a resource group, and under resource group you have created a virtual network.
So just we have come to the virtual network and we have start creating the virtual network. And from there, we have created our resource group also. So at the time of creating resource, you can also create the resource group if you don't have. So here you have deployed the resource successfully. Yeah, so just again go to the Cloud Shell and just again try to access your Cloud Shell.
So first we have to create a resource group. Under resource group, we have to create a VNet. Am I right?
Yeah, you can follow the both of sequence, right?
Okay.
If you, I want just I will show it from my end also. Just select it on top. We just have once, so just you can go with the one. So networking profile and namespace. All right. So currently we are not going with that. So you can just, what you can do, if you want to automatic creation. So here you can go in the previous window, just uncheck that module, go to the previous, that uncheck use the existing private network. No subscription is okay. Just uncheck that option. Yeah. Click on apply. So it will launch it for new namespace. Because if I will told you about the profile creation, so it will be get lengthy for you because you are beginner, right? So don't worry about that. So here you can get your Cloud Shell, right? So from there you can use your services. So just it will take some time to authenticate. Just after that, you can run your commands, and with the commands, you can monitor your resources and deploy your resources with the help of PowerShell commands. So that's good for helping. Thanks for helping, Vina. Now I will continue from my side. Thank you. You can just stop. Yeah. And now I will resolve your doubt, Mohan. Just a minute. So like here we have our portal. Inside that portal, what you can do, you can first create the resource group if you want. So first you will go in the resource groups and create a new resource group for you, right? So you can follow this way. So I'm following the first way where I'm creating first the resource group, right? And after creating the resource group, I will create the VNet. Right? So this is the first way that you can do. And my resource group is created. Just wait. It takes some time to refresh the API. So just we are waiting, just refreshing it. Yeah, here it is. So we have this resource group. And after getting the resource group, you can go towards the VNet and create VNet. And here you can use your existing one. So you can use, yeah. And if you don't want to follow that sequence, so what you can do, you can directly come to the virtual network and click on create. And here also you have the create button. So from there also, you can create a new resource group. So in our demonstration, what we have done, we have created a new resource group from here. So you will just click on create new, and here you will give new name to your resource group. So you can follow both the process, both are acceptable, right?
Both are identical.
Yeah. So let's suppose we have deployed some service, right? So here we have deployed our VNet. So just let me create it quickly. So just wait for the completion of this process and we will see our resource group. So inside that resource group, you will find that individual resource that you have created. So like that for demonstration, I will also create some more resource, like I will also create some virtual machine, one virtual machine for you. So our VNet is created, right? So here in our RG new, we have created that VNet. So here in resources, you will get that VNet. So here is our VNet. right? So inside that resources, you will get your all the resources. And if I will create a virtual machine and I will again select this resource group. So here you can also find your virtual machines.
Okay. Yeah. Now you have to create a virtual machine, no?
Yeah, just for the demonstration, I'm creating it. So I can show you how the all resources will look in the resource group.
The resource group is RGU virtual machine name. You can see server capability.
No need to take all the things, just it is for demonstration. And when it comes to this, I will explain each and everything in more detail. So just I'm creating it for the demonstration. So just I'm quickly doing the things. So just username and password for that machine. And I'm not going to customize anything. Just I'm doing what thing. Here from the networking, I will use my existing VNet, right? So here my existing VNet gets selected. So just I have checked that I'm using my.
This is a default subnet, am I right?
Yeah, this is the default subnet and that VNet. So with that VNet we have created, and that VNet we have just created one subnet. So whenever you are not doing any type of setting, so by default it will give you one subnet that is subnetted with the /24. So here just let me quickly deploy that machine.
See, when creating a virtual network, how to manually assign the IP address to the virtual network?
How you can manually specify your network, right?
Okay.
So whenever you are creating your virtual network, so in the networking tab, right, address space you have.
Address space,
So,
okay.
so here you can customize it.
Okay, for example, you can type 192.168.1.0.
Like that.
Okay.
So here you can customize whatever you want. And here also you can subnet it also.
Okay.
And if you want to create a new subnet, so there is one button, add a subnet. So you can also add some subnets. So you can create the subnet according to your requirement. Yeah, just we are reviewing this option, but when it comes to that in the detail part, I will explain each and everything with multiple examples.
Okay, good.
Yes, Bharat?
Can we increase and decrease this address space?
Yeah, of course. Like if we are using some organization where we have less number of users, less number of system you want to deploy, right? So at that time, you can just use the /24 notation. So like that, just a minute, I will show. So
No, I
just,
mean, after creating it, can we decrease or increase?
yeah, we have the option, right? So we can modify it. You can create new subnets into it. Because if once you have taken the address space, inside that address space, you can do the customization, right? So here it is your virtual network. And in this address space, you can customize multiple subnets. So you can create your subnets after creating it also. So here is a button.
Subnet is fine, but the
Yeah,
address
you
space, say
can't,
for example,
no,
you created it /16.
no, that you can't custom. Once, if you have decided, so after that, you need to create a new. So with the help of new RG, you can do it. Sorry, new VNet.
Okay.
Within the same, it is not possible. You can add subnets, but not that. You can now change your network ID. Right?
Okay.
And whenever you are planning for the networks, for all the networking infrastructure, so one thing you will also take a look that it will not overlap with anyone, right? So whenever you're creating the multiple VNets, so you must verify that the network ID not be same. So it must be different for every VNet. Otherwise, it will collide, right? So there is an issue with the overlapping. So your service will not get function properly. So I think our virtual machine is deployed. Certain resources, you can get these multiple resources. So like we have just deployed the virtual machine. So sir, what are the other services, right? So when we cover
I
about the
have one
virtual machine,
question.
yeah.
Yeah. So, as you said, like we cannot modify the address space basically, but if we have the subnets, let's say two, three subnets, and those are already in use, like there are some resources which are already there in the subnets, right? So, is it possible like we can increase the subnet size while sometimes there is a requirement like our let's say we have the more requirement for VMs, right? And we have consumed almost all the, let's say, IPs. And then at that time, can
65,500
we,
IPs.
yeah. So, I mean, let's say sometimes it is not like that. So we may be using the some different, like different class address, right? And we are using some low subnets basically, I mean low IPs, and we want to increase the size of that subnet, and the resources are already there. So is it possible we can still increase, or
No, at the
we
time you
can't?
are limited, right?
Yeah,
So at
yeah,
that
we
time,
have the
what you
limited,
can do
yes.
if you want to deploy multiple virtual machines, so
Hmm.
you can create another VNet and you can pair that VNet,
Okay,
right? So you can use the VNet pairing. So these different VNets will able to communicate with each other locally. So that solution you
okay.
can apply for your organization
So
of that type of VNet.
IP will be the same, right? I mean, IP will be the like in same series, or
No,
it's a different one?
you can use another series IP, right?
Okay.
So here we have the one VNet. So like that, if it is totally used, so what you
Hmm.
will do, you will create another VNet, right?
Okay.
And just for example, I will create it. So it is your VNet tool. So I think the first one we have used 10, right? So here I will use this one. And it generally not happen because whenever we are deploying some VNets and anything, so we have to deploy it according to the future requirements, right? And 65,536, these are a great number, right? And if you want more, so you can further subnet into /8. So this will give you more hosts. So just for resolving the doubt, I am creating this virtual net. And what you can do after creating this, you can assign it IPs from second VNet, right? And you can pair your VNets. So what happen inside the pairing? So these VNets will pair with each others. So these two VNets will pair with each other. But whenever it is not paired, so what is the general behavior? If it is using like IP address like that, this space it is using, right? And our second one is using this space. So normally they can't communicate with each other, right? Because they are from different CZs. And here, if you want the communication
Different subnets, if we want to communicate each other, we have to do VNet pairing.
with between two different VNets, right?
VNets.
Yeah, if you
Okay.
want to communicate between two different VNets, so at that
VNet
time you will use the pairing.
pairing.
So now when we do pairing between these two VNet,
So
so these
Prem, if
Two
yeah, so
different.
if it is still in the same series, let's say you like in the VNet one you define 10 series, right? Another one is also the 10. So in that case also like it will not be able to communicate, or still like we
there is a
uh,
problem with the overlapping, right? If you use the same space,
okay, okay,
so our Azure network will get confused. So let's suppose I'm taking an example here, drawing some systems here. So this is your one network, and you have another network over here. Just taking a normal example from the normal network, right? So it is your switch. Here is one more switch for you. And after that, we have the routers. So here you have a router, and here also you have a router. Right. And for the internet, I am just using this diamond symbol. So it is your ISPN, and all are connected together. So just using the line. Your end devices are connected with the switch, and switch is connected to the router, and router is connected to the internet, right? So like that here also. So in that type of scenario, whenever you are using the private IPs, so here you can happily use it. So you can just reuse that private IP space. So what you can do, you can just use this IP address here also, and you can also use here it. Why? Because these are the private IP and these are reusable and they are not routed on the internet. So that's why in the on-prem scenario, you can use like that. So in different LANs, you can use the same address, right? But whenever you are in the same LAN, and if you have used two similar IPs for your local area network, so there is a confliction, right? So for resolving this issue, we are not taking the same address space for our VNets, because when you do the pairing, so it will just like a same network. So whenever you do the pairing, so it will treat it just like a same network. So here your both two different these networks will consider as a single LAN when you applied pairing on that. So what happened? There are two similar address. So your services will get confused where it actually wants to go and which device it wants to reach. So that's why we are not using the same address in VNets. You can just change it with the one number. If you have used this one for your first VNet, so for second VNet, what you can do, you can just use 10.1.0.0. You can use this. So this is an also a way. Okay, Satish. Satish. Got it?
Hello. Yeah, actually, I'm sorry. I was not able to unmute basically. So, I was saying like you mean the VNets are kind of like, different network. Like every VNet is considered as a different network, you mean, right?
Different network. Yes.
Okay. So there is no concept of like using the same IP here. Let's say like I'm able to understand your scenario though. Like as you said, like there may be a chance of confliction here. So as you said, like if we are using like for first address space is /16, another one is /24 or like that, and in that way even we cannot segregate it or still like there is a chance of confliction.
In that way you can do.
Okay.
But whenever you have specified this address with like /24, so you will get the host range and you will create the subnet with that entire range, right? So the subnet will get conflict. So there may be a chance of conflict. So that is also not a good practice. Or here you can also create it with the same subnet
So
network.
I'm only able I'm only like correlating it in terms of sometimes like there may be sometime like we have a chance like we are out of like IPs, right, out of IPs. So in that case like we may want the same series, but we are using the like we still want to use the same series of IPs, but
Okay.
as you said, like we can use a VNet peering. So in that scenario,
So
I'm only saying, yeah, yeah,
yeah, just like you are saying that you want the IP address from same series, right? So
yeah.
why you want the IP address from same series for the local communication, right? That is your main agenda. Exactly right.
Sometimes what happens, Prem, let's say we have the app servers, right? We have the application servers, and let's say we have the hundreds of application servers which are in the same series, right? We may
Yeah.
have some different, you can say that environments like dev or even UI, and we still want, some things in the same series because sometimes we are not using the DNS and in proper way, so we are still using the IP. We are still recognizing it with the IPs only. So in that case, in that scenario, I'm just trying to correlate it. Otherwise, I'm good. As you said, like there is a chance of confliction, but still,
Yeah. You are
yeah,
thinking to
yeah.
just creating the better look for that. It's just you want same series like proper sequence. So just what we are getting from the same sequence, we are getting the local communication, right? So main agenda of creating the same network, same IP series, that you can communicate locally without the use of public IP. So that you can also achieve with the VNet pairing. So IP is different, but it is just like a same LAN. So that is a solution. Or otherwise, if you want to use a series, that is not possible. With the similar way, you can't extend it. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, Bharat.
Yeah. So VMs from the same VNet, but different subnet, can they communicate each other?
Uh, if you talk about the on-premises scenario, if there are different subnet, so they will not communicate with each other. But inside the Azure, they will communicate with each other if they are in the same different subnet.
Hmm. Say, for example, I want to restrict access to one subnet. Can we do such?
Yeah, we
Yes, we
can
can
do
do
it with the
that.
help of NSG rules, right?
Okay.
So with the help of NSG rules, you can do that. No issue.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes, Mohan. Now your time. You are saying something.
Yes, see, there is a subnet with 192.168.1.0, another subnet with 192.168.2.0. So both cannot communicate without VNet pairing. Am I right?
Subnets can communicate with each other without the need of pairing.
Pairing.
Okay.
Okay, okay, okay.
But VNets, these are the VNets. VNets are not able to communicate with each other. So for VNet, you required the pairing. But for the subnets, you do not
Pairing,
require the pairing. Okay.
pairing. Okay, okay, okay.
Yes. Anyone, any other question?
So even it's a different class IP address series, still they can communicate like subnets you are saying, right?
Yeah, these VNets can communicate if they are from the
Yeah, under a single
different
VNet,
class.
I'm saying. Yeah. Yeah.
If it is a single VNet, let's suppose
Uh-huh.
this one, right?
Yeah.
So whatever subnet you are creating, so we'll use this address space. And with the help of this address space, you can create the further subnets. So there is no chance of any other address.
And one VNet can use only one address space, right? Or we can create multiple address spaces in like VNet.
In one VNet, you can use this space on
Okay,
one
okay. So
space.
it means we can use the same series of IPs, I guess, in the subnets, right?
Yeah. So in subnets, what you can do, you can subnet from this range, right? So you have this
Yeah.
network ID. From that network ID, you can do the further subnetting,
Okay, got it.
but you can't change this space.
Hmm.
Okay.
Okay. So, I mean, somebody was asking the question, no? We are using one series as 192, another one is 10, right? But in that case, I guess it is not possible. Then, if we are in the same VNet, then it is good. Then, like using the same address space, we can subnet. Otherwise, we cannot use a different IP series. IP series means different IP classes in the same address
Yeah.
space, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Okay.
Sir, I have
Uh,
one doubt.
yes.
Hello. Actually, there are two subnets, let's say two VNets. They are
Two.
in.
VNets or subnet?
VNets, sorry.
Okay, two VNets
We
we
have
have.
created two VNets.
Okay.
We have created in two different IP series. Okay.
Okay.
In on-prem, there is no routing, and here we have paid these two. Uh, is there any communication between these two will happen without a routing on on-prem? The communication will be established.
Whenever you want to connect your on-prem network with a Azure network, so there we have the different ways. Like you can use the gateway, you can get express route, you can use the VPN service. So there may be different options. So here you will not perform that normal routing. Here we have the different methods to connect with the on-premises.
Okay. But routing is not present in on-prem. If we can pair here in Azure, it will not communicate, right? We need to create express route or something. Then only we'll communicate.
What? Please repeat your question. What you are trying to say?
Normally, we are using two subnets in on-prem. They have not. We have not routes in on-prem. Okay. Here we are pairing the two networks, two VNets. Yeah, in Azure.
Okay.
Will those two VNets able to communicate when it is connected to on-prem?
No, with the just direct connection, they are not able to communicate. For that, we need to use the gateway. With the help of that gateway, that will communicate, or rather, you can use the load balancer.
Okay.
Okay. So we have different type of connectivity option that we will discuss further. Okay.
Yes.
So I think everything is clear for everyone. And just a minute, I will just again share some documentations to you for your preparation. And there may be a small just test based on these documentations, right? So just you can read out these documentations that we have already covered, right? So this one entire we have covered already, so that you need to read. So I'm just sharing this link. And maybe within the few duration, we will also get our WhatsApp group. So with the help of that group, I will share these links. So I have shared one link. So you have to read that, right? That's your homework. And we will continue on the next session. And there will be a holiday on Saturday, Sunday. Okay. We will continue from the Monday. Any other query?
One question. You said that the account management with P1, P2, and RADI. So can you share some documentation on that? I'll just go through that.
Yeah, if you currently want to go through, you can go to the official documentation. And we will also discuss it deeply inside the module when it comes to the intra ID. For just your sake, I will just share one. This is the official page from AZ-900. And I think I have shared the first module to everyone. We have completed that, right? And inside the second module, we have completed the first unit, right? So here we have completed this unit also. This is about the logical infrastructure and the physical infrastructure. So up to this, we have completed. Any query up to this? Have you completed the documentations and all?
No.
Okay, Bharat, okay, yes. What about Ravi, what you are saying?
No, I don't have any doubts.
Okay, that's great. Sujay and Vinay, what about you?
No, sir, I don't have any.
No.
No,
Okay.
sir. Contrary.
And all of you have the documentation, the official one, and PDF also. So if you don't have PDF, so I will just share the PDF. I think I have not shared the PDF to you. So just a minute.
Could you please
And
share once?
Yeah,
yeah,
please share.
in the chat window, I'm sharing that PDF. This is the about the PDF that we have completed, and today we are going to discuss about the virtual machine. So that one also I'm going to share.
Okay.
So today we have to discuss about some services, like what are the major services for the computing, what are the major services for the network related services, storage related services, and identity related services. So we will just discuss about what are the popular services are offered by your Azure, right? So first service that is offered inside the session of compute, we have the virtual machine. So that is mostly used, right? So first we will discuss about the virtual machines, and then we will discuss about the other services. So here you can see in compute services, first we have our virtual machines. Then after that, other services are also there. So let's start with virtual machine like in on-premises infrastructure, you are using your computers, right? So your computers having some set of operating system, and you have the full control of that operating system. So you have not restricted to anything. So like that, in a similar way, whenever we are talking about the virtual machine, so here you have full control over your operating system. So whatever customization you want, you can do that customization very easily because you have the administrative control for that resource. And it is the best solution where you are talking about the lift to drift solutions. Like whenever you are working in the on-premises infrastructure, and from there you want to set up your infrastructure now inside the cloud premises. So it is an best thing. So you can use for the migration. So here we will just see the same infrastructure, the same user interface, the same solution that you are using on the on-premises that you can also apply here inside the cloud environment. So for that purpose, we have our virtual machines. So virtual machines are mostly used whenever you want some full control. And it is an infrastructure as a service. Okay. So here, most of the things are managed by yourself. Azure is just providing you the hardware and networking and rest other things, proper application interface, installation, uninstallation, patch management, everything is taken care by yourself, right? So here is an example when you will use this virtual machines. So for testing and deployments, you can use, right? For cloud application hosting, you can use it. For data center expansions, disaster recovery, and lift and shift migrations. So for these type of reasons, you can use our virtual machines. So here in Azure portal, you will look the service like this. This is virtual machine. And from other services, when you go in all services and inside the compute category, so here you can find compute related services. And here you will also find your virtual machine. Yes, Bharat?
What is lift and shift?
Like it is copying paste. Like whenever you are shifting towards the cloud, right? So exactly like your on-premises infrastructure, you want to migrate to the cloud. So that is lift and shift. So you can just
Okay.
lift from one place and shift to the another place. It's just like that. Like it is just
Mhm.
like a changing the office. It is lift and shift. Okay.
Okay.
So here we have the virtual machine. Either you can open it from here, or either you can simply search here the virtual machine. Then you will got the virtual machine service.
So this service is responsible for creating your virtual machines, your VMs. Exactly right. So just also take a reference from the PDF also, then we will start our practical, how we can create the virtual machine, how you can deploy it. So here we have the PDF, like what is Azure Virtual Machine? Azure Virtual Machine is an IaaS service, okay, means infrastructure as a service, offering where Microsoft provides your physical hardware, networking, and data center. What you will manage here? You will manage your operating system, your patch management, your application, and security inside that particular VM, like OS level securities you are responsible to handle. So whenever you are creating this compute resource, you are creating your virtual machines. So you are not just creating your virtual machine, not the compute service. Along with the compute services, some other services are also related to with it. Right. So here you can see one diagram we have. No. So here you can see this last one boundary where you can find this symbol. It is representing your Azure portal. Right. So we are here, we are users. And first we will access this Azure portal. Right. And inside that Azure portal, we have our virtual network. Right. So virtual network is just like a private network. Okay. So inside your company's building, you have some private network. It is like that. So you can think this is your company building, and inside your company building, you have this your network, your local area network, your private network. And inside your private network, you create some VLANs, right? Uh, you guys are aware about VLAN, virtual LAN?
Um,
No? So like whenever we are talking about switches,
yeah.
right? In switching technologies, we have one technology that is known as VLAN, virtual LAN. With the help of virtual LAN, we are dividing the broadcast domain. We are breaking the broadcast domain. Okay. So just creating a separate network, you can think like that. So for creating the separate networks, so we can use our VLAN technology. So like that, here we have the big address space. Like whenever you are talking about the default network that is provided by your Azure for your virtual network, that is 10 dot, just let me write here. So when you will go with the default one, it will provide like that, right? So this will be the range for your private network inside the Azure. So that is 10.0.0.0/16. And whenever we are using /16 subnets, so totally how many hosts we will get?
2 power 16.
2 to the power
16.
16. Correct. So what is the answer of 2 to the power 16?
65,500 something.
Yeah, good. So it is 65,536. So that much amount of host you will get. But we just have a small requirement. We have just 100 users or 200 users. So why we would use that entire network, right? So for that purpose, we create the small parts of this network. That is your subnets. So here we will create the subnet, and inside that subnet, your virtual machine will get deployed. And when we are talking about your virtual network, there is one more thing associated with your virtual network. That is your network security group, NSG. So it is your security group. You can think like of your layer 4 firewall, right? So basic sort of filtering will be done here. So these are some associate thing with your virtual machine. So whenever you will create the virtual machine, one public IP will be created, one network interface card will be created, one network security group, one subnet, one virtual network. These few things will create along with your virtual machines. So we will also see in the practically when we will deploy the virtual machines and we will monitor our resource group. Right. So
One
here you can,
question.
Yes.
The security group applied on top of VNet, or it is applied on top of VM level?
You can apply it into multiple levels. Like you can apply your NIC into the network interface card, right? So you can associate with NIC. So it will work for the particular VM. And you can also apply it for the network, right? So for virtual network, you can also apply it. So it depends on you where you are applying it. If you want to apply it
Subnet
on the
also with
particular
it?
subnet, so you can also apply it on the particular subnet.
Okay.
So here you can see VM will never created alone, right? So it always belongs to some more components with your virtual machine. So these are those components that we have discussed about. So we have our resource group. So whenever we are creating any resource inside our Azure environment, so there is a must a resource group. So within the resource group, we are deploying all the resources. So this is the must component. We have the virtual network, that is our VNet, our private network. Then subnets, small part of our network. Mohan Babu, do you want to say something?
Yes. No, 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 sorry.
Oh, so what we are discussing, subnet. Yeah. After subnet, we have the NIC, means network interface card. Like your physical machines, it have some NIC, right? From where you are accessing your internet. So here also, you will get one virtual NIC. And after that, we have the OS disk where your OS will get installed. So basically, whenever you are installing any set of operating system, whenever you're installing any operating system, either Linux, Mac, Windows, whatever operating system, so it will install on the disk, like either it is hard disk, SSDs, or NVMe's. So here also, for installing your operating system, you have the OS disk. Data disk is optional for the extra storage when you add it, so it will add it to your virtual machine. You have the public IP for accessing your virtual machine, right? So we have also the bastion service for accessing it, right? But generally, for the lab, we will use the public IP, right? Through the public IP, you are able to access your machine from anywhere. Just you have to define the particular rule for your access. So we'll define that rule through the NSG. It is just a firewall, right? So like these components are coming with your virtual machine.
So this all
And
hardware or like the NSC card is hardware, right? They will so Azure will give, right?
yeah, here you will get virtual NIC. Okay. Not the physical one, but with the VM, you will get one NIC. So like in normal scenario, like you are creating the virtual machines in type 2 hypervisor, there also you will get a network interface card, right? So
Yeah,
because
that is
without
having IOLO also, right? IOLO, NSC.
you're talking about NSG,
Yeah, NSC, network card for virtual.
okay.
So this all given for Azure only, right? Right, like hardware or like how said this is
Just just please clear your question. I'm little bit confused. You are asking about NIC or NSG? What you are saying?
NIC, sir.
NIC, this one.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay. So like whenever you are creating the virtual machine, right? So this is created with the help of virtualization technology. So this is the
yeah,
virtual machine.
yeah.
So let's suppose system. um, you can think this is the big box. This is your physical host, and inside that physical host, with the help of hypervisor, you are getting multiple virtual machine. But
Okay.
physically, this hardware have one NIC, right?
Yes, sir.
So it have one NIC. But how the internet access you can from the virtual machines. So for that purpose also, you required some NIC with your virtual machines also. So these are not the physical one, but these are the virtual NICs. So
Okay.
physically, internally, they are using the host NIC, but we have the logical separation and it is logically created. It is a logical resource. So like, if I will show you here, If just a minute, okay, I will change the sharing settings and I will show. When you use open network connections like on CPA.cpl, so here we are finding some network adapters, right?
Yeah.
Like that, whenever you have installed any hypervisor into your host operating system and create one virtual machine, so you will also get some additional network interface here also.
Yeah, I
Why?
got it.
Because they are virtual. They are not physically present, but they are virtually present.
Yeah,
It is
that
just like a
is the
simulation of your physical NIC.
yeah. We can increase like VM. We can increase RAM and virtually like that only, right, sir?
Yeah, like
Okay.
that you can also increase the NICs also.
NIC and processor also we can.
Yes, because these are virtual resources.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like as per my understand, one server we can install multiple like that. VM like that only. Telling right, sir.
Yeah, like that you can add multiple NICs to particular VM.
Yeah. Okay.
Like in whenever you're talking about the server scenarios, so in servers majorly we are using multiple NICs, right?
Yes.
So in that type of requirements, if you want some two network interface for the network connectivity and two separate network IPs. So at that time you will add additional NIC to your virtual machine.
Yeah. Okay.
That's good.
Yeah.
Next, and whenever we are creating our virtual machine, so how we can define the hardware configuration, what hardware configuration we require to use, what hardware configuration we want, all right? So for that purpose, Azure VMs have their types. You can also say the VM families or VM sizes, right? So here we have some common series that are available for us. Series, B series, D series, E series, and F series. So every series have their own specialty. So first, talking about the B series, it is in low cost machines for the testing purpose and like that stuff. And now in D series, these are general purpose machines that you can use. They have the decent amount of configurations with it.
So
And we
what is
have
burstable?
like whenever you are talking about small packet and big blast, it is like that burstable. Okay. So
Okay.
it can easily crash because that's why we are also saying burstable it is.
Okay.
Because it have very low configuration. When we do the practical, I will show this also, all the series and all these things. And next we have the D series, that is your general purpose machine, right? And for the general activities like installing some sort of web server, small requirements, you can use happily, right? And whenever you are memory focused, see we'll use the E series VM. And we are compute focused. We have needed high number of processors. So you can go for the F series. And whenever you are GPU focused, you will go for the N series. That is not written here, but we also have the N series. Right. So the various ways to deploy a virtual machine through the Azure portal, you can deploy through the Azure CLI, PowerShell, ARM template, Bicep templates. You can use all these methods to deploy a virtual machine. So first, what we will see? We'll see the deployment with the help of Azure portal. And later we will also see the deployments with the other resources. So that is also here with the demonstration. So first, let's create the virtual machine with the help of our Azure portal. And here also for your hands-on lab, the steps are mentioned here. So you can also read these steps and follow the steps. Right. So let's do the hands-on. So I'm going towards my Azure portal. So this is my Azure portal. Right. From here, first, if you want to create the resource group, you can go good to go and create the resource group, or either during the time of VM creation, you can create your resource group. So first, for this demonstration, what I am doing, first I am creating a resource group, and then I will demonstrate you how to create the virtual machine. So here we have the services that is resource groups. So I will just click on it. And from here, I'm going to deploy a resource group, right? So inside that resource group, we are going to create our all the resources. So just click on create button. So from here, you can create your resource group. So we are in the basic tab. From here, first we require to select our subscription. Like whenever we are setting up the management infrastructure. So as we have discussed, we have the subscription that is used for creating the security boundaries for your billings, right? So for every subscription, you will bill separately. So here you have to choose your billing boundary, that is your subscription. So currently I have just one subscription, so that is automatically selected. After that, you are required to give the resource group name. So this is a user-defined value. According to your requirement, you can name your resource group. So I am naming it RG VM test. Okay, so according to your requirement, you can give the name to your resource group. And after that, you can select your region, in which region you want to deploy your services. So currently, I'm from India, so I'm choosing the central India, right? That is closest to me. And you can also choose the other ones if you want, right? So according to your client. So whenever you have the client base, where is your client base? So according to your client base, you can select it whether your clients are sitting on the US. So you can deploy your resource to the US, right? East US, West US, any reason like that. Yes, Bharat?
Can't we select the pre-existing resource group from this?
Here we are creating the resource group. That's why we can't select the existing resource group.
Oh, okay, okay. Sorry, I thought we were creating VM. Okay.
No, no. So we are creating the resource group, and that is not possible to create the nested resource group, right? So that's why we are not able to create an existing resource group with it.
Yeah, got it.
After that, just click on next. That is about the tags. So you can mention the tags. Tags are simple key value pairs. Okay. So let's suppose here if I will write yeah, and this is what Linux.
See, tags are generally used to identify the division, like say any department or division,
Yeah,
like
it
that.
is just for the identification.
And
Like
sales, marketing, or development, or
yeah,
testing.
you can specify the different environments here. That is for the identification purpose. So just it is a Linux VM. So you can specify Linux over here. So VM Linux size, you can specify the size here. So you can add different type of tags like that. So currently I'm not going to use the tags, but whenever you are working inside the production environment, so here you're required to add the multiple tags, right? You will add the production tag, environment tag. So from which environment this resources belong to. So you will commonly use the environment tag and you are use the creator tag to have created this resource, right? So creator tag you will use. So like that, according to your organization, you will use the different type of tags. So currently I'm not using, I'm moving towards the next part, that is review plus create. Validation successful. Just click on create. Created successfully. Just wait for 1 minute to refresh the UI. Right. So here we have our resource group. And when I check my resource group, so here currently no resources are deployed, right? So I will go on the virtual machine and deploy the virtual machine. After deploying the virtual machine, you can see, you can find multiple resources here. Okay, so now just close it for now. Search here the virtual machine and go towards the virtual machine. So here, let's create a new virtual machine for us. So here is an option for create, and here is an also option for the create. So you can choose any option. You just require to click on create, and here you will get multiple options, right? So from these multiple options, like you have the virtual machine scale side, hybrid pre-configured, and high volume solutions. So from here, you are currently required to choose virtual machine. Just click on virtual machine.
We will be discussing about the other options, right? VMSS and the hybrid.
Yeah, yeah. other options are there in our syllabus. We will discuss it later, right? So if you want just a basic idea, so just I will explain. When we are talking about the elasticity, that one feature of cloud that we have discussed, right? So for that, in compute service, we have the virtual machine scale set, right? So it will automatically manage the scalability that is known as elasticity. So whenever you require the elasticity, you will use that virtual machine scale set, right? And whenever you require to use the pre-configured machines, that you will use that third option, hybrid one. Okay. So here in VM creation, we are okay. And first we are in the basic tab. So today we will understand about the basic tab, and one by one in detail, we will discuss also about the other tabs. So first thing, we have our subscription here. So as we already discussed, I have one subscription and this is for my billing boundary. After that, there is an option for the resource group. So here you have option. If you want to use your existing resource group, so from drop down menu, you can select your existing resource group. Or otherwise, if you want to create your new resource group, so at that time, you will create it. So if you want to use the existing one, so from the drop down, you can select your resource group, right? And whenever you want to create the new one, there is a button, create new. So you can also create a new resource group. So for this demonstration, I'm going to use my existing resource group, that is rg-vm-test that we have previously written. Right. After doing it, some instance detail we have to mention. For that, first, I'm giving the name for my virtual machine. So like whenever we are opening the virtual machine, so you will getting the list of virtual machine. So this name will be appear to you whenever you will look about all the virtual machine system. So for my current requirement, it is Windows 2025. Okay, I'm using the server. And the reason where I want to deploy this virtual machine, so that is the similar reason. That is also for my resource group. That has been similar for my VM also. That is Central India. So you have to choose the similar one, right?
Can we use a different region for VM?
No, no,
So is it not allowed, or so it's a best practice to select the same region?
that is not allowed, right? So if I will change here, and when I start creating, so during the validation, it will throw me error, right? So that's why.
Okay.
So you have to select the similar region that is for your resource group, or either if you want to deploy it on the new region, right? So you will also create a new resource group to that particular region. So
Okay.
whenever you will
So
click here, you have,
if I have to
yes,
create VMs in different regions, then we will have to have resource group from all those regions.
yes,
It's a one-to-one map, so we cannot have one resource group and multiple
yeah.
region VMs. Okay.
So over here we have the availability option. Like for high availability, there are multiple offers for you from the Azure side, right? So here you can see in availability options, you have these multiple options available to you, right? So first one, no infrastructure redundancy is required, means you do not want any additional type of redundancy, because by default, whenever you are using the Azure services, so it is promising you 95% availability, right? So they are offering you the service level agreement. Inside that agreement, they are saying if you are using normally our service and deploying a virtual machine with no redundancy, so by default, it will offers you 95% of availability, right? So this is the
So
first option.
one small question. Suppose we create a VM inside, for example, Windows 2003. You are saying it has a 95 percentage of redundancy. We have some critical data running on that machine without a redundancy. But anytime it get crash during updates or rebooting, we'll able to Azure will able to help us to restore back, or any say replica copy will be there in the another VM. Like
Your voice is not clear. There is some lot of echo with your voice.
okay, now it's audible.
Please repeat. Hello.
So now it's audible.
Yeah, it is audible. Please speak once again.
Like you're saying that this accuracy is only 95 percentage. Suppose we have a critical server running on a VM without infrastructure anything to set up.
Okay.
Suppose the machine got crashed, will Azure be able to provide from another VM the same server up and running? It is not
So,
possible, or not possible.
so whenever you are doing with the no infrastructure redundancy, and you are
Okay.
asking what solution we have for the backup, right?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
So
Yes.
for that, you can configure the backup, right? So we have
Backup.
the
Yeah.
other backup options. With the help of that
Okay.
backup options, you can recover your machine.
Otherwise, we have to do that, but Azure will not take any responsibility.
Yeah, in that condition, Azure will not take. They are responsible that it will back very soon, right? It will not
Okay.
totally crashed,
Okay.
but
Okay. Okay.
you will face the downtime. Let's suppose
Downtime.
there are 1,000 days, right? And out of these 1,000 days, for one day you will face the downtime.
Downtime.
Yeah,
Okay.
that can be
Okay.
happen. Okay.
Okay.
So yeah, so we have discussed about this first one. That is no infrastructure redundancy is required, right? After that, we have the availability zones. So across the region, whenever you want your redundancy, high availability, at that time you will prefer the availability zone. So whenever you prefer it, so across the multiple availability zone, your data will get replicated. So like inside one Azure region, we have three availability zones. So your machine will be divided into these availability zones. So one live copies will be also stored to the different availability zone for extra redundancy. So that is about the availability zone, right?
So
And we have the
question.
next. Yes,
So here we are actually specifying zone one. So since we
yes,
are creating only one VM, so there will be one instance which will get created, right?
yeah, one instance will get created.
That too in zone one. So if I select all three, so how one VM will get deployed into three zones?
So your VM will originally deploy on a single resource, and along with that deployment, when this deployment will done, so in all the availability zone, your replication will be happen. So it is in live replication. So just so you have created the VM, and one copy of your VM will also go to the next availability zone. So it is just a copy of your machine. So if one machine will go down, so you can use the another copy, and both are into the active state, right? Not active and standby. So both are in the
Okay,
active
so
state.
in the back end, it is going to create three VMs if we
Yes,
select three zones.
yes. So this is the backend process. In the backend, they will properly maintain the availability for you. They will create the live copies of your virtual machine and deploy it
Mhm.
to the multiple zones.
So if you
But
select
the
Right.
cost
availability,
will be one virtual machine, right? Or three virtual machines.
We will cost for the one virtual machine, and whenever you are selecting this option, so your pricing will be get increased because you are selecting the availability options, right? So in
Okay.
this type of selection, you will get more charged. So
so
accordingly, your
availability,
charges will increase according to the service that you are selecting.
Okay.
so if you select availability zone means one copy of the view will be pushed to other two zones. Am I right?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay. So this is the availability option whenever you want to store your copies of virtual machine into different availability zones. So that is the redundancy option. Whenever your one availability zone will get filled, the entire data center will get filled. So at that time, your machine will be get protected with a different availability zone. So that is an regional level redundancy. So if one availability zone get fails, so from other your service will get start very quickly. And the next we have the virtual machine scale set, right? So it will also distribute your virtual machine across the zones and the fault domains at scales. So it is combining your availability set and availability zones, right? So it is a combination of both. And inside the availability set, your machines are deployed during in the multiple fault domains and update domains. That is the data center level availability, right? So whenever you are looking for the data center level availability, so you can prefer the availability set. So it is managed like it have three fault domains. So when you select it, right, just wait. So here it is asking you to create the availability set. And when you create on create new, just a minute. So here you can see you have the fault domains that is three, and you can go to the 20 update domain. So here you can selecting the fault domains and update domain. With the help of this, you are getting the availability. So in the fault domains means in the different racks, you are deploying your virtual machine, right? And update domain means whenever we are doing the updates, we are doing some maintenance. So one update domain will be updated during one time. So if we will deploy your virtual machine within the different update domain, so at one time they will not get down, right? So like that, it will ensure the high availability for you. And every racks have their own supply, right, at the particular time. So they are also maintaining the redundancy for you. So if one racks will get failed, so you have the VM in the another rack. So that's why they will protect your virtual machine, so you will not face the downtime. So first we are going with the normal one, right?
Here also
Then
in this
after that,
case, so it
yes,
is going to be only one virtual machine, right?
yeah, we will also get one virtual machine, only one. Just the copy is stored inside multiple fault domain.
Okay, so you mean to say like the number of virtual machines is equal to the number of fault domains that we select.
Yes.
Okay.
So this is about the availability options available for your virtual machine. And currently we are going with the no infrastructure redundancy is required. And here you have the security levels. So you can refer the multiple security levels you have. Like whenever you are using some new sort of hardware, right? Let's suppose whenever you are using Windows 11. So do you remember the minimum requirement for the Windows 11? Anyone?
You mean hardware?
Yeah, minimum hardware requirements for your Windows 11.
A 16 GB RAM and 512 GB storage.
8 GB
16
also
GB
enough.
RAM.
8 GB or 4 GB is enough. Will run.
Okay. So for Windows 11, when you are talking about, so it is approx 8 GB of RAM, 64 GB of storage, right? And 2 gigahertz of processor speed, and internet is required. And specifically in the hardware terms, TPM 2.0 is required. That is trusted platform module, right? That is required for the hardware level for installation of your Windows 11 operating system, right? So here, whenever you require a security for your operating system, and we are going to use the virtual machines from the generation 2 that is here mentioned in images. We have the generation 2 machines, right? The images. So at that time, you will use the trusted launch VMs, right? So here, the trusted platform module 2 will be enabled. Okay. And when you go with the standard one, it is giving the standard version of TPM, Trusted Platform Module. It is not the advanced one, generation 2 compatible one. It is the basic one, that is legacy, right? And it is the confidential one. So you can use the top level security. So here you can prefer it. So here currently I'm going with the standard. If I want to use the normal generation, and whenever I want launch my VM with the generation 2, I will prefer the trusted launch, right? So in security type, I'm going with the trusted launch. And here, this is my image. So which operating system I want to use, correct? So here you can think, I have currently Ubuntu Pro is selected. So here we have the multiple operating systems with us. So you can select it. So you can see all the images available for us. So here you can see the multiple images are available for us. So out of these multiple images, you can select image that you want. So currently I want the Windows Server, and that is for the Windows Server 2025 data center with generation 2. So I'm going to select this one. All right, so that is selected. And the architecture is by default selected. It is x64. This is a 64-bit architecture machine. Here is an option, run with Azure Spot Discount. Like, what is it? So it is a very good concept. All right. So let's suppose we are a shopkeeper. We are a vegetable vendor. Okay. So we have purchased some vegetables. Like we have purchased 10 kgs of vegetable, and we have start selling our vegetables starting from evening 6, right? And our closing time is 10. So we have selling our stock, and we have observed that during 9 o'clock, we have sold 70 kgs, sorry, 7 kgs of your vegetables, and rest 3 kgs are remaining. And these are not usable for the next day. So what you will do? You will sell these vegetables, the remaining 3 kg vegetables in discount, right? Or you will throw them. What you will do? You will give discount or you will throw them.
We'll give discount and sell off.
Yeah. So like that, Azure will give you discount for unused instances. Okay. So whenever you're talking about Azure, and Azure have some unused servers for with them. So they can give you that servers with the cheaper cost. Right. So here, if you will select this option, so they will give you the resource that is free and that is on the cheaper cost. But there is one problem. So whenever the customer comes for that resource, they will just within the 2 minutes notification, they will again tag that resource to you. Right. So it is just like if we are talking about some gaming parlors, right? So they have two systems with them. Okay. So here, if no customer is coming, so yeah, they are giving me system in the discount. Okay. Whenever the new customer is not coming, you can just play the games just into the half cost. Okay. And whenever my customer comes, so just you have to get out from this place. So my customer is invited for me. So like that here it is saying. So whenever my customer is not coming to me for that individual resource, so you can use that resource into the cheaper price. But whenever the customer comes for that resource, I will take back this resource to you with the 2 minute of notification. So within the 2 minutes, the resource will gone and your service will get stopped, or either you can select what you don't want to do. So here is an option for a stop. And if you want to delete, so you can delete it also. So currently we are not going with the on-demand resource. We are going with the on-demand resource. We are not going with the spot instance. Right. So after that, as we have discussed, we have the different family, different size. So these are these different size of your virtual machine. From your size, you can specify the RAM that you want, the CPU that you want. So when you click on see all sizes, so here you can see according to the series, we have the sizes. And here you can get the purpose of your series. So currently, according to our requirements, you can select the series. So here you can see the B series machines are there with some sort of configurations with it. All right. So these are configurations, CPU, RAM, disk, like all these things are mentioned here. So according to a requirement, you can choose one of these. So right. So currently, if I will select this general purpose machine, should have 2 cores of CPU, 8 GB of RAM, and you can add 4 data disks into this one. So you can choose it, and here in the last column, you will also get the price for these resources. So according to the family, you will get charged. So let's do it. So I'm going with this one. I'm comfortable with this one. And just I will click on select. Now it is selected and enable hibernating. So as we have the hibernate mode on your operating system, so it is like that. And here in this way, it is not supported. And after that, we have the administrator account. We are setting up the credentials for our virtual machine. All right. So this is the user account. So I can select Azure user. And here I will select password for my user. So just let me assign one password. And password has a minimum requirement, right? So the password must be complex according to that minimum requirement. And again, you have to confirm your password. Just So here I have confirmed my password. It is about the inbound port roles. Like whenever we create our virtual machine, so there is NSG, right? So by default, we are creating the Windows machine. And for accessing the Windows machine, we are using the RDP, Remote Desktop Protocol. And that is allowed here. That is RDP, and this is the port number for the RDP. It is 3389. So whenever you will create the Windows virtual machine, so they will automatically recommend you to enable the RDP port. So yeah, currently we want that RDP port to access our virtual machine. So that's why I'm leaving it default. After that, we have the another different tabs. So today we have just covered the first tab, the basic tab. And after doing that, I will just click on review plus create.
Sir, RDP is a IP address not required, no? If
What?
your RDP means IP address is not required to access that.
Yeah, IP address is required to access this machine. So in your virtual machines, you have public and private, both the IP addresses. So with the help of that IP address, you can take the RDP of this machine. So assigning IP addresses and all these things are into the networking tab, right? So
Yeah.
currently I have not explained it, but by
Yeah.
default, whenever you create your virtual machine, it will get the public IP and private IP as well as.
Yeah. Okay. Just
Okay.
now we are enable that RDP one. That's it, right?
Yeah,
So
just from the
that,
NSG rule, we have
yeah.
allowed that. Means our from firewall. So it is NSG is one type of firewall. So from that firewall, we have allowed for particular port. That's we have done it.
Yeah. Network part is different, right? Right, sir.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
So just click on create. One by one, we will discuss about each and every part. So in today's session, we have just discussed about one part,
Yeah.
right?
Okay.
Anyone have any type of question? So you can ask.
When we select availability zone,
Hmm.
and if we select zone 1 and zone 2,
Yes.
and say for example, I have created one data disk.
Hmm.
Okay, so in that case, two instance VMs and two attached disks will be created, or will it be only one disk?
Your disk will be separately get stored. For your storage, you have the other redundancy options.
Okay, so you mean two VMs, two VM instances in two different zones, and two attached disks.
Yeah, their OS disk will be replicated, right? Not the data disk.
So data disk will remains single.
Yeah, for that data disk, you have the different redundancy options. So
Okay.
for your storage account, you have the different options. Okay.
Okay.
So here we have successfully deployed our virtual machine. So you can verify it from here. So we have deployed this virtual machine. Up to this, I think every step is clear to everyone. We have just cleared the first basic tab with our virtual machine. Okay. So in next session, what we will do, we will practically access this virtual machine and also I will explain the other tabs also, and I will also give you time for the hands-on. So from next class, you can start your hands-on, right? So in hands-on, what we will do, and during the classes, after demonstrating all the things, you will also perform these things by your own, right? So everyone is required to perform these labs. So this is your hands-on practice time. So if live you are facing any issue and any query, so you can quickly resolve that with your hands-on lab. Okay, up to this, any queries or you can ask.
See, for accessing library, we need to have account in Azure portal, right?
For accessing, please repeat.
For accessing the live labs, we need to have account in Azure portal, right?
Yeah, for accessing your virtual machine and resources, first you require to come on the Azure portal.
Okay.
And after that, if you have configured the access from other resources, also from other sources, so you can
Okay.
also access this machine with the credentials from other sources, like from your laptop or from any other laptop. So what I
Okay.
will do in the next class, I will create the virtual machine from my portal and I will give you access to everyone, right?
Okay.
So you can also able to access my virtual machine.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
simultaneously, they can able to access it.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. But for our lab, we need to have account in Azure portal, right? That is
Yeah, for labs, you require to create your own accounts.
accounts. Okay.
Yeah. So just
Okay.
whenever you create account for the first time, it will give you 200 credits. So you can
Okay.
happily use that credits and enjoy the labs.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. So
Sir, one
currently,
doubt.
yes.
Uh, Regarding availability zone, you said if we select the zone for three selected zones, it will create an active VMs, right?
Yes, yes.
Uh, Regarding storage is also same active will be work in storage part also in
For
different
your OS
region.
disk, that is active. But whenever you are talking about the additional data disk, that is not covered inside that availability option, right? For that, you have the different type of availability options.
For storage, it's a different.
Yeah, that
Uh,
we will discuss when it comes to the storage part. And yet we have not also covered that availability zones and availability set, right? So these things are also remaining. We have just taken some basic idea about these. We will cover it onto detail and all. We will also see the practical of these things.
oh,
Okay. So here currently with my virtual machine, these associated resources will created. So here, this is our resource group that we have created. So here you can see all the associated things will be there. So for currently, just I am deleting this resource group. And whenever we meet in the next class, we will get this resource group. So we will use the existing virtual machine. So currently, whenever you have completed your lab, so before closing your Azure portal, you must require to delete your labs, right? Because if you will not delete these things, so we'll get charged for these things. So that's why please delete the labs, the resource group, the resources that you have created during your practice time, right? So for making the habit of this thing, so during the class, I will also delete my resources at the end of the class, right? So within the few minutes, my resource will get deleted. If you have once clicked on the deleted and this process is start, now you are free to close this portal. So this resource will get deleted. So for today's session, if you have any other query, so you can ask, or then after that, we will continue on the next session.
Sir, you are using that Azure account as subscription or like a free? How that's
I have both one.
both
Because,
one?
yeah, I
Yeah.
have one account with the student ID.
Good evening.
So let's start with the recap. So what we have covered yesterday, anyone can explain it?
Virtual machine on vegetal.
Okay, so we have discussed about our virtual machine, right? So today we have to continue that topic. So we have just seen the creation of that virtual machine and understood the basic tab of the virtual machine creation. So like I will share my Azure portal. So here is my portal, and here we have deployed one virtual machine, right? And understood the basic tab. What are the options available within the basic tab? So again, let's create one more Windows virtual machine. So here you can see there is no virtual machines. So just let's create a new virtual machine for us. Right, we are in the basic tab and we have understanding each and everything about the basic tab. So here just I'm quickly selecting these things. So I have defined my resource group. Here I will give the name for my virtual machine, the reason that where I want to deploy that machine and the availability option. Right, and here I'm going to choose my operating system. After that, this is the VM family. And let's go with the discount. Right. And what happens when it comes? So it will stop. So we can select the policy like it can delete the virtual machine. You can see the cost is reduced. And after that, just set a username for it and password for it. Right. So with the basic tab, just we are going to deploy this machine. So I have clicked on review plus create and it will validate the few things and then it will allow us to create our virtual machine. So just wait for the validation. Validation passed and click on create.
I have a question. So by default, it is going to create a public IP, is it? Hello? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, there is some network issue, so that's why I have disconnected. So just a minute, I will reshare the window.
Can you hear me, Prem?
Yes, yes, you are audible.
Okay. So I had a question.
Yeah.
So by default, does it
Yes.
creates a public IP?
Yeah, with the default selection, it will create.
Okay.
So whenever you are not selecting anything, so for your virtual machine, it will create that public IP. So like here, for this demonstration, we have not specified anything into the networking, but it is creating our public IP address for us. So by default, it will create. So the resource is deployed, right? And let's go to the resource. And here we are in the resource. And inside that resource, we are in the overview tab, right? So inside the overview tab, you can get the basic information about your virtual machine. So here you can see, this is the resource group name. This is the status of your virtual machine. Location where this machine is deployed means your region, right? Your subscription ID, operating system, the VM family that you are using, primary NIC public IP, right? And your private virtual network, DNS configuration, health status, credit time. So these some basic information you will get in your overview tab, right? So here also you can see by the categories like here in virtual machine, networking, they are giving you some basic information about your VM, right? So now our agenda is to connect with this virtual machine. So we require to access this virtual machine. And for accessing, here we have the connect button, right? So we will just click on connect and I will click on normally connect button. And this is the button like connect via Bastion service. So we have the Bastion service. With the help of Bastion service, you can access your virtual machine without requiring a public IP address into it. So here just I'm going to access it with my public IP address. So I will click on connect button. So yeah, the new window comes up into RDP. Here it is giving the basic information. Like this is about the source machine and this is about the destination machine. This is my local IP and this is my destination machine. And here we have to check the NSG rule. So for that, just click on check access. So it will verify that from the RDP is allowed from the NSG or not. So that will check the NSG rule. And here you have the button, download the RDP file. So you can just click on that button. So you will get the RDP file. And with the help of this RDP file, you can easily connect to your server. So just click on it. So here you can get the information about the server, right? So it's IP address we're getting here and just click on connect. Mm, all right. So when you click on connect, here you will get the pop-up window for entering your credentials. So here you will enter the credential for your virtual machine. So user account will already taken because here is the option of user account. And when you take the access to the RDP file. So you do not require to enter the username manually, and you are just required to enter the password. So here I'm going to enter my password for the virtual machine in the time of creation, and just click on OK. And here click on yes. So here I'm logging into my virtual machine. Actually, today there is some internet issue with my Wi-Fi. So that's why I'm using my mobile hotspot. That's why the performance is very low.
So this is server OS or Windows 11, sir?
It is in server OS, Windows Server 2025. Right. So during the time of creation, we have selected these configurations.
Yeah.
So if you want to verify, so just let me minimize this. And here, whenever you are creating your virtual machine, so you have the option to select the image, right? So here we have selected the Windows Server 2025. So just click on create on virtual machine. And here you will get option image. So here you are defining your operating system. So there are multiple options, right? So just click on see all images. So you can find all the images available with our Azure. So there are n number of images. So according to your requirement, you can use any image. Okay, so according to the categories, you will also get it. So like currently what we have done, we have just deployed the virtual machine and we have accessed it, right? So here my virtual machine is running. And when you see about the configuration, that is similar that we have configured or not. So we can just verify it. So here we have our server manager. We will go in the local server, right? So from here you can gather some information. So here you can see this is the server operating system, right? Because it have the server manager and the IP configuration is by DHCP and the RAM that is 8 GB, right? And there is a version of our operating system. So all these informations are mentioned here. So you can just cross check these informations. And this is about the Windows virtual machine, right? So for Windows virtual machine, I have taken the access through the RDP file, and there is one another way also. So just I'm disconnecting this session, and here in run prompt, mstsc, I've typed one command. With this command, the new dialog box is open. That is remote desktop connection. So from this also, you can take the remote access of your virtual machine. So here you require to enter the public IP address. So you can check out your public IP address of your virtual machine. So here is our public IP address. So we can just copy this address and we will paste it. Right. So here I'm just pasting that address and just click on connect. And here it prompts to your password. 1311 and click on OK. So from this way also, without downloading the RDP file, you can also take the access of our virtual machine. So the similar interface you will get, right? So no changes in the interface. Yes, Bharat?
Yeah, this public IP is a unique IP across the globe, is it?
Yes.
Okay, so say for example, in AWS, someone wants to create an IP, public IP. So this same IP will not be assigned to any virtual machine in another cloud.
Yes. So this is just an unique address.
So Azure will assign, right, that public IP.
Yeah, currently we are using the automatic assignments, right? So that's why it is used. We also have the static assignment, right? So according to a requirement, we can do it.
So the static assignment, who will give that IP address, sir?
IP address is also suggested by your Azure. Because if you will create IP address according to your convenience, so it can be a chance of conflict. So that's why Azure will suggest you that IP address, this is the IP address available, public IP address, and you can fix this IP addresses and set it as a manual way. So that will be
Okay.
last for permanently. Okay. So now what you can try now, with the help of this address, you can try to access my virtual machine. And definitely you will get the access. So just one of you or anyone can try to access my virtual machine. The IP address is visible to you. Connect it, then update me.
Sir, credential asking.
Yeah. So the username is Azure user and password is 1311
One minute, sir.
Yeah, I'm sharing it also in the chat.
Then fine, sir. Shows. Yes, sir, I got it.
Right. So currently it is accessible to everyone. So anyone can access that virtual machine and use the services. And it is not the recommended way to give access to everyone of your virtual machine, right? So for restricting this thing, we have our NSG, Network Security Group, right? So here we are going in networking settings. Right. So here we are in networking setting. And when you scroll down, you can find one energy rule for your RDP. Right. So here you can find one rule. And in this rule, if you will check, source and destination is any to any. Right. That is not suitable. Whenever this is any to any, mean anyone can access this virtual machine from any location. But I want to change it. So for that purpose, create a new rule. So we will just delete this one and add the new rule. And when I delete this rule, right? So just let me delete this rule. So the rule is deleted. Now try to access that machine that is yet accessible or not. Just the credentials and everything is saved. Just I have removed the rule from our firewall. So that is it is accessible to you.
The share us once IP address is removed.
What IP address is removed?
So my this thing remote access is IP address needs to ask.
So but we have the IP address, right?
Yeah, I need. Someone share it. Okay. No, sorry.
No?
No, it's asking cannot connect.
Yes, because there is no RDP rule to access this virtual machine. Everything is fine, but there is no rule. So that's why it is not able to connect. From the firewall, it is denying all the traffic, the RDP requests. So here what I will do, now I will enable the RDP from my IP address only. So here I will click on create port rule, right? And this is my inbound rule. Just that is an example, just a small add about energy. We have the detailed discussion on the NSCs. It is just a basic thing how you can make your virtual machine accessible just from only your IP address. So here you will select my IP address, right? So automatically my IP address will come up here. And from the services, I will select RDP, right? And the action is allowed and the priority is 100. And here you have to give some name for that rule. So we will just giving RDP. I'll just add. So here the rule is created. Now this virtual machine is accessible only from this IP address. So it will accessible to my system only, not everyone's system. So if I will try to access it, what's the problem? Just wait for refreshing it. Just give a refresh.
So this account is subscription, right? We're using.
No, this one is not subscription.
Okay.
Here I'm using the free subscription, like for the college student, right? For the virtual machine. VNet. We will get that energy rule is proper or not. So it is accessible, right? So yeah. So for that, what we can do, we can check your IP address.
Check in different IP, sir.
Right. And for checking your public IP address, what is my IP? Right. Just wait for it. So just we require to verify that IP address is similar or not. If yet it will not access, so we require to wait for few minutes, and then after you can try. So just let's verify this thing, and otherwise we require to wait for few minutes. No, thanks. This is our IP address, so let's match this address with this one. From our MSG rule, we require to match, right? So yeah, IP address is matching properly. That means we require to wait for a few minutes. So just don't worry and wait for a few minutes. And if after waiting for 5 minutes, it will not give you the access. So what you will do, you will reset the password of it. That's this troubleshooting you will also see. So I will share the creation of your Linux virtual machine. And without waiting, without wasting our time, we can just continue with other thing. So we can save some time. So first, we have created the virtual machine that is using your Windows operating system. And there, with the help of RDP protocol, you are accessing that virtual machine. Now this time, we are going to use a Linux image. So just I'm using the same resource group. I'm giving the name for that virtual machine. No availability option, just one change. Here I'm going to select the another image. So let me proceed with the Red Hat Enterprise Linux. Right. And whenever you are using your Linux machine, so the for accessing the Linux machine, the best way is your SSH public key. Right. So an authentication type. You will select SSH public key. And here you are required to generate that key. So your username is defined here, the key source, right? So you can use in the existing key, you want to create a new key and you want to store it here. So just generate a new key pair. And this is the SSH key type, right, according to which algorithm we are going to create it. So it is about the algorithm. And here you have to just define the name for that key pair. So just I'm giving it a name that is key. And just review plus create. Now here is just one difference. Like whenever you are accessing the Linux machine, so they will give you the Sierra access. You will not get the full GUI experience. So just see whatever we missed, it is indicated. So here you can see the subscription have limit, right? So because I am using the student account, so that's why it have some restrictions. So currently we can't deploy it here. So no issue. I have another account. So in that account, I will show you how you can do it. This is the pay as you go account, right? So here, no issue. You can deploy the resources without such type of more restrictions. Simple. Right. So first we require our virtual machine. So we are in the virtual machine session. Just click on create virtual machine. Defining the resource group name. And here you can also get the cost preview, right? So whatever you will do the selections. According to that selection, it will also show you the cost because it is an pay as you go account. Just creating RG001 name for the virtual machine. And availability option. This is a costly family, so just I'm going to change it.
Why B series is not showing up here?
It's series B series.
Yeah.
So you can see. Currently here, the Windows server is selected, right? So here you can see B series is not there. And when you change it, right, just go for it and let's change the image. Because it is also depending on the availability option that you are selecting. So you can also see some new series because whenever you're using pay as you go account, so they are by default They want that you will use the costly resources. So they will hide that cheaper resources from you. So just also change some other settings for it. Okay, the key name is selected. Okay, okay. Seems good. Right. So just let's deploy it. So when you click on create, so it will say you to download this key. Right. So this is your private key. Just download that key. With the help of this key, you are able to connect to your virtual machine. So the key is downloaded. Just wait. And here now let's check with that virtual machine. Still not accessible. So just again going back to the portal. This one is also deployed. So just first disconnect this one and then we will troubleshoot this one also. So you can see the port is allowed, that is port 22. Now just click on check access. And with the help of this command, or either you can use the putty software, right? So I'm just going to access it with my CLR. So just copy this command and this is my terminal. Just paste that command, and along with this, you also required the storage location of your file. That is in the downloads folder, right? So for the exit path, what I'm going to do, I'm going in users with my user and download. And here I will copy it. You can also copy as path, okay, to this file. And here I am changing it. So what the changes are made it in the last, but here we want the changes. So this location is needed here, right? And after that, one more slash, and you have to enter the file name. So here you can see our file name is Linux -g underscore key, right? So Linux, and this is our name. So like that, you can got the full name. And when I used this tab button, so The IP address and username is real. So just for example, if you will enter it, so it will not give you anything. But after that, along with your this command, you will also specify the username and IP address of that individual server. So here I've specified username and IP address for that server. So let's try. So yeah, it is accessible. And type yes to log in into it. So here you will got access for your Linux virtual machine. So like that, you can got the access for your Linux virtual machines. Yes, Bharat.
Yeah. So this key pair, can we use the same key pair for all the virtual machines in production use cases?
So you can use one key pair for the different virtual machine. So according to your environment, you can create one key and you will use that key. That is no issue, right? So it is recommended to use the particular key for the particular environment. So do not
Okay.
mix up, or if you will manage a separate key for a separate virtual machine, so it will be a hectic process to manage it, right? That's why.
Should we rotate this key, or so this is one time creation only?
Yeah, this is a one-time question when you create it. So this is a for one-time process.
So this key we no need to rotate it, right?
Like in which way rotation you are saying about?
See, key is basically kind of password, right?
Yeah, key is just like a password.
So
So
usually 90 days password reset we need to do. So how we are going to reset or
no,
rotate
no.
the keys?
Here, that is not your password. It is just kind of a password thing, but it is just giving you the access like whenever you are following up the encryption. So at that time, you will use the keys method. Like we have the symmetric keys, we have the asymmetric keys.
Mm.
So like
Okay.
that, here whenever we have the public and private key,
Uh,
so these are the asymmetric keys. So you
okay.
are
So whatever the key that we are downloading is public key,
we are downloading the private key.
private key.
Yes. So here you can see it will show the extension. So it's check. It is not showing, but whenever you are downloading it, that is a private key. And public key is showed publicly. So private key should be kept secretly. Okay.
So we are not sharing that public key to anyone, right?
Yeah, this is the confidential thing. And in organization, for key management, we have the vaults, right?
Uh-huh.
So in Azure is also providing the key management service that will be discussed on the upcoming sessions, right? So that is an also part from your Azure side, you can also manage these different type of keys. So you can use your Azure storage account on the location. So it can easily access by your teams instead of storing it on the physical machines. So that is a better way in the organizations, and organization mostly prefer that way because storing the private key inside the local systems, that is not in the policy of the organizations. So that's why they will also use the Azure solutions for storing their private keys. Okay,
Uh-huh.
that will be discussed in upcoming session in detail. So we'll get more idea about that here. Okay. So anything else anyone
Sir,
wants to ask?
sir, could you please once this portal once you explain that I am not little bit confused that. So now we are configure here like Linux, right? This portal.
This, what's this portal? You're
Like
talking about which one?
just we are accessing like Linux server, right? Like
Yeah, we are accessing our Linux server. So
yeah,
inside that image session, we have selected the Linux image. That is your
yeah,
Ubuntu, right?
yeah,
So for accessing it, we are required to use the SSH.
yeah.
So here, when I click on connect, so here it is redirect me in this page. And here you will get the command to access this virtual machine. So just,
Okay.
you can just copy this command,
Yes, sir.
and for easiness, you can paste it into the notepad. So let's suppose we have pasted it. And now here you have to edit this path. So this will be the private key file path. So private key you have downloaded during the time of creation. Exactly right. So here
Yeah,
in my situation, the
yeah.
key
In
is
download
stored in
itself
that
is there. Yeah.
location,
Yes.
right?
Okay.
So I will just provide that location, and we have to type the proper exact key path, right? So here, if you are using the Windows 11 operating system, so you will get option copy as path. So you can directly do that. So for my condition, just I'm writing copying the path, and after copying the path, I will manually enter the key name.
Yes, that's got it.
So here like that, and here just one more slash, and you can see the key name and exactly type it here. So Linux -g underscore key dot path. So this command you will run on your terminal. So you will get access of your virtual machine. So just let me exit from here. The connection is closed. Now I can paste the command. So yeah, I got the access. So like this you can do. Okay, Sujit?
Yes, sir. Actually, Geo is not accessible, right? Like Linux.
Yeah, in Linux you will not get the GUI. Here you will get the CLI interface. Okay?
Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
But
good.
image have, right, sir? But
Yeah, images have the GUI experience. But
okay.
whenever you are using this thing and you are accessing it with the help of SSH, so at that time you will not get the GUI. That is not designed for GUI. And if you want to use the GUI, so internally you can configure some outsider packages into your virtual machine. First, you must require to interact with the CLI. With the CLI, you will install some external packages. And through the help of these external packages, you can take the GUI access also. There is a way, but that is a very lengthy process. So Linux administration, they if they want, so they can do, but this is not too much successful. The better thing is to use CLI inside the Linux environment, because Linux is known as for the CLI, right? That is an advantage here.
Yes, sir. Okay.
So that is okay. So just close it and just delete this resource from this account, right? So the Linux one is clear. So for that, I'm just removing this resource. And we will troubleshoot that Windows VM, right? The troubleshooting is also important. So like these type of small problems I will face. So with the help of sequential approach, we can solve that issues. There is a no big deal. So just a minute, we will delete the resources from this account, and then we will go to that subscription, that account, and do the things.
Sir, Linux server, we need to learn with command also, right? Sir, command line we should know, right, sir?
Yeah, because it is totally dependent on the CLI.
Command line, yes, yes.
Yeah. So for that, you can go for the Red Certified System Administrator. That is a good certification that you can target for the Linux operating systems. So here, This will be calculated. So now we'll discuss about this one. So first step, what I am doing here, I'm just restarting this machine. So just to restart. Task is completed successfully. Now let's try once. It just initialized. So additionally, if you want, you can also wait for 2 minutes. So right, so your data is not resolved. So again, going back to the networking settings. I'm just removing this rule and again creating it. Access from my IP address and the service is our RDP. And the option is allowed priorities. Okay. And so service priority, give it a name. RDP. Okay, so now let's try. So where it is shown that from the NSC, that is things are clear. Right. So you are not getting the access. That is not a fault of your NSC. If now it will not do, you just will reset the password also. Like now it is not created, just not giving the access to us. So first what it's do, it resets the password and password will be now
So NHG will store the logs as well.
what? The connections?
Uh, just now we have given only one IP for the RDP access. remaining
Yes.
all IP will be blocked, right? We just tried access, right? For us not
Yes.
working, uh, we can check that blocks which is blocking and which is allowed in NSU.
Yeah, I can see we have checked that from that particular source, this IP is allowed. And in the connection tab, that is also showing that the energy rule is properly working. So this is not the energy issue. Right. So just what we can wait.
Now, what he is
And
asking, does Azure provides any logging for any unauthorized access to VMs?
yeah, you can have the monitoring option. We have the activity logs, right? So you can also see these activity logs. So this is for the monitoring purpose.
Okay.
Here the message is coming that it is properly configured with the energy rate. So energy is properly applied. Just it is not giving us access, right? So just few more things are remaining that we can try that thing. And yet if they will not work, so we can what we can do. We can just contact with the support team. They will provide you support related to that version. And I think which option we have selected for this virtual machine? That is, I think, on demand on the spot instance. So maybe I have selected the spot instance for this. But
Yeah, you have selected spot.
what it is in the running status. So why it is uncommitted. So again, let's click on start because here it is the start button showing. Right, so just wait. So there is some type of issue during the spot instances that you will face difficulty while using the spot instances. So for that, you can just simply connect to the support team and they will help you. Just waiting for this operation to complete. Now it is completed. So again, let's try. Wait for the machine to connect. And here we will also try with the patient service. So it is Azure user. Right, enter password. And click on connect. So just wait. No, not outbound volume is not added. So just it is an incoming traffic. This traffic is coming to our virtual machine. So that's all. So you can see this is accessible. The machine is working fine, but there is just an issue with the RDP. Or what you can also try is click this, because sometimes if it is lagging, so just add giving access from every source. Right? Let's also try this. And again, I'm overwriting the rule with the different priority. The same rule with a different priority. I will head choose the priority that is 100 or 100 above. Data file RDP hyphen OS. Right, so currently it is SSL. So maybe there is a problem with the IP address, right? So currently, if I have overridden that rule, so this is giving me access. But without overwriting that rule, this is not giving us access. So for that, if you are using the Wi-Fi, so maybe that can be work properly. Like today, I am using my mobile hotspot. So maybe I think there is some IP problem with that, right? So you can try this with your ISP routers and whenever you're using your Wi-Fi, and tell me if it is properly working or not. And in the next session, we will do the hands-on, right? So I will give you time so you can practice in the live class and ask about, or if you got the all the things, how you can do the things. So just practice as an homework, and when you come to the new session, you can ask your queries, right? So currently just deleting the resource. Just that is done. And whenever, let's suppose if you have created the energy rule and everything is fine, I'm not getting the resolution, right? So at that time, you can verify the ports and routes. And after that, like here in this scenario, you can also try with another IP, right? So instead of my IP, you can also assign a proper IP address. So from the different IP, you can also assign. So in the next class session, I will also show that one also. So how you can do it. You can assign the any other IP address. So that I will also share on the next class. So that's all for today's session. Anyone have any type of task, doubt regarding to this? So you can ask.
Can you share the documentation from Azure with respect to these classes in WhatsApp? So not in this chat because when the session closed, Zoom session closed, so we will lose the chat actually.
Yeah, so your group is created?
Sorry?
No, sir,
Your
group is
WhatsApp
not
group
created.
for this batch is created or not?
No, not created.
Not created. Okay, so I will tell to the management to create the WhatsApp group for you guys, right? And then after that, I will share the documentations into that WhatsApp group.
Yeah,
Okay?
please.
Yes, please,
Okay.
sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye bye. Good night.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, sir.
Other guys are performing their lab. So what you require to do, you're just required to create one resource group. Inside that resource group, you are required to deploy two virtual machines. One is for the Windows server and another one is for the Linux server. Okay, so you can
Yeah, okay.
perform that lab. And during this lab, if you face any issue, so you can just present your screen. So I will resolve that issue.
Yeah, okay, fine.
Mohan, actually, we are doing the hands-on. So other guys are doing their lab. So there is a lab scenario like you have to create the resource group, and inside that resource group, you are required to deploy two virtual machines. First one for the Windows, and second one for the Linux. So this is the task. So everyone is performing the task. That's why I'm not saying anything. So you are also required to do the similar task. Okay. So that's your hands-on part. So during the hands-on, if you will face any type of issue, so you can just share your screen and then we will see the problem and resolve it. And you can ask your any type of query during this time. You have your account, Azure account, Mohan. Your voice is not audible to me. You can text it and again, either you can repeat it. Now hope so. I think everyone have completed their lab. So those who have completed this, just they can raise their hand so I can know that we have completed that lab. Yet no one has completed. Just doing. Okay. Yes, guys, where you are stuck in? Vinay, Krishna, Ravi, Mohan Babu.
Virtual machine created for Windows.
Okay.
For Linux, I'm creating.
Okay.
Virtual machine created, but it's not coming as expected.
You have created but not coming.
Windows is not showing actually. It's showing only CMD.
Just present your screen so we can share.
My screen is visible, right?
Yes.
Here, reading my screen.
Just to maximize the screen. I think there is some button. Maximize it with this one. And I think maybe in bottom you have some controls. And from this one, just click on this. What's happening? Which image you have used for this machine?
I have used 64 Windows.
Just go to the virtual machines. And open that one, Windows one, first one. And,
Is used a data center.
okay. You have used the data center, that's okay. Like inside the images, we have different type of images. So for the servers, there is CLI installation also. Okay. So you can see just in the images. So whenever you're talking about Windows Server, so Windows Server is also offering you to GI, and along with the GUI, it is also offering you the CLI. So for CLI, the core edition is responsible, but you have not selected the CLI one, right? But it is also showing to you. So you can just again reconnect it after a restart.
Here I can see.
This is your in S config, that is 7 minutes, right? So you can do it. Just close this window, and from the Azure portal, you can restart your VM. The next one is working fine.
I can check here.
Check it once. Okay, mom. Just after getting the Azure account, you can do new practice.
That's it, right?
Yeah, you are in VNet directory, and your file is stored inside the downloads folder. Okay. So further, you have to define the path properly. You can use the relative path, or either you can do the absolute path if you want. So you can also change the location with the help of cd command. So currently, you can just what you can do, you can give the absolute path here.
Mhm. And this is the path, right?
Yeah, copy this one, and inside at last you can add the file name. Just paste it on the terminal.
In
Yeah,
right?
in starting. Also put the backslash here. Backslash. Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
This C should be there, right? C slash.
Yeah, this is for your drive letter.
Okay.
Just type yes. So yeah, you got the access.
Okay. So
Now let's see with your Windows server what's happening with your Windows server.
connect, right?
Yeah. Click on check access and download that RDP file. And you can now access that RDP file. Click on it.
Yeah. Not to select anyone, right? You can
Allow the
directly.
computer to access the following resources from my computer. Okay, you can just click on connect.
Yeah, I'm getting like this.
Hmm. So what we can do, we can see some information about that server. So it is from a work group. Basically, I think you have installed the core version. So like in the basic information that is not properly showing, but you have
Mm.
actually installed the core version. That is the CLI of your Windows server. So actually it is a Windows server. You are getting the right access, but it is as a
Okay.
CLI access. Why?
Oh,
Because you have by default basically selected the wrong version.
oh,
Okay, so that's the issue. Otherwise, everything is fine. So your lab is correct. So for the next time, you can just verify that you are selecting the proper GUI one. So just open
uh,
images. Yeah, here you have selected the core one, server core. Core means that is
so
a CLI. Okay.
CLI application.
Yeah. So you have to choose the data center or either Azure data center, Azure edition, you can proceed with. So you just have to
Anyone.
verify that that is not the core one. If it is core,
Mm-hmm.
so means that is CLI.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Understood. Yeah.
Yeah, I think your doubt is clear. Okay.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay. What about others? Others have any type of doubt? Bharat, okay. Vinay, okay. Ravi, Sujay.
Actually, sir, I joined 15 minutes late, so I'm not trying at that. So
Okay.
I need to do
So
some.
after the class, you can try, and if you will face any type of issue,
Yeah.
so you can ask on the next
Mm,
class,
yeah,
right?
okay, fine, sir. I
Okay.
started the start with this. Okay, sir.
And you have created the account, Azure account for you?
Yeah, I created actually just now I created this thing. My international transaction some issues there, so now it's results. Like I have account right now.
Okay, that's great.
Yes.
So you can do your practice. So let's continue with the other things.
Yeah,
So
I
I
will
think,
try.
yeah,
I will do some other things.
okay. So just we have understood the first basic tab. Now let's move towards the another tab. Okay, so for that, let me share my screen to you. So here we are, and let's click on create a virtual machine. And we have completed our basic tab. After the basic tab, you will find your disk tab. Okay, so here you can attach the data disk. You can change the configuration of OS disk. So here you can find these type of basic stuff. So let's understand one by one. So VM disk encryption. So Azure Disk Storage Encryption automatically encrypts your data stored on a Azure managed disk. Either it is an OS disk or either it is an data disk. So for Azure virtual machines, you have two disks. So first, the OS disk that is responsible for storing your operating system, right? Your operating system related files and your C drive will be your this OS disk. And along with this OS disk, you can also add some data disks into your machines. Okay. Data disks are used for the storage purposes. So you can just simply add the data disk into your virtual machine. So right. So encryption at host. So encryption at a host is registered of for the latest subscriptions. So we are not going to do it for now. Right. So it is just for limited access. And here you can see you have your OS disk size. So by default, it is 127 GB. So you can extend it according to a requirement. So currently, for the testing purpose, that is sufficient. So I am going with the default size. Then after that, you have OS disk type. So here you can specify the type of your OS disk. So currently by default, they will offer you the premium SSDs. That is the fast performance SSDs. Means in it, you will get highest performance. So they are giving you the premium SSD. And next you have the standard SSD. These are the basic performance SSDs, right? Like for web servers, basic applications. So for that, you can use the standard SSD. And you also have the option for standard hard disk. So basically, when you compare according to the prices, so there is a difference between prices. So let's check. Currently, we are in the premium one, and from premium disk, we are they are taking charges approximately $20. And let's change it to the standard hard disk. Let's see the changes in the pricing session. So you can see the charges rapidly decreased. So you can see a significant changes into this pricing. Yes, Bharat.
The charge is one time or per month?
It is whenever you will use for the resources. So according here in this, it is showing the charge for the 1 month. Okay. And so
Okay.
that much you will use, they will charge to you.
So whether we use the complete storage or not, how much or the size we have procured, the price will remain the same, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So for the demonstration, we can go with the standard SSD. So let's see. It is just half price of your premium SSDs.
Sir, this is the one virtual machine space, right? You are selecting.
Yeah, inside the virtual machine, we are in the disks tab. We have completed the basic tab, and now today we are discussing about the disk tab. That is tab 2. Okay.
Sir, 127 GB is enough, sir, virtual machines.
Yeah, for our requirement, just we are doing the lab, so that is enough for us.
So if you are going with like organization level, so how much
Yes.
GB we need to took, sir?
Basically, it's depend on the applications that you are running on that particular server.
Okay.
Right. So for on an average for mid-size organization, you can go with the 256 GB. That is good, right?
Yeah.
And for the additional storing your data, you can add the data disk here. Okay.
Sir, I have one doubt, other doubt. Like Azure is taken end user fully data backup or what, sir?
According to the plan that you are selecting, this will taking care. Okay. So what things you
Sir,
have selected? Like if you have selected the availability options, so according to that they have the LSM, right? So
that
they have
option is,
different service level agreements. So
yeah, yeah.
according to your service, they will offer you the backup and redundancy. Okay.
Okay. So that this option we need to take disk option only, right, sir?
Here, whenever you're talking about the disk, so how much redundancy you will get, all these things you will get. So here you can get local redundant storage you have, zone redundant storage you have. So these types you have, and that we will cover in detail, right? So just we are getting some basic idea about the storage technology.
Yeah.
And when we cover deeply the storage, so
Yeah,
there
sir.
we will discuss about all the availability option related to the storage and storage account, everything.
Okay, sir. Fine, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. And after selecting the OS disk type, you have the option delete with VM. So like if you want to delete this disk, OS disk along with the VM, so you will just click on it. So yeah, that is recommended. So you can just click on it. So here is an enable ultra disk compatibility. Ultra disk is not supported for the selected VM standard. So for the standard VM that is not capable. So here you can see it is about the throughput that it is giving to us. So Azure Ultra Disk delivers high throughput. So whenever you require higher performance, so at that time you can enable it. But for my machine, that is not allowing me to do it. And managed key. So the key will be managed by your platform, like whenever you're choosing the encryption. So who will manage the keys? Who is responsible for managing public and private keys? So this Azure is responsible for your key management. So yeah, here platform managed key.
What other options we have in the drop down?
Custom managed key. So you can
Customer.
manage your key. Yeah.
Okay.
So if you want to manage, so you can also manage the keys. But for
Sure.
our Azure can handle it. So we have selected platform
Okay,
managed
so
key.
if we select customer managed, then we'll have to provide the key, is it?
We're required to manage it, right? So
Can you
currently we have
select it
not
and let's
selected the
say,
encryption, right? So I'm not eligible for that. So I have not selected the encryption.
okay.
So whenever you will select this option,
Mm.
so it will ask you the place where you're required to store it.
Okay.
So just you will define that place and then you are good to go. So just it will ask you a storage location, like inside any other cloud you if you want to store, you can store it there. You can just give the location where you require to store that key. Just that's all. Right. So after that, we have our data disk. For storing our data, we have our data disk into our virtual machines. So here you can see, you can add data disk and how many data disk you can add, right? So it depends on the size you have selected. So in the basic tab, if you will see in sizes, when you go, so just let me fill other information also so it will render properly. I have used, but we are not going to deploy. So just we can see here. And currently, if I will go here in D series VM, I am using this one. And here you can see data disk column. So here it is mentioned 4. So like in this family, I can just add 4 data disks to my virtual machine. And if you will choose any other family, right, and any other, so you can see they have different compatibilities. Like here we have the 8. So maximum you can add 8 data disks to your machine. So like that, you can see here you can add 48 data disks. Here you can add 12 data disks. So like that, you can verify according to your VM family. So basically here you have option, create and attach a new disk. Or here you have an option, attach an existing disk. So if you have already created the disk, so you can also add the existing disk to this machine, or either you can create a new disk for it. So currently we do not have any other disk. So just we are going to create it. Yes, Bharat.
Yeah, since we have not selected the encryption, so why the key management is required?
So it is a default selected, right? So it does not require anything. It's just a default selection. If you will use, so it will work, or otherwise it will ignore that configuration.
Okay. Got it.
So here is your disk name, right? You can give any other name if you want also. And source type, here you can see your disk is empty. Other you can add a snapshot and blob storage. So currently we require an empty disk. No data is required. And here the size and the type of disk is showing. So just you can change it from here. Anyone? I think someone raised the hand. No? Okay. So here you can see you have the different type of size options. And there is a storage type, so I'm going to change it to the local redundant storage. So that is the cheapest one, right? And here from this, I'm going to select a standard hard disk. Let's suppose we are using this disk for the backup purpose. So that's why I have selected that hard disk. And here the predefined sizes are there. And if you want to add a custom size, so you can just enter it here. So let's suppose I will add 5. It's 5 GB disk size. Just you can find here 5 GB is showing. Right. The key management is there. Okay. This is a shared disk. No, no, sir. And read does this with VM. So like if you want, so you can select it. So just for our purpose, we are selecting it. So like whenever we will delete this virtual machine. So along with our virtual machine, this disk will be also get deleted. Yes, Bharat?
How does this shared disk work? Like, is a single disk shared across multiple VMs?
Yes. So if you will create one disk and this will be shared to another also. So you can just attach an existing disk and along with this machine, you can add this disk to another machine also.
Okay, in the second VM, when we are creating the VM, so we attach this disk.
Yeah, we will use the attach option rather than
Okay, we
creating option.
create.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So here you can see we have successfully added our disk. Right. So currently host caching, you can just go with the read-only permission. And yes, related with the VM, so all this other information is there.
But read only how? So we need to write the
It
data
is
to
for
the disk, right?
caching, host caching, like for cache storage it is.
Okay, got it.
Right. So this selection we have made it, and here you can see just premium disk is showing. So rather than using premium one, we can go with the standard one. Okay, so let's also understand the networking, or first we can go with this one. So you can go with this tab. So just deploy another virtual machine with this configurations. You can explore now the disk tab. And after that, when you create one virtual machine with the disk tab, then we will move towards the networking tab. Okay. So currently I'm not going to create. Okay. So you can just do your hands-on and open up your portal like you have currently 2 virtual machines. After that, you can create your third virtual machine. That is for your additional disk. So whenever you will create the second one, so here you will also add one more disk. And after creating the virtual machine, you will access that virtual machine, and inside that virtual machine, you will initialize that disk. Okay, this is your task. So now it's your turn. And for this task, I think 5 to 10 minutes is sufficient. Yesterday, I think we have just doing the practical. So for the labs, I do not have the PDFs, right? Labs I'm showing in the live classes, and you will get chance to do the hands-on. So if you have the lab related doubts, so you can again ask on the hands-on session. So that's why we are also parallelly doing the hands-on, because these things can be done practically. While doing it practically, you will learn these things. So everyone is requested to participate in these hands-on session. So you will get more better clarity and understanding about the concept, because just theory is not the everything. You have to also deploy the things by yourself. Then you will learn the things exactly what things are going on, how to deploy the things, and then you will face any error and issue. Then we will troubleshoot it. That is the proper thing that you require to do.
Hello, Prem, I have a question.
Yes.
If you remember, I asked you one question with respect to availability zones. So if we select multiple availability zones, you said the multiple instances of VMs created.
Not the actual VM, that is just copy for that.
Yeah, yeah. So I did not find any documentation that says actually it creates a copy. So what I understand from ChatGPT is like there won't be any copy created, even if you select multiple zones. So it will create the one VM instance in one of those zones, selected zones.
Yeah, I will share the document for this also.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, what about the lab? You have completed about the disk tab and explore the options that are available on the disk tab.
Prem, are we going to discuss about the disk encryption also? Different encryptions available.
Yeah, we can also discuss about the encryption, which encryption it is using and how it
Okay.
is used. Right, just update me about your lab. So, VNet, V.
So desktop, we need to create first a resource, right?
For which?
Desktop.
For disk tab, yes.
So I'm not able to do that. So I'm not created a resource.
Just share your screen, so I will guide you.
Yeah, I will share. You are able to see my screen, right?
Yeah.
This is my screen.
And just look for the virtual machine service that is here. Just open, click on it.
Virtual machine creator, which one?
Yeah, just virtual machine. This one.
Which one?
You are able to see my marker. I have just
No,
circled this.
no.
So virtual machine, create a resource. Here is an option, virtual machine. Or you can also click this one also, virtual machine.
Wait. Virtual machine, yes.
Yes.
Then virtual machine, right, sir? Or creator.
Create
Virtual
virtual
machine.
machine. Yes. Here, create resource group.
Can I give admin name or my name?
No. So just click in the virtual machine name option. Virtual machine name and
Okay.
instance title.
Create here,
Then,
right?
yeah,
Now I need to give name, admin.
give any name. This is the name for your resource group.
Okay. Then
Just name for your virtual machine.
sir.
Select the region where you want to deploy. Is this is okay for you?
So
East,
usually we need to create a Asia, right?
you can go with the Central India. This one.
Send this one, right?
Yeah. Click on it.
Then
Then availability option. Expand this. There is a tab availability option. There you have to select no
availability
redundancy. This is availability zone. And availability option you are required to select where the availability zone is selected.
zone 1.
No, I'm not talking about this one. I'm talking about availability options.
Okay, availability option. Yes.
No infrastructure redundancy is required. First option.
Okay. Then
After
security
that,
type.
here you can leave that security. That is okay. Trusted
Security
launch.
type. Security
Yeah,
type, sir.
that is okay. Trusted
Yeah.
launch. So you can use Gen 2 VMs. And here select a Windows Server Data Center. This one.
This one, right, sir?
No, not core. Here you have entered marketplace. So from marketplace, you can also define. Just click on select in Windows Server.
This one, huh? No.
This is Server 2022. If you want to select another one, so you will
This
just
one,
select Windows Server. Yeah. You just required to click on select button. Click on select.
select. Okay. Okay.
And from here, you can just choose any type. So you can go with this one. Windows Server Data
Windows
Center,
Server Core.
not server core, just Windows Server Data Center. Either you can go with the Gen 1, Gen 2, whatever you want.
I think this one okay. Windows Server.
Yeah, this is okay. If you want to use Windows Server, yeah, you can go with that.
Okay. 64-bit. Then
Yeah,
run with Azure.
not required. Spot
Okay.
is gone. And here just select the family, any size that you want. So you can also go with this ones. These are
Which one?
some,
This one.
yeah, and give username and password for it.
For this virtual machine, right, sir?
Yes. Mhm. Mhm. Password must meet the minimum requirement, like it have some characters, lowercase, uppercase, some numbers, some special character like that. And I think you are first time creating this machine. You have also not completed the previous lab.
Yeah, just now I created, sir. My actually my this thing debit card international transaction some issues there, so that's why it's not created yet.
So yeah, you can create it, the virtual machine. Just click on review plus create. This is the basic creation of virtual machine. So you just fill the
Okay.
information into the basic tab and you
Yeah.
are going to deploy a virtual machine. So just click on review plus create so it will validate it.
Okay. Now review or create. Okay.
Just wait for 2 minutes.
So this then it's created, right?
Just wait.
Yeah.
It will validate and check is there. Like if you have missed any basic information, so they will tell you that you have missed something.
Mhm.
Just click on create. So like that you will get the virtual machine. And one thing that is important for everyone, as we have done some labs and we have created some resources. Now you are required to terminate these resources. You are required to delete these resources. Otherwise, you will get charged for these resources. Okay. So
Okay, sir.
this
No.
you have to make sure. So whenever you have used your resources, so you can just go on the resource group, and inside that resource groups, you will directly delete that resource group that you have created.
Now
Okay.
it's created.
Yeah, now it is creating. Just wait for 2 minutes. It is not starting. Just it is take some time, approximately 2 minutes. Within the 2 minutes, you will get your resource. The deployment is on first. So one by one resources are creating. You do not need to do anything. You can just monitor the things. Actually, I'm planning to give the detail about the encryption inside the storage part, Bharat. So if you want some information, so we can also discuss it in the next session. Okay, no issue.
I think it's successful.
Yeah. So like that, you can verify the things, you can access the machine and do everything. So you can just also deploy one more virtual machine for gaining some confidence, right? So like that,
Yeah.
you can do the stuff. And after doing all the stuff, just make sure that you have deleted the resource.
So now what I can need to do, sir, disk space, right? So where I can get, sir, that one?
Hello? Yes.
Hello?
So after this, you can create your resources virtual machines and do some practice. And when you're talking about the disk tab, right? So for disk tab, what you can do, you can watch the recording, and after watching the recording, you can practice this disk tab,
Yeah,
right?
okay, fine. Fine, sir.
And if you will face any issues, so you can ask in the next session. Okay?
Okay, fine.
Okay. Thank you guys for the session.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, we can say like that the network ID is something related is comparatively. Hello.
Yes, yes, Mohan.
Yes. See, network ID we can comparatively say like it is like a city pin, city telephonic code. Like for example, for Chennai we have 044. Using the 044, we all the Chennai city it's correlated the telephonic ID, and the broadcast is something which ID is something like it receives a packet from a particular network and it passes to the next network broadcast to the entire network.
Okay. You can say something short like that. That is also correct.
Okay.
And I'm not able to share the screen with my phone. So I'm just explaining, and you can verify these things with the help of your browser. Okay. So what I'm saying, uh, I think, have you using the GitHub, right? You have the GitHub account. So from the GitHub, I'm sharing one resource. Just a minute.
I will open and share it in the chat box. GitHub. And for clearing your networking concept, I will directly send a PDF to you. In chat box, I have shared one repo. Okay. So just access that repo and you can get basic idea about networking in that repo. Okay. So from this repository, you can download the notes. All the notes are available inside the PDF format. So you can download the notes and you can clarify your doubt. And network ID just used for represent the entire network. So like how you are representing yourself. So whenever you are playing, let's suppose we are in the sports and you are playing for the inter-school competition. So how you will represent yourself by your school name, right? And whenever you are playing into district level, so how you will identify it with the name of your district, right? So one name is used to defining your identity. So like that, whenever we are talking about the our network, so one address that can define the entire structure of network. That is your network ID. Okay, Bharat.
Yeah,
First thing is clear. Okay.
yeah,
So a
yeah. That's
single IP that represent the entire network. That is your network ID. Okay.
got it. How about the default gateway?
No, forget the default gateway. That is not the part of -2. Okay. And that
Okay.
next thing that we have the broadcast IP, broadcast ID. Okay.
Mhm.
So whenever you are doing the communication in the local area network, so you are working on the switches, right? And switch supports broadcast. Like we have the types of casting, like unicast, multicast, and broadcast. Broadcast means one-to-all communication. So whenever you are doing one-to-all communication, in that time you're required to use some IP address for broadcasting your message. So with the help of that broadcast address, you can send that packet to everyone. This broadcast ID will be used to share your information, share your packet to every node. So this particular IP address is used to share the broadcast message. Okay. And broadcast message is just a one-to-all message. Like here, I'm in the meeting, right? And if someone is saying something, so that message is for everyone. So whenever there is one sender and all are receiver, that is a broadcast communication. And whenever you required to do the broadcast communication, you will use the broadcast IP from that network. So that's why in on premises we are doing the -2. Okay. So these two things, network ID and broadcast ID, whenever we are calculating the total number of valid hosts, so 2 to the power and -2 we are using. So these two things are your broadcast ID and network ID. Now this is clear, Bharat?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is about on premises. But in Azure, there is some different. Okay. So for that also, I will share a resource just a minute. I'm unable to share my screen, so I'm just sharing the links. Okay. So you can open it here in your laptops. So what is it?
சத்தியம் சத்தியம் தான் சிஃபியா இருந்தது. சத்தியம் அது இது தென்னம்பட்டு இருந்தீங்க. அதுக்கப்புறம் HCL. ஓகே 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 ஓகே.
He's the like that guy. That's why.
ஓகே ஓகே. Azure DevOps.
Just let me try to share a screenshot with you guys.
இப்போ Azure DevOpsனா அவங்க கொடுக்க பேக்கேஜஸ் நீங்க ஒரு சர்வர்ல புஷ் பண்ணணும்.
Okay, this screenshot is visible to you. You got that? So here you can see the screenshot I have shown. Azure is reserving 5 IP addresses. Inside our local area network, we are just reserving 2 IP addresses. First one, that is for the broadcasts, and second one, that is for the network address. So like that, similar, 2 IP addresses are reserved here. And the second address, that is the default gateway. So like whenever you want to go outside from the network, your end users will send request to the default gateway, and default gateway will send the request to the router, that is your router's IP, and from the router it will check the route tables and then forward your packet to the next hop. So 3 things we have understood, and 2 IPs, that is your 2.0.2, right, and 0.3. These IP addresses, like I'm in the third point, are reserved for mapping the Azure DNS. So whenever you will create the virtual machine, so whenever you will check the IP addresses configuration, so in primary DNS and alternative DNS, you will find these 2 IP addresses for resolving the things internally. So basically it is reserving 5 IP addresses. So whenever you require to calculate the valid host, the total number of valid hosts that you can use.
1 minute, Prem. There is some disturbance in the background. Somebody is not on mute. Hearing the disturbance from the other side. Can you mute?
Please, others, can you mute yourself?
நானே வந்து வீக்கெண்ட் மேட்ச் தான் கேட்டேன். வீக்கெண்ட் எடுக்க முடியாது சார்.
This is from Mohan Babu. Mohan Babu, please mute yourself.
Saturday 5 o'clock. ஆமா, 4 நிமிஷம் அழகு.
In mobile phone, I am not getting the controls to mute someone.
சொந்த வீட்லாம் வாங்கிட்டா போல அசோக் நகர்ல.
Check whether you have the permission to mute anyone or not.
No, I don't have the permissions.
Organizer have only permission, I think.
I'm also not the host. So that's why I'm also not able to do this.
View chat, ping, and assistant.
பிரதர்லாம் எப்படி இருக்காங்க? சீமாலாம் எப்படி இருக்காங்க?
I think Mohan Babu is on another call, so that's why the sound is coming from me.
போறது தெரியாமா?
Mohan, hello.
கொவ்வூரா?
What we can do currently, we can do simply just we can wait for 2-3 minutes. Then maybe after 2-3 minutes the call will end. So then Mohan Babu come back, so we can told them please mute yourself.
You can carry on.
We can carry on. So if you feel any disturbance, so I will repeat that point again. Okay.
Yeah. Arjun வச்சிருக்காரு.
So as I have told you that whenever you require to calculate the total number of usable hosts inside Azure environment, so instead of using normal formula, you will put -5 there, right? And I have also explained you why we are putting the -5, not the -2. So that is the concept. This is about the basic, right? So now anyone can share their screen and open their Azure portal. So from there I will explain the networking tab to you.
நடுவில் சக்கரவர்த்திகிட்ட பேசினேன். இப்போ ஆர்ஜேபிக்கும் ட்ரைனிங்லாம் எதுவும் எடுக்கிறதே இல்லை. என்ன பண்றாங்கன்னு தெரியல. கால் எடுத்து விஜய் என்ன பண்றாங்கன்னு தெரியல. சக்கரவர்த்தி தான் கேட்பேன். அஜூர் அங்கே தான் படிக்கிறாங்க. அதுக்கப்புறம் தான் வந்து கேட்கும்போது இந்த மாதிரி எடுக்கிறது இல்லை கிளாஸஸ் பேச்சஸ் மாதிரி கான்சன்ட்ரேட் ஒன்லி ஆன் கார்பரேட்.
So who is helping me?
இல்ல யாருக்கே பேர் யாருக்கே ஒரு சுந்தரம் இலக்கச்சு சுந்தரம் நீங்க ஹஸ்பண்ட் எப்படி இருக்காரு? வெரி 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 குட் வெரி.
You can share your screen, guys. Anyone can share. Bharat, Sujay, Krishna, anyone.
Prem, I'm also on mobile actually. So I told you like I had my ankle surgery, so I can't
Yeah.
open my laptop.
Okay, Sujay have shared the screen.
I log on my organization laptop. Yeah. Yeah, this is my screen.
So here we are in the Azure portal. Just go in the virtual machines.
Actually, I forget my password. I tried to reset that, but it's not possible. It's possible
You
to
are trying.
reset.
Yes, it is possible to reset that. So just you can go to the virtual machine and click on connect. While connecting, you will get one option for
Yeah, yeah.
forget.
Upside is there. Yeah. Connect. Where, sir?
Connect. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ah,
Yeah,
connect.
So scroll down.
Here, not.
Reset password or key.
So where I need?
And
Edit.
in bottom you have the reset password.
Okay.
Just click on that. So from here you can reset your password.
So now we need this thing, sir. Virtual machine we need or network portal is enough.
We will need a virtual machine. So we will go on the virtual machine service and click on create new virtual machine.
Okay, later I will reset that just. So where I need to go right now?
Virtual machines.
Where is the virtual machines?
You can also search it from the search bar on the top. You require to open the virtual machine. Or here you can find just here
virtual
this is.
machines. Okay. Then?
And click on create.
Virtual machines.
Yeah, virtual machine.
Right.
Yeah. And fill the information in the basic tab. And here is our networking tab, right? Just complete that basic tab, then come to the networking.
Virtual machine which I need to fill.
You can give any virtual machine name.
Okay. That is Saraswati Magal. Saraswati Magal.
You can give any name like test VM or Windows Server G, or either you can give your name also. Space is not allowed, so instead of space, you can put underscore dash like that.
This one is not taken.
Remove underscore. So it is saying Windows VMs may not contain underscore. Remove space also. At the rate also in remove.
Special symbol. Yeah.
Test VM26. Okay.
And availability zone, change it to no infrastructure redundancies required. Availability option. Inside
Ability zone.
availability option, leave that one, go on the top. Availability options, change this one. Yeah. Click on it. You will get other options. No infrastructure redundancy is required.
Which one? Ability set.
First one, no infrastructure redundancy is required.
Where, sir?
Let's look at availability.
Okay. Now.
So the image is okay. These things are okay. You can just move further. Scroll down, scroll down. Image is also okay. Scroll down. Change. You have used the capacity for your resource group. Okay.
Some red symbol. This 4CV. This is what?
They have a mixed community, Muslims, Hindus இருப்பாங்க, but people are very educated there. அப்பயே நான் வந்து 90 ரொம்ப ரிசர்வ்டா இருப்பாங்க, knowledge.
I think what today we can do, we can postpone the session because we are not able to properly do the class, right? So they're taking too much time.
Yes, better. So tomorrow
So
we
we
can connect
continue
it.
for tomorrow.
Because
yeah, that's better.
சோமந்திர சர்க்கிள்ல பாத்தீங்கன்னா ஒரு ராஜீவ் காந்தி ஸ்டாச்சு.
Please get
We can stop
the
sharing. We can
host access to this meeting invite so that you can mute also others.
Yeah, I will also ask to the management for giving me the host access. We will fix these things and we will meet on the next session. Okay. Okay, guys. Bye bye.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
இந்த ராமானுஜ ஸ்டாச்சு ஒரு பெருசு இருக்குல்ல, அதை பார்த்துட்டு அதுக்கப்புறம் பிர்லா மந்திர்ல எனக்கு தெரிஞ்ச ஒரு ஐயர் இருக்காரு. பிர்லா மந்திர் பார்த்துட்டு அதுக்கப்புறம் வந்து வேற எங்கே கூட போனேன், சார்மினார் ஷாப்பிங்கு, அதுக்கப்புறம் 2 3 இடம் பார்த்துட்டு அதுக்கப்புறம் அதுக்கப்புறம் யாக்கிரி குடா போனோம். யாக்கிரி குடா சொன்னது.
I'm audible to you guys.
Yes, good evening, sir.
Okay. So yesterday we have just have some little discussion about on-premises network, how the network works, right? So let's today briefly discuss about these things. So I'm not considering yesterday's class and giving you all overview that we have covered yesterday. So first, we have discussed we have to discuss today about our networking part. So whenever we are creating our virtual machines, so there are some tabs. One by one, we are filling that tabs and knowing about all the tabs. What is the work of these tabs? So initially, we have covered the basic tab where we require to fill up the basic information regarding your virtual machine. After that, you have the disk tab where you will define the disk like OS disk and data disk. And according to your family, you can attach the data disk to that virtual machine. Right. And the next tab is that is a networking tab. So this is our Azure portal. Here, let's go into the virtual machine service. And click on create virtual machine. And here are the different types of your virtual machine creation. So we have completed this basic one. After that, we have completed this disk tab. So between these two tabs, if anyone have any type of doubt, so you can clarify your doubt. No doubts? Okay. So today we have to discuss about this networking session, networking tab. So here you can find some options like virtual network. Here you will define your virtual network, subnet that you are going to use, the public IP, NIC network security group. Okay. Your public inbound ports and everything will be mentioned here. So this we have to cover today. So first, when we are talking about the networking, so for networking, first we have to understand the basic idea of the on-premises networking. Then we can relate it with the cloud networking. So for that purpose, I have the Cisco Packet Tracer, that is a simulator application that network engineers use to do their practices. So here, rather than setting up the real environment, you can just simulate your real environment into the Packet Tracer. So it is a application provided by Cisco, right? So if I will share that, so this is the interface of Cisco Packet Tracer. And here I'm just creating a basic topology. With the help of that topology, I will explain you about the working of your network, right? So for that, just let me quickly create that topology. Okay, so all the devices are connected together, form a network. So here the network is formed. And let's suppose the networking is enabled, all the configurations are done properly. Right. So here are your end devices. These are networking device switch, and this is router. Okay. So here I will also write some IP addresses that are associated with these devices. So here in this local area network, I'm going to use 192.168.1.0/24. This network I will going to use in this local area network. So here we have a separate LAN segment here. This is our LAN wall. Okay. And here we have our second LAN, second local area network. And here also I'm going to use same address space.
168.0/24.
Okay. And this is our LAN 2. And inside the public interfaces, we have some IP addresses that are public IP addresses. So let's suppose here I'm entering this one. And it is submitted by /30. So here in this entire link. Okay. So we are using the same network for this entire link, let's suppose. Or you can think, just let me change it. Here we are using this IP. And here I will use the different one.
I can use 10.0.0, you can say.
Yeah, you can also use that, but that is the private one, so that's why
Private
I'm not going to. Yeah.
/30.
So here you can see this basic topology. Okay. So this is your LAN segment, like your local area network. So let's suppose this is your organization. Into your organization, you have some systems. Yes, Bharat?
Yeah, so you have used the same IP address, I mean, the network for both the LAN.
Yes.
So that should be fine, is it?
Yeah, that will be fine. I'm going to
Okay,
explain it why I have taken the similar networks.
got it. Okay.
Okay. So here you can see this is your office building, and inside your office building there is a local area network. In that local area network, you are running the C-class private IP. So this IP is from the C-class private IP range. And when you talk about the private IP ranges of class, so I will also mention it here. So for A class, it will start from 10.0.0 to 10.255.255.255. This is for A, and this is for class B, 172.16.0.0 to 172.31.255.255.
25.255
Yes. And this is
class
for
C,
C class.
192.168, 1.0.0, 192.168, 1.255.255.
Okay, these are the private IP ranges. So here in this local area network, I have used the private IP that is from this class C. And here is also another office building. Okay. And here also they are running the private IP from C class, because whenever you use C class private IP, so there you will get 256 host. Okay. And when I talk about the valid host that you will get, that is 254. Okay. So that's why whenever we are creating a network for a small requirement, like for a 50 users, 100 users, 200 users, 150 users, 250 users, like that. So where we can use C class IP address. And when we require more than that addresses, 250 plus addresses, at that time, we will use B class. And there is some router in my organization, and this router is connected with my switch. And my router have one public IP address. Okay. So here it have this public IP address that is 11.0.0.1 slash 30. Means slash 30 means there is two valid hosts. Right. And here I have also used another public IP in that router. And let's suppose this is your internet. This is served by ISP. So you can connect like this is your ISP end. So I'm representing this ISP. These all the branches are connected with your ISP. So first, if you will see the IP address into the host, so this will be 192. So I will mention it also. 192.168.1.2,
1.
let's suppose. Okay. Because one is assigned in this interface of your router. So that's why I have taken two. And for the next one, we will take from the series, like that will be 3. So like that, you can configure it. So these are the IP addresses of your end users. And similar here, okay, here this system also have the IP address that is 192.
192, 168,
See,
1.2,
yes.
and
And
1.3.
yes. Okay.
Router is 1.1.
Yeah. So whenever this PCs wants to communicate locally, means there is a local communication
Okay.
within your LAN. So how it will identify? Let's suppose I am pinging some device. Ping, and from my local area network, I am pinging some device. So I will enter the IP address of that device where I want to send my traffic, right? So here I'm checking the connectivity with the help of ping command, and y plus enter. So it will search if the host is available on that network. So it will give you the reply. Currently, these IP addresses are not configured, so that's why it is not giving the reply. Right. So what? You will search for the particular IP address. And whenever you enter the IP address, it will match itself. Does it is from the same network? Like there is some IP address that is configured on this system also, right? And it is from the similar network. If your request is for the similar network, so it will do the broadcast over here, and this broadcast message will goes to the every system, and the intended system will give you the reply, right? And if what happened, if I'm trying to reach some IP address that is not part of my network, right? So let's suppose if I will enter like this. So this is from not my network, because if you will talk about my IP address is 192.168.1.2. And if we will compare these addresses, so these are the different network. Why? Because this is subnetted from /24, right? And these are here the network bits of this address. So they will compare the network bits. If these bits are similar, so means it is an internal communication. Otherwise, it is an other network. So if it is an other network, so it will send your request to the gateway. So like in whenever you are configuring IP address, so there is an also option for the default gateway. So along with the IP address, you will also fill some other information like your subnet mask, DNS, default gateway. So whenever the communication request wants to go outside from your network, so it will send that packet to the gateway. And here in this scenario, the gateway is this router.
Router.
Right. So a request will goes to the router. And from the router end, what happened here? Here the net technology will work. Okay. Network address translation. So in your routers, the net is configured. The main task of net is converting your private IP into public IP and vice versa. Yes. So here, if the request goes from this IP address, this comes to the router, and router masks this IP address with this address. And now when the request go outside from your network, so this request known from this IP. So this will go through the public IP address. Why? Because private IP addresses are not routable. Means they can't travel into the internet. So that's why here the public IP comes into the picture, and from this public IP your request goes outside from your network, and it will reach your desired destination. Okay. And your private IP addresses are reusable. So that's why I'm using this IP address here and same IP address here. So these are reusable address. So in local area network, you can configure the similar addresses, but whenever it comes to the public IP address, so that must be unique. So like that, the network communication will take place. So whenever you are creating your local area network, so there you are using the private IP addresses. Either it is from A, B, C class. Yes, Bharat?
Yeah. So yesterday you mentioned, so there will be one default gateway IP from the subnet, right?
Yesterday we have discussed that whenever we require to calculate the total number of hosts,
Mm,
right? So there is a
right.
formula that is 2 to the power n minus 2,
-2.
right?
Right.
So in this formula, I'm explaining you why we are putting -2. So let's suppose it is this.
No, no, no. I got that.
Yeah.
So you mentioned one of the IP will be default gateway, right? From the
No,
subnet.
actually Mohan answered that is default gateway, but I told no, that is not default gateway. That is broadcast IP and network IP.
Okay.
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 So these two IP are
See
reserved.
that by default, the default gateway will be your end devices. I'm right.
Yeah. So
Like
this
router
is
or
your end device.
firewall.
Yes. So that is an assignable IP address. That's why we are not doing the minus it from the entire network, right? So
See,
because these IP address can be assigned to a system also. That's why we are not excluding it. Yes, Mohan?
See for example, the default gateway is a device which will be the exit point from your local area network and the entry point
Yeah.
from the outside network.
Yes. It is exactly like that.
Okay.
Oh, this second router and first router will communicate, right, sir?
Yeah. I have
So
not
you,
configured yet, but
yeah,
if I will configure, so they will communicate.
yeah. If you use same IP for locally, so communicate will happening, right? After that, IP address will conflict, right?
You can use private IP addresses repeatedly, so there is no limit. But when it comes to the public IP address, so that you can't repeat. Why? Because it must be unique. Because whenever
Yeah,
your traffic goes outside from the network, so that is identified by a public IP, not the private IP. So that's why private IPs are reusable because they are
yeah.
not exposing to the internet. Okay.
I got.
One question, say for example,
Yes.
one device wants to connect to uh, another device in another network, but
Okay.
the IP address is the same. So how? So if I tries to find the IP address, it will find within the network, but it is trying to actually tries to connect to another PC, another network that is having the same IP address. So how they will communicate?
Like here you have the net rules. So with the help of that net rules, you can define that. Let's suppose here this is your end device. Let's suppose here I am adding a server also with a station. Here we have one server
No,
and this
we
is
have
web server.
everything ready here. Say
Yes,
for
yes.
example, this 192.168 1.3 from one network left side. So it is trying to it wants to communicate to another PC in another network in the right side with the same
Yes.
IP address.
Okay. So how this will happen,
Hmm.
right? Okay. So I will resolve your query
Yeah,
with
mine
this
doubt that
example.
one only.
Yes, Sujay, what you are saying?
Yeah, my doubt that one only. We need
Okay.
to communicate other network, so same IP will be conflict, right? That's why.
So let me explain how they will not conflict.
Yeah.
See, it is, sir. So I'll tell you,
Yes.
sir. It is in the different network. It is in the different network, like two different branches of the office. So this is in
Okay.
Chennai. This is in Bangalore. In Chennai, it will have a separate network. So if we have a, see, that means private IP will be not be transferred into the public IP. So it conflict will not come. I'm right, sir?
Yeah.
Okay.
So here you can see, let's suppose this IP is 4. So IPs are similar. Okay. So here, this is PC1 and it have this IP address and this wants to reach this server that is our web server. Okay. And whenever you are seeing any web server, so how you are reaching that web server? Using your web browser. You will just type the URL and through that URL, you will redirect to that server. So how the communication will take place? So let's suppose this is my browser and here I have type facebook.com, right? So like that, if I will type, so the Facebook will open and there is some IP address that is associated with the domain name. So here one protocol DNS is also working. So whenever you will hit any request, you will type the domain name and with that domain name, it will resolve the associated IP address. So let's suppose if I will open CMD and let's look up and facebook.com. Okay, and I will hit enter. So here I can get the IP address of that associated domain name. So this is the IP address of facebook.com. So you can also access this server with the help of this IP address. So let's suppose we have entered this domain name and first the DNS protocol will work So it will resolve the proper IP address related to this server. And the IP address that it will be resolved, so it will be a public IP address. So let's suppose in here, the public IP address configure here. And in local area network, they have lot of servers. So currently, we got the public address. So this PC will request to that particular public IP address. Okay. So I'm taking the same IP for example. So I just copied this one. Now paste it in. So we know our destination, that is this IP. Okay. So first it will goes from here and it will redirect to next hop via this. It will reach to that particular server where this IP is configured. Now this is the router. In this interface, this IP is configured. And inside this router, you will get net rules. Inside net rules, for every private IP, there is a net rule that is created. Or either you can directly assign public IP address to the server. So let's suppose here the net rule is defined. So whenever the request come into port 80, so port equals to 80.
80.
So here is a net rule. If request come on the port 80, so redirect that request
to that
to
particular
this
IP.
IP. Okay. So like that, the communication will take place. So there are some net rules. With the help of that net rules, this communication will take place. Okay. You got some
it.
basic idea?
Got it. No. Actually, my question was like, so we should not be communicating with the IP address, right? Otherwise, it is going to find the IP address within the network only.
Yeah. So it will find within the network of the same IP address. So
Yeah,
that's why we
that's
are
what.
using public IP addresses here.
Got it. So
Okay.
that's why I was confusing. Like, if we want to communicate the same IP addresses there in both the network. So if we try to find a PC from another network, so it cannot communicate because the IP it is there within the network only, the same network.
Yes.
Got it.
Okay. Any other query from anyone?
And
Yes.
who manages this the NAT address translation?
Your network administrators.
Okay.
So they will configure net rules according to their requirements.
Okay.
So the
And
router
how
will take
about
care
in
of all these things. I'm right, sir? Router will do the net part.
If it is your ISP router, so that will do. If you are placing your Cisco routers like that, so there you are required to configure that first.
Configure, yes.
Yes.
If we don't
After
have a
configure.
Cisco router, firewall will work. Both the firewalls will work in the both ends.
Yeah. In firewalls, we can also configure the net rules on
Net
these
rules.
things.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is purely network engineer's task, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is the network administrator's task.
And how does that work in Azure actually? Does
So
network
basically,
engineer needs to take care of this translation, or Azure will take care?
in Azure also there is a concept of net and everything. So we are required to configure that.
Okay.
So that's why I have explained this all stuff to you. Because this is required for configuring Azure also.
Okay. So we will discuss more in
Yeah.
detail about this. Okay.
So when it comes to these things, then we will discuss it more about these things.
Got it.
Yeah.
So Azure side, we need to configuration, right, sir? So
Yeah, in
let's
Azure,
just
and we also required some these configurations.
So
These type
the
of
network administration they are giver for this scenario, right? How that's happened. So
yeah.
they are
So
giver for the IP details and so this thing, right?
yes. So because in our syllabus that this is a combination course. So first we are going to cover the 900, then 104, then 700, like that. So
Okay.
according to that, I'm giving the proper foundation so that you
Okay,
can
sir.
easily cover all the things.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
So any other query regarding this? Some basic idea you got how actually the communication will work?
I'm good.
Okay.
Correct. So now let's come to the Azure. So we are in Azure portal. So from here, you have also some virtual networks. Virtual networks means your this local area networks. And here also in these local area networks, you can use these private IP addresses. So every VNet have the ranges from this. Okay. Either you are using A class, B class, C class. It depends on you. But by default, when you are talking about the Azure, so it will create the VNet. So it will give you this IP address. So that is 10.0.0.0/16. It is not giving you the FLSM, like not default subnet. That is subnet on /16. So this will become your VNet. So default VNet is this.
Always the default VNet will be this.
Yeah, Azure by default gives this VNet by default.
Okay, so this default VNet is gets created automatically as whenever we create a new subscription.
No, not new subscription. When you create new virtual machine at that time, or whenever you create a VNet with the default settings. So at that time, this default address space you will get.
Okay, unless we create a virtual machine or VNet, the default VNet is not created.
Yeah. So let's suppose we have not selected anything. We have just proceeded with the review plus create after completing the basic tab. So here it will create a virtual network for you. And in that particular virtual network, it will give you the IP address that is this one. Okay. And it will give you the default subnet also.
மழை பெஞ்சிருக்குதா நைட்லாம் சரி சரி ஓகே ஓகே
So
ஓகே
the subnet will be.
ஆபீஸ்க்கு வரேன்னு நீங்க
Can you mute
Mohan, please mute yourself.
எங்க இல்லங்க இதுக்கு டிஃபன் எதை எடுத்துட்டு போற வரணும்னு சொன்னேன் சரியா
Mohan.
ஓகே சரி வாங்க வாங்க ஓகே நாளைக்கு வர மாட்டேன் நீங்க வந்து என்ன பாருங்க ஆபீஸ்ல ஒரு சின்ன இது ஒன்று சொல்றேன் ஓகே
Hello, Mohan.
Yes.
Mohan Babu?
Yes.
Please mute yourself. Whenever you're required to speak something, so you can open up your mic, or otherwise you can mute it. So when you're talking about the network, so it will give you this range, and it will also give you the subnet. Okay, this is a small part of this network. So you will get a default subnet. 24 like that. Okay.
When we created a VM first time,
Yeah.
so we did not create the VNet. So it basically used the default VNet, right?
Yeah, so let me show the default one also. So I'm going to deploy a virtual machine without any other configuration like networking configuration. So let's see the behavior of it. Okay. So for just a minute, I will switch account. Virtual machines. Let's create a one virtual machine here. Like here, I just filled the basic information, basic tab. And when I click on review plus create, so it will create a VNet for me also. So I have opened in another tab. In this tab, if I will show you currently if we have VNet or not. So just a minute. Now I will search for VNet. The virtual network is here. And currently there is no virtual network. Okay. So now let's click on review plus create. So the virtual network is also deployed. Yeah, the source is deployed. So now if you will again see this tab. So here is your virtual network. And when I click on this, so this is the range, right? This is your address space, the default space that we have discussed here. This one. And it have also subnet. So when you go into subnets, so this subnet it have. So here I mention right here. Okay, this is the default one. So whenever you will deploy a virtual machine, so this default space will be taken, right? And here I will create another virtual network. VNet, sorry, VNet -2. And I'm not doing anything in address spaces, and I will just click on review plus create. So let's see what it will get. So if the first default one is used, another one it will use, so again it will give the same, right? So you can find that this is the default address space that is given by your Azure.
Got it. How about the second one that you create? What is the range, IP address range that it has used?
Same, the default one. Here.
But we can't have two different VNets with the same address space, right?
While you are doing pairing and all, at that time you can't have it because that will create a conflict for you. But if you are using it separately for the separate purpose and these are not paired, so at that time you can use that. No issue.
Oh, okay. One single subscription can have a VNet with the same address spaces.
Yes, it can.
Until and unless we are not doing the pairing.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Yeah. So I think you got the idea about the default one. And if I will check the virtual machine that I have used, means I have deployed. So here is my virtual machine. And let's access this virtual machine and see the IP address of this machine. So here this is a overview of this machine. And here you can see public IP is also associated. There is the networking. And here it have IP addresses that is 10.0.0.4. So this have this address. So why it starts from 4? Because 5 addresses are reserved by your Azure, right? So just while connecting, we can also verify from the CLI of this machine, right? So here let's check the IP address information. Right, this is an adapter, and here you have this IP4 private IP address. Okay, and this is your default gateway, and DNS information. This is the DNS IP, right?
The
And
default gateway, you said it is usually router and it will be public IP, right?
yeah, usually it is your router's address, means the exit point. The default gateway is the exit point for your network.
Right. So if that's the case, this is private network and it cannot reach public because the default gateway is internal IP only.
Yeah, but there is some catch with Azure. Okay, so just I will explain that. So uh, here you can see this is the information. Here you can also verify. So let's discuss what IP addresses are reserved and why these are reserved. So here it is start from 4, because whenever you create a default VNet, you are using the default settings or any other VNet if you will create. So the first IP assigned to your host will be this, that will start from 4. So host bit will be 4. Why? Because 5 addresses are reserved. So let's discuss about these addresses. Those are reserved. Just to close the connection from here. This is not required. Let's see the IP addresses that are reserved, or I can show it on the notepad with help of auto draw. So let's use the notepad. Right. So as I have told, some IP addresses are reserved. So what are these IP addresses? So here, first address, that is network IP or ID, you can say, right? Both are valid. That is reserved. Next, what is network ID, like you have asked, right, Bharat? So here you can see there is some IP addresses to every host. And if I want to share my information regarding my network, so sharing information of all the hosts one by one, it is a lengthy process, right? So for that, I have a single IP address that can represent my entire network. That is known as network ID. So here, with the help of this individual IP address, anyone can understand the basic information about my this network, right? So if the person have the subnet knowledge, so they can easily get the information about my network. How? Because if I will show you from the subnet calculator, subnet calculator. So let's suppose here we have mentioned that we are using this network space, the network ID, right? And if you know the subnetting, so you can easily identify the other informations also, how many valid hosts you have, what are the total number of hosts, what are the possible networks, what is the broadcast IP, what is network IP. So with the help of that space, you can identify that. So here, when I am talking about this one, and by the default subnet, that is /24. So anyone can know this information, right? So it have these number of valid hosts, these number of total hosts, the networks that it will create. This will create one network, right? Address IP type. So with the help of subnetting, you can get know all the information. And let's suppose if I will change this and it is 28, this is 2. So this one IP address is responsible to representing the entire my network stuff. So if I am using this address, so you can assume that how many hosts I have, all the informations I have. So here I will show you. Now it is /28, right? So here you can see how many valid hosts you are getting. So these are your usable hosts, means valid hosts that you can assign to a particular device. That is 14. So like that, with the help of single address space, you can identify the information about that network. And if you are using this network space, so you will get know that how many possible subnets you can create, what are the various information in subnet. So like that you can know. And next thing that is reserved, that is your broadcast address. So what next? It is your broadcast address. Network address, broadcast address. The second thing is broadcast address. So here, if I will explain you about broadcast address, this first one is clear about network ID to everyone. First address that is
Yeah.
reserved, that is network ID. And I have explained what is network ID, what is the purpose of network ID. Next address, that is your broadcast ID. So whenever you will see every subnet, in every subnet, there is one broadcast address, broadcast IP, or you can say broadcast ID. So in which time this is work, why this is work, right? So as we know, we have different type of casting. Just I will show you types of casting. So majorly we have these types of casting. Here we have unicast, that is known as one-to-one communication, one-to-one transmission, right? We have broadcast, one-to-all communication, one-to-all transmission. Then we have multicast. So in our network, we have different type of casting we are using, right? So whenever we require to reach all our devices that are present into that particular network, at that time, you require to do the broadcast. And for the broadcast, you will use that broadcast IP. So whenever a device creates a broadcast message, and that broadcast message will send it to that broadcast IP. This is the broadcast IP. Okay. So the broadcast IP you have reserved. And next, gateway. So here in Azure, it is also reserving your gateway. So why gateway, sir? Because if you will see your first virtual machine, inside that virtual machine, there is a default gateway, right? So in our virtual machine, we have seen that there is some default gateway. So that default gateway is there, and this is assigned to our machine. Okay. So that's why it is not using, because it is treating as an exit point. So by default, it will assign to your virtual machine, first virtual machine that you will create. So that's why in Azure, this gateway is not usable. So default gateway IP is not usable. And next,
So any VM created from that VNet will have the same subnet ID, right? Sorry, subnet default gateway.
not same. This will be the first valid host from your network.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah. The next IP is third IP. Right.
One question. So
Yes.
in Azure, the default gateway will always be an internal VNet IP, right?
Yeah, you can change it also. But yeah, that is default. So by default, you will get that.
Okay, because in the Cisco packet transfer, the tool you have said that
Hmm.
the gateway is the router and it's public IP.
Your gateway is the interface of this router. Okay. So here in this interface, I will configure the IP address also. So here you can find routers have interface, and inside of this LAN interface, I will configure this IP that will become my gateway. This IP will become my gateway. So in my devices and devices, I will use this address.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Okay. So
So that is configurable for each VM. What should be my default gateway?
by default, it will give, or if you want to change, if you want to redirect your traffic, that you can do. Yeah. So we are where? Yeah, discussing about these IP address. So third and fourth IP, these are also reserved. So these are reserved for internal mappings. So Azure DNS have these IP addresses for the internal mapping. So whenever it comes to the internal mapping, at that time, this is using third and fourth IP. Sorry, third and fourth I have mentioned, that is second and third. Because the fourth IP will be got to our system, right? So it is also part. So one IP, two IP, three, four, and five. These five IP addresses are not usable. So that's why whenever you require to calculate this, this is your total number of valid hosts or total number of usable hosts, like this. So here our formula will little bit changed for our Azure, right? So normally this formula is 2 to power n minus 2, but here you will put minus 5. So
So
And
this
rather
is
than typing N, the H is
so
more preferred.
okay.
Yeah.
So this calculation is per subnet, right? It is not per VNet.
Yeah. For every subnet, this is
Okay.
so like that you can find it.
Sir,
This thing is clear? Yes.
yes, yes. Sir, actually, when you show the virtual machine, can you able to hear me, sir?
Yes, yes.
See, you shown my IP like a 10.0.0.4 port for that particular virtual machine. And the
Yes.
10.0.0.1 is the gateway for that machine. Two IPs have been already used. And 10.0.2 and 10.0.0.3 is for internal routing. I am right?
Yes.
And 10.0.0 is for broadcast address for that network.
10.0.0.5.
5.
Not, no, not 5. That will be your last address. So
Last
here
address.
that is subnetted from /24.
Okay.
So that will be this. I will write it here. So that will be 10.0.0.255. This
2.5.
will become broadcast.
Okay, okay, broadcast. But you show totally five IPs, no? So one is a mission IP, and four is sorry, one is a default gateway, and 10.0.0.4 is the IP address of that particular virtual machine. Two and three are for internal purposes. And which is the fifth IP, sir? Five IPs you have told.
So here I'm taking the default channel that we have created. Okay.
Oh,
So I'm
default
mentioning
network
like
ID also we have to take into the consideration. Okay,
so
okay.
network ID is here. We have the
Broadcast
broadcast
is
address. So in this
broadcast.
situation, the broadcast will become 0.0.254. Where is my cursor?
Okay.
Like that.
IP
This
is
will become
10.0.0.1.
and your gateway IP will 10.0.0.1.
1. Okay.
Okay.
And 2 and 3.
And here we have 2.
And 3. Network ID, broadcast. And 3. Okay. Understood.
So 1, 2, 3,
3,
4,
4,
5.
5. Okay. Then
Okay.
fourth address is a usable address which is assigned to a virtual
Yes.
machine.
So
Okay.
that's why it is assigned to our virtual machine here.
Network ID, broadcast, default gateway, and two router internal routing IP.
The
Yes.
broadcast IP. So the third octet needs to be 255 also, right? Because it is /16.
Your subnet is not /16
Okay, okay, got it, got it.
because your default subnet is /24.
Got it,
That's why it
/24. Yeah.
is. So you can take a screenshot of it. So that will help you further. Done?
One minute.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good. And that's good for today's session. And in the next session, that is on our Monday, because Saturday, Sunday there is off. So in the Monday session, we will see how we can actually configure, because today we have not configured anything in the settings, right? So that we will see in next session. And I want to ask like, what is the pace? This pace is correct for everyone. If you want some slow pace, more slow and more fast, so we can change it according to your convenience. If this current pace is comfortable to everyone, so we'll continue this pace, or otherwise, if you want any type of changes in the pace, so you can say.
I think it's going really good.
Okay.
So we are actually clarifying. You're
Yes.
clarifying a lot of things between, yeah. So that's
So
good.
yeah, so I would suggest one thing: if we created any WhatsApp group, so if
Yeah.
documentation helps to that,
Yeah, I
so
have
you were
told to
sharing
the
an
management, and additionally,
yeah.
what you can do if you want a quick resolution for that.
So you can also, everyone can individually message to the management. So please provide us a WhatsApp group like that. Okay.
Yes.
So you can just message to the management team. So then they will create.
Okay.
And any other thing?
Sir,
No, sir.
if I created this thing, virtual machines, after that we need to delete that or what? They are not charging, right?
If you are using your free account, right? So at that
Yeah.
time, you do not need to worry about that a lot because you are using the free credits. But when it comes to the pay as you go account and you are doing something for testing purpose, so at that time it is required to delete, right? Otherwise, you will get charged for that resource.
How I need to go? No, sir. So if charge is happening for that things.
You can view your subscription. Inside that subscription, it will show you all the detail regarding
Yes.
charges and everything.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Additionally, if you want, so in the next session, I will also give you some information about that. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, sir. Thank you.
And all these things will also cover in the deeply in upcoming sessions.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
Sir, I have some issue in creating the subscription. Hello.
Yes, yes, Mohan.
Yes, I have some difficulty in creating the subscription.
Okay.
We can connect
Which
on
issue?
see Azure. Can I share my screen if you're free for some 5 minutes?
Actually, that
Can we?
international transfer should be enabled. That's it only, I think. I also facing first time. So
Yeah.
I logged like bank portal, then I enable that. 2 rupees will be deducted.
So just two things you have to verify for the complete payment. First is the
Okay.
international transaction that Sujat told, and second thing is POS, the online transaction. Like
Okay.
so POS
See,
is also
so you
enabled.
can see the can you able to see my screen?
Yeah, yeah, I'm able to see your screen.
See, see my subscription. Because see when I look for resource group, resource group. So when I create a resource group,
No subscription is there. Okay.
yes, see,
So yeah.
missing. How to resolve this one?
You have to create a subscription for that. So just
Okay,
in the subscriptions, you will create a subscription for you. So here you have also seen the option for free trial also.
free
So
trial.
if you are
Okay,
eligible for that, so you can just continue for that and create for account with the free account. So there you will get credits, or otherwise you have also option for pay as you go subscription. So that
okay,
you can create. Okay.
okay. See, I already created. This is my previous account. One minute. So you can use the existing subscription. I'm right.
Use an existing subscription. Yeah, you can use an existing subscription also.
See,
So if it is possible, can we discuss on it on the next session?
definitely. See, I
Yeah.
logged in with the subscription, but it's still showing. I'm not able to create subscriptions.
So for that, I